the blessing you received. An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have known, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness things I foreseen. I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is done, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be right. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. Without chances on my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see. No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
A Lettuce Bar's grand opening! We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey! Don't drink weird beverages in my bar!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. exemplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. I cast their memories into the abyss, again and again, as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。 然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰分秒与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts?
这个地方闪现，对，不让你交火力。IVS的话，名字直接拿下这个四抓呀。
Hey guys, welcome back to IVS Identity 5 Stellaris Challenge. Day number 2. Joining me once again is Entity. So what's up, Entity? How are you doing?
What's up? How are you doing also? I'm doing great.
Have you taken your lunch?
I have.
Okay, me too. So yeah, both of us have taken our lunch. You know what? Because we need to keep our stomachs filled because today is going to be another jam-packed matchup today, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to the first matchup of the day, which is MRC versus Fusion. Ooh. Yeah, I'm excited for that
match.
too.
Yeah, a match not to be missed. And we know Fusion is the new champion of IVT after a long range of before you. That's a long time. So they have prepared themselves very well to take up against this IVS challenge against a Chinese team, Japanese team, and even other regions like Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, a lot of regions competing in this IVS. But you know what? Welcome to the stream, guys. For those of you joining us, this is day number 2. And a little bit of fun fact for you guys. Fusion team is actually coached by Eli. So yeah, he's not only the commentator, but he's also coaches Fusion. And surprise, surprise, thanks to his coaching and with his team, they got the spot in IVS. So definitely something they have to be looking forward to. Yesterday, before we go on, we're just gonna go into the group stages graphics here. We're gonna have to have a look at MRC. Yesterday, Entity, they got the one win against GH, and in spectacular fashion as well. XC with the Clark. Oh my goodness! And then I just have to say, very spectacular fashion, getting a 16-3 against GH. And today, that very same team is gonna face Fusion. That's what's going on in Group A. But what about Group B? You want to bring us through it, Entity?
Yeah, Group B, we are having ZETA Division at the top of the bracket, alongside Weibo Gaming at the second place. And yeah, they also have a very dominant performance yesterday. But now we're gonna head into today's matchup, which is MRC versus Fusion is the first one. RD versus ZETA going to be the second matchup, and also Cars and GH will face up against each other with the last matchup.
I have to say today's matchups are all very, very entertaining. MRC versus Fusion. RD yesterday, RD showed such great strength against Weibo Gaming. And now they're going to face ZETA, the strongest team currently in Japan right now, representing the region of Japan. And not to mention Scars. Scars is actually very neck and neck with ZETA. So I'm expecting a lot from Scars as well. Versus GH. So GH will have a second chance today. But yeah, more about today's game. Let's go into the players' lineup. Because right now, Xiaoti, he's pulling off his shirt. He's probably too hot right now. So he is the backbone. I've mentioned this before. Until now, he's the backbone of MRC. Xiaoti, very, very capable leader. He knows exactly what to do, the draft, everything. Not only does he play the postman, he also plays a barmaid, a priestess, and mind you, even a lucky guy in in IVL Summer Finals. So
interesting.
Very, very interesting, indeed. So that's Xiaoti, captain of MRC. Not to mention the stats as well. Very, very impressive. More than 100% decoding progress and the kiting as well. And next up, we have Sing H entity.
Yeah, Singhe. One MVP from Singhe here. Favorable character is forward with 74.71 seconds of kiting. Look at the win rate also, almost 50%, 41.9. So a very high win rate, I would say, with an escape rate of 55%.
Yeah, I mean, he plays the forward, and you know that forward is very, very good, especially when you're trying to, trying to stun and create that cover for your teammates. But if he doesn't have the forward, he does play a Gravekeeper, Machinery, Psychologist, Enchantress, and Batter. So watch out for that. So next up, we are gonna have Angel DD. Yeah, he does look like an angel right there with the angelic smile. Angelic smile.
Interesting thing. Angel Dongdong used to be the coach for Do, which is the winner of the previous IVL. So I believe Angel might have one thing or two about the strategy of the tournament in Identify, and I believe he will use it to the most extent here.
Nice. And you can see that he's playing the Priestess here, but he also plays Barmaid, Coordinator, Patient, Machinery, and Gravekeeper. So definitely a rescuer / support right there. And next up, entity, we have Hua Zi. I do not want to assume it's Hua Chen, but it's going to be... tell us what you know about him.
Hua Chen. I actually don't really look into much about MRC, but from the start of what I'm seeing here, he seems to be a very good kiter with 82.79 seconds of kiting. So that's above 60 seconds of average kiting time. He can totally kite out a blink, I would say.
Nice. And there you have it, XC Xiao Qiang. My goodness, yesterday against GH, that very, very decisive Clark 4K gameplay against GH. Beautiful chef's kisses right there. He also plays a lot of hunters. I have to say he has a very deep hunter pool. He plays the Dream Wish, he plays the Clark yesterday. The Anne, it's the Spider. You think about it, you name it, he plays it. So he's definitely very, very versatile.
All rounded.
Yeah, a jack of all trades. But you know what they say about jack of all trades, when you have so many hunters to play, well, it's very hard to ban a player like this.
So the mind game will take into a lot of effect here. Now we're gonna head into the introduction of Fusion. So the first one, I believe, is going to be Momo. The one that you keep asking Eli to pick against.
Eli's bestie right there. And you know what? Eli's bestie has a gun to his head. He's like, Eli, you better choose me, otherwise bang bang. So he plays the he plays the Psychologist, and not to mention he also plays the Batter and Entomologist. And Eli actually had a lot of praises for Momo's Batter. So whoever would definitely love to see Momo representing NAEU in Fusion team, playing the Batter, providing the harass in the team. And next up, the beauty of the team, Sally, entity. Oh my god, long hair like you.
Long hair, but my hair is not white. With the Priestess here, 69.84 seconds of average kiting time, 67.5 escape rate. So very hard to chase and easy to escape from the game.
Yeah, I mean, my god, Sally, I love the Korean love symbols there. Yeah. And next up, we have Green. Green seems like he's a thinker. Well, but Acrobat is his go-to champion right there, the character that he uses most of the time. Besides that, he also plays the forward. Oh, so he's also a harasser. So mind you, he also plays forward. He also plays a postman when they need a decoder. So very, very versatile. Plays the decoder, plays the kiter, plays the porter, even the rescuer. So I have to say, very all-rounded right there.
Yeah, seems like the roundup of Fusion seems to be heading toward the support aspect of the game, and here we have Bossy, which is the rescuer of the team. 70% of escape rate with 56.7% of win rate, so that definitely above average. One of two games he's gonna get a win.
Yeah, I mean, Bossy, yeah, definitely showing a lot of promise. Like 70%, that's crazy. That means most of the time when his teammates is dead, he's probably the only one who escapes the dungeon. But yeah, finally to the rising star of Fusion, Ching He. So Ching He, yeah, I mean his name looks similar to MRC. Like
the poser.
Ching H, Heng H. So Ching H, who knows, if he plays really well, he might be spotted. But yeah, he plays an impressive Dream Witch. I have to say Dream Witch. And looking forward to him playing right up next. Entity, I'm very excited to see Ching right here playing for the very first time in front of everyone. Because all this while we've seen Fusion sending out Mushin, so definitely very excited. But before that, let's look at the videos of each team.
IVS 的观众们，大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 MRC 战队的求生者小迪。从 IVS 第一次办理职业比赛的时候，我们就已经参加了，一直打到现在。这次来参加 IVS 的比赛，和平时的比赛有点不一样，然后我们会尽全力打好这一场比赛。我们战队的打法还有战术嘛，可能特别不稳，时不时突然间特别猛，时不时可能突然间就状态又不对，所以俗称 ICU 战队吧就。期待对手的打法会不会和我平时碰到的不一样啊，以及对手的操作啊，是不是我没有想到的，比较期待这一些。很期待和各位对手们的比赛比拼，你们准备好了吗？我们来了。
Hello everyone, I'm FZN Center Qinghua. We are the champion team of NAEU IVT. Our team aims to positively influence the IDV community by showing everyone how coordinated a team can be when we all share a combination of success. We are very honored to participate in IVS because we know we will have the chance to compete against many strong and capable teams in this tournament. All the preparational work has been done to make the team perfectly ready to strike for success. Hence, IVS is a challenge we will face with no fears, only fun. Cheers to all the participating teams. See you at the tournament.
And there we have it, the introduction of the team. And right after that will be the map ban picks. We have seen that Ever Sleeping Town will be banned, and Chinatown first appearance in the IVS tournament. Oh, what is your thought on this now?
I mean, Chinatown, yeah, I love it. Like, it's an alternative to Ever Sleeping Town. And MRC, they definitely have a lot of hunter choices that you can play here. I mean, Dreamwish definitely works here. Even the Spider works here, so it's very strong. Especially if Xiao Chen, thanks Jiu Zibin for the correction in the pronunciation, Xiao Chen. But right now, Ching He will be the one that is going to be hunting first. So, survivors of MRC. Okay, let's have a look at what the ban picks are gonna be. Playing in Chinatown, I feel like it's a pick your poison kind of situation. Either the Seer or the Priestess. If you ban the Seer, then MRC is definitely gonna pick Priestess plus forward. So that's the usual ban and picks we usually see in the first half of the ban pick phase.
The Holy Trinity. That's the team competition in the ban pick. So yeah, the Priestess and actually the Barbet will come in to counter the Dreamwish of Qinghua.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure. Like if they pick the forward first, he's definitely gonna take out the barmaid. But no, it's gonna take out the mercenary. So this is it's a chance for MRC to pick up the forward, right? It's a chance for him to pick up the forward. So
and the forward will be picked. The forward will be picked. Now the psychologist will be banned. So it's kind of guaranteed that Qinghua will go for the Dreamwitch. If MRC want to have a fast decoding, I believe the next one will be a postman, but the postman is kind of risky up against a Dream Witch though. So I have a feeling it's going to be Acrobat or Patient.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Either one of these is going to be very strong, but I'd say...
Oh, what? Really?
So they're going more towards a very safe double rescuer kind of situation, because when you fell against a Dream Witch, fell to rescue against a Dream Witch, it might ruin the whole process of the game, the end game. So yeah, I can see that they're being very careful. Maybe they're gearing up towards a draw, and then from a draw they're gonna push for a 3-man escape or even a 4-man escape if the first kiter managed to buy enough time against Qinghe's Dream Witch.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dream Witch it's gonna be a very difficult time for Qinghe to catch up with the Priestess or even the forward or even the Gravekeeper. So everyone in Team MRC, they have some sort of escape mechanism or something to help them prolong the kite. So what do you think, Entity, about this kind of situation?
Even the Marmot is a counter to Dream Witch, so Qinghe will have a very hard time of getting that first character on the chair. Comment to the side MRC for picking the Waykeeper instead of in replacement of the Mercenary. And we are looking at the spawn here. Angel don't want to be spawning at the Umbrella Gate area, seeing her at the middle, we'll see at the restaurant, and Xiaodi will be at the arch.
Perfect spot selection there. Like, I mean, they just want Qinghe to be in the middle, the forward in the middle, trying to provide support anywhere he can. If the Dream Witch goes for the Gravekeeper, it's gonna be so annoying, especially when he goes down under the grave. I think they would expect Angel DT to take the first kite, and Xiaodi will probably be the ones placing the portal to support.
Exactly, especially at that spawn of the Priestess, there's a lot of high wall where the Priestess could provide support and transition and keep transitioning, because the Marmot only needs a time to bring in that Dolphin to heal herself up for the next kite.
That's true. I know when just a little bit of comparison, MRC's first game against GH. In the first game, they actually got a draw against MRC. So let's see if Qinghe in the Dream Witch in Chinatown will be able to get a similar result or even better. So right here, ladies and gentlemen, Qinghe rotating to the old tree in the middle. It's gonna spot out
the forward. So not going for the Marmot, because the Marmot is a counter to Dream Witch. Seems like we'll go for the forward here. In the game yesterday, Xiao Chang also played the Dream. I believe, the Dream Witch against the sire of Survivor of GH. So the Survivor have no rescuer, but now going for the forwards first might be a mistake. Oh, get the Patroller, and the Spawn Follower could get a normal hit here.
That's a very beautiful start, but here you see it, Entity, the support coming out from the Priestess, just buying the time. I think Qinghe's selection might be worth it this time, because he knows that the Dream Witch, the Barmaid will be a hassle to chase. But right here, you can see the power of Barmaid coming into play. He's already giving the doubling to Qinghe, and just in less than 10 seconds, Xing H will be the one with
so many her.
sorry for my pronunciation.
And
fully healed. Oh my god.
It's like restarting the game here. Qinghe will use that football to create that distance that he needs to transition away from the Dream Witch. Seems like Xiaodi will be the next target, but it's the Priestess in this map. It's going to be very tough for any character to capture a Priestess.
For sure.
It's just so tough for the Dream Witch here. Seems like it's going nowhere.
Yeah, he's gonna rotate towards Xiaodi now. Xiaodi is gonna take that first hit, but fortunately, it's gonna be the leech hit, so Xiaodi will be able to get that distance. Gonna be leached straight away by Qinghe, by the Dream Witch. I think I'm just gonna mention the character's name. The Dream Witch is.
Oh my god, that's so on point. Like that's a millisecond reaction from the Priestess. Is that just a few seconds later, it would have been over for the Priestess.
Yeah, dodging that by a hair's breadth, and Entity, Gravekeeper having such a good time already finishing that first cipher. And you can see the other 3 ciphers are actually he's not gonna waste time. He's gonna chase straight away to bring down the Priestess as soon as possible. There's still another leech onto Xiaodi.
Look at the forward. The forward will come in. He is able to provide the support.
Yeah, premature swap of the followers, right?
Yeah, he was trying to let the priestess lich come back to the priestess, but it doesn't pay off. And now the global portal will be called. The distance has been created, and the priestess has taken that goblin. So another restart of the game.
Oh, but wait, Sing H has actually taken that free hit. So yeah, the forward probably is taking the curse mark off. So let's see if it's worth it. But right now, I have to say, Entity, MRC showing so much promise in this game because Xiao Ti is not down, Sing H is not down, and I have to say, this really justifies why MRC picked Barmaid in the first two picks. Really.
Barmaid is such a hassle because with the recent buff, the Barmaid can heal a person quite fast. But the blink is able to end the forward. Now the first target on the chair is this forward right here. But 3 Cypher, sorry, and almost 4 Cypher will be done.
No, he's trying to. He's trying to use Xiao Ti's leash to hit the Gravekeeper, but you know, after the hit, he's just gonna heal up the Gravekeeper.
At least Ching He was able to buy some time for the team, for him to get another leech onto the forward and try to prevent the rescue from happening. Barmaid though will be cut off. If he managed to get the hit right here, he could actually prevent the rescue from happening.
Yeah, this is looking like a very dangerous play from the Barmaid because let's not forget, the last Cypher has not been primed yet, and Sing H, the forward, is actually he's actually way past half. So right now,
the priestess
will be the one coming to rescue. Getting that rescue, 3 people around.
He has to hit the forward. He is able to hit the forward, but the force heal will happen.
Force heal? No! Why not force heal?
Oh my god! Oh no! Not the force. The fail force heal from the side. MRC. He is now on track to get a tie because of that fail force heal.
Yeah, I mean, he let go. The priestess let go. There wasn't anything that made the priestess let go. But even if he gets a Terror Shock, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter because two people was there.
Yeah, my god, the gate is getting open right now. So Ching H, he definitely needs to capitalize on this situation. He has to get that tie. If he can get a tie here, it will be a much better place. The blink hit!
Nice.
Boom! Wow.
Yeah, and that's enough.
Wow, that was such a play from Ching H to capitalize on the mistakes by MRC. Like, if they actually get that force heal to happen, it would have easily been a 3-man escape. 3 men or even more.
I don't understand why would they leave the forward there. They shouldn't be afraid of the Terror Shock because the Cypher is almost prime anyway.
Yeah.
So the Hunter was able to turn a potential 3-man escape to a tie, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, MRC, they definitely had a little bit of hiccup at that point, but you know what? Fusion has to be really happy to get a draw against MRC Survivor, especially when it's MRC who actually picked this map. So I feel like this is a win-win moral victory for Fusion. And not to mention that, guys, even in the, like, IVS is going on right now, even in the Chinese commentary group, they were saying that Southeast Asia teams and even the NAEU teams, they were talking about the teams still being quite young to face against the Chinese teams. But here we are seeing that anything's possible. No one's too young to do great things, and this is exactly
even the experienced one. Even the experienced one can make mistake, and that's what we see in the side of MRC. They didn't commit to the heal, and they have to pay the price of that fail heal. And now we're gonna head into the match start. This could potentially be a way better result for MRC. Because they caught at the first duration of the game so well, they just mess up the end, and that's it.
Yeah, but it's okay because Ching H, he capitalized on the hiccups, and he has to be very happy. MRC, on the other hand, they probably, I don't think it's enough for them to really sweat yet because they still have XC Xiao Chen coming up after this against Fusion Survivor in Chinatown, and let's not forget MRC pick Chinatown, so maybe something for XC to play in this town to capitalize on Fusion Survivors. But whatever it is, well, we'll just have to see right after this in the second half. But yeah, as you can see, the Cypher Rush going on right there.
Yeah.
Everything was actually going accordance to what Ching H did. Like he cut off the barmaid. He didn't allow the before half rescue to happen. So that's one thing that he really did well in that situation. And ultimately, when the force heal failed, big chance to get a tie, and that's what he got, a draw.
Yeah,
so,
it's just over.
GG.
But still, look at the game. The Priestess provides so much support to the survivor side, because with the portal, the survivor were able to meet up with each other and meet up with the barmaid, where they get the heal. And getting here is like restarting the game over again. They lost so much time with that. So I believe Ching He should be thinking about banning the Priestess next game, because MRC utilize the character so well.
Yeah, for sure. 2-2, not a bad start for Fusion. Not too bad for MRC. It's really like a reset kind of situation where no team has the advantage over one another. So they can definitely still play it in the second half. But you know what? I'm just looking at the chat right here. Welcome to the chat, guys. I can see that the chat is going really, really well. But you know what, guys? I have to say, I love drama, but I prefer K-pop drama more. So maybe what I would suggest is, instead of having a chat drama, I might recommend some K-pop drama in the chat so that everyone can enjoy it after IVS, of course.
Hi.
So yeah, so let's hope that the survivors of Fusion will have no hiccups and be able to play close to optimum, because this is a fact, no cap. They do play with a slightly higher ping. When I say slightly higher, that's a yellow to red ping. So so I have to say, we'll just see how they play. Obviously, the distance is going to be a little bit of technicality issue, but well, it's not going to stop them, because I have to tell you, they are here to play. And the 2-2 in the start for the Dream Witch, beautifully done. So
yeah, commendable.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Eli's best friend play. Honestly. Yeah.
And you're just
Eli's
waiting for that. You're just waiting for that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Eli's best friend and his team, Momo, to play. So, one thing though, in Chinatown, do you think it makes sense to take up the Entomologist more? Because Momo does play Entomologist, right? Or would it makes more sense for Momo to pick up the Batter? Or even the Psychologist? But I feel like the Psychologist...
I'm looking at the meta. If they went for the Psychologist, it's because they are going up against Dream Witch. But if they pick up like a Batter or anything, it's like going up against a Clerk or a Sculptor, and the Batter is so situational, because there's only a few characters that the Batter can counter. Unlike the Dream Witch. The Dream Witch is so... Oh.
Wow.
His name is Qing Huan, not Qing He. Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yeah, we learn
no
something
problem.
every day. Yeah,
we learn something every day.
Yeah, which is why I said it's better to just call out the survivor, the character's name.
I mean,
because there's too
try
many.
my best.
Yeah, it is. But right now we're going to the second half, and my goodness, we are gonna have quite a game right here, Entity, because XC hunting against Momo, Sally Green, and Bossy. I anticipate a mirror match. I anticipate XC going for a Dream Witch, but we'll just have to see what band he goes for. Very typical first tier band. Usually it's the second band that really shows what he's gonna try and go and play. But for Fusion, I think it's a no-brainer that they have to pick forward. The Priestess and forward/Mercenary. So they're giving up on the barmaid, like what MRC did. MRC actually picked it, right, instead of the Rescuer first. So, XC is gonna take the opportunity, take out the barmaid. So, wow, Dream Witch, but this time no barmaid.
Yeah, Fusion is forced to pick on that Psychologist counter, but no went for the Embalmer. That's interesting, trying to go for a tie. a Thai lineup here from Fusion. Also, letting Fusion pick up that Mercenary and Priestess, so they still have a lot of leeway in terms of playing in Chinatown. Xiao Chang had a chance to ban the Psychologist here, and he will. So Fusion now have to pick a character that it's still tough because there's no other character that can counter the Dream Witch other than the Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, taking out both of the Barmaid and the Psychologist is definitely going to be so devastating for Fusion. But you know what? Maybe they do not require both of this because, like what you said, there is an Embalmer, so it feels like they are gearing towards a very strong Thai composition. And maybe that's the game plan too. Like, survive the first game, and if they get a draw, best good. If they get something more, like a 3-man escape, best case scenario. So I feel like this is a smart choice overall, especially against XC. So yeah, we'll just have to see how the early phase of kiting, the early phase of transitioning is gonna happen, because right now, wow, it's gonna be very nerve-wracking to find out who's gonna come out ahead in the second half.
Not gonna lie, a tie is a win for the side of Fusion. That's what they are trying to go for with the Embalmer picks. But going up against the Dream Witch, the Dream Witch can transition from area to area and catch on to the Embalmer after wait, let me remember the word.
It's fine.
How do you say? Resurrect. There we go.
Resurrect, yeah, or rebirth. I remember.
Rebirth. There we go.
Rebirth, yeah. But yeah, no shock there. No shocker. XC is definitely gonna go with the Dream Witch, and we'll just have to see. Fusion going up against XC in this round. Ching Huan has already done his best with the Dream Witch, getting a draw, capitalizing on MRC. So let's see if XC will be able to pick up the pieces and try and gain an advantage in score and try to win game 1, or will Fusion be able to pull one off against MRC, I have to say, the second runner-up of the IVL Summer Finals? So, wow, either way, it's gonna be a statement to everyone that's watching right here.
Now, the best character that Xiao Chang can go for is the Embalmer, because the Embalmer almost have nothing to kite with. The only thing that will help the Embalmer is a Priestess Portal, which happened to... Oh, what? Really? The spawn? Pick this spawn? Really? That's quite interesting, because usually I don't see people pick the spawn onto the hotel at all. Usually it would be at the restaurant or at the arch corner.
I mean, they definitely have a plan going on right there. Probably, like for Momo's case, just probably dropping a coffee far away. Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna have an Embalmer, maybe putting him somewhere at the like swapping places to the Acrobat might make sense, because he'll be able to record 2 survivors at the same time before going off. But you know what? Let's see how it plays off. Sally might be the one getting the first kite. She is the closest to the Dream Witch, so we'll see what happens when it's the Priestess kiting without the help of a Dublin by the Barmaid. So game number 1. Second half going here, commentated by me, Nello, and NTT. Wow, the winner of this will probably be taking game number 1. We'll just have to see which team is going to come ahead. Guys in the chat, if you're watching, if you are focusing on this match, hashtag MRC or hashtag FZN to just support which team that you think is going to win here.
Exactly. And after the spawn, we just see that Survivor team did go for a quite a safe lineup without any forward, without any harasser like the Battle or the Enchantress. So knowing that it's the Dream Witch, they don't want to harass. They just want to support the kiting. So that's reasonable from them. And luckily for the side of the Survivor, Xiao Chang picked the spawn that is the furthest from the Embalmer, which is the target to go for. So he's kind of forced to chase the Priestess there.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Go ahead, Anthony. Let me stop.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, the priestess can use the portal at that area to transition. And we do see how the priestess is so detrimental for the hunter in the previous game. So in this game, I'm kind of expecting the same situation happening in that area.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't have the barmaid, you can still see that the priestess actually provided so much support and able to kite far away from the Dream Witch. Because you did notice that in the first game, the first half, there was no choice. He had to rotate. He had to move away from the forward and move towards the priestess. And even then, the priestess also had time to rotate away. So
yeah,
there's just so many possibilities, especially when you're playing Chinatown with the priestess. I guess the most optimum one would be just to get rid of the priestess, but it's easier said than done. And we do notice that, like XC, he has a tendency of getting a draw. So far in the first matchup, MRC versus GH, he got a draw.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, did he get a draw? Let me just check this. Right off.
He actually.
He got a 3K.
Yeah. He
got a 3K. So
it was
it was
a.
It looks like a draw.
It looks like a draw. Yeah.
It looks like a draw, but ultimately he got the 3K, and in game number 2, he got a 4K. So I have to say this is the point. This is the chance that Fusion has to tie things up or even pull one off against MRC. Get that win. Maybe even a if they can get 3-man escape and win this one game from MRC, well, it's gonna be a good show, Entity.
Yeah, it's going to be the rise of NAEU because it could potentially, because this is like the debut of Fusion, and they are already doing so well in the first half of this matchup against a team like MRC, a seasoned team in IVL. Let's see how the side of Survivor of Fusion will go up against Xiao Chen, which is a very commendable, a very formidable hunter player from China.
Yeah, Xiao Chen's Dream Wish is definitely very, very scary. I really have to stop saying Xiao Chen or Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen.
XC
is actually Xiao Chen.
Yeah, Xiao Chen. Okay, there you go.
So I'll just go ahead and say XC because I don't want to say something wrong. So XC, his Dream Wish was really, really scary going up against GH, getting the 3K in a situation where it looks like GH played everything right. It looks like the survivors actually played everything right. But if you guys didn't watch it, you should, after IVS day number 2, you definitely should go and watch day number 1 because XC's Dream Wish is really, really scary. And thanks for the heads up as well, Big Boss. Yeah, XC's Dream Wish, very scary. We totally agree. I mean, that's the reason why this team is second runner-up in the whole of China at this moment in the recent tournament. So, guys, we're just chilling here, just looking at the chat while waiting for the players to get ready. Shoutouts to you, Kino, Lacrimosa, Chantel, Mayne, Venus, Devorian Morse, and
and especially Chiu Jibin for correcting my mistake.
Yeah, Chiu Jibin, thank you so much.
Yeah, on pronouncing name because it's
Bunny
tough for me.
Well.
Yeah, it's really
Sorry,
a lot of people. Now you go ahead. You see,
sorry,
there's a lot of people in the chat right now cheering on their favorite team. Seems like Fusion is a team to be cheered for because this is their first tournament in the global stage and they are already doing very well. So let's see.
I see. Well, I'm not in the position to say anything, and I don't care if anyone calls me cringy for saying this, but this is Identity 5 Esports Tournament. Okay? This is Identity 5 Esports Tournament. Here, we appreciate and respect the player's skills. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree. You don't have to respect the person. You don't have to like the person. But here, we appreciate the skills of the players. And that's what we're here to celebrate. We're here to watch this kind of plays go on. Yeah, I mean, for example, you don't have to, like for example, Entity, like we're friends, right? So I'm just putting this out there, and you know, do you agree with me about this? Like, sometimes you have players that they're not a very good person, but we ultimately respect the skills of the players, and that's what we're here to watch. So I guess end of my cringy message. Hope that you guys will calm down. And I see a lot of loves, but let's just spam the love for these players instead of saying instead of bringing it into a whole different meta, because ultimately IVS, I mean, how often can you see this event? It's once a year. It's an annual event. You can only see all these teams compete from different regions compete once a year. So it's not to be missed, and it will be very sad if you miss it for some really irrelevant reasons in this tournament. Okay. So but anything to say?
Again, I saw that people give Xiao because in Vietnamese ENG is pronounced Eng. So it's kind of pronounced Xiao Chang. So that's why you guys keep correcting me, because I don't have the pronunciation in Vietnamese, so I don't know how to correctly pronounce it. But I try my best.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what's more important, right? Trying our best. Results do matter to some people, but ultimately trying our best. And I have a suggestion. Maybe we could just stick to their shortcut names. That will save a lot of trouble.
I don't want to say XC because I will get mocked for it. To be honest.
What's wrong with XC?
I will get mocked for it in Vietnam. I will get mocked for it because you are Vietnamese and you don't know how to pronounce a Chinese player character. What?
Well, I don't think you should worry about that, because you're here. You're here. They're not here. Yeah, you're here for a reason. And caring about what people think is important, but when you care too much, I think it sort of eats you up. So just do whatever you're comfortable with. And, I think that's our goal here as well. We're enjoying this match between NAEU versus Mainland China, because guys, while we're here, they're actually on the other side of the map. The casters on the other side of the map. They're talking about Southeast Asia. They're talking about NAEU. They're talking about every other region. So I guess it's our duty to just present the best that we have to them. Just to present the best to everyone, honestly. And we're just gonna chill even more. The game froze apparently, but things like this happen. Devices froze. Like yesterday was so funny. The device...
Backstage was like, oh, it's fine. it's fine all around. It's fine.
It's true. Ooh, a lot of love. So thank you. So let's go.
So many hearts. So many hearts.
Yeah, there's something about red hearts that just melts people's hearts. So,
I'm gonna copy Cocoa.
Thank you so much. Oh, how do you do the Cocoa, guys? Cocoa's from Japan, right? He taught us this.
So you are doing it. I think that's good enough.
Yeah, guys, you can join us at home.
I'm trying to do it.
You can join us at home, okay?
You do this, the pointing finger, and then this.
Yeah. Oh, yours is it's like this. Oh, so the middle finger goes down, and the index finger goes together. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I mean, I don't do it a lot because I don't have a lot of love to show. I don't receive a lot of this. I don't receive a lot of this symbol.
Yeah, you want to receive this.
The Korean love symbol.
The Korean love. Saranghaeyo.
Saranghaeyo. Yeah. I wanted to say that during the Nice versus ZETA match. Actually, I did, right? Saranghaeyo.
I mean, you did.
But it was cut off. But it's okay.
Dang it. So, we are still waiting for the game. Again, lineup of Embalmer. I believe Embalmer, Mercenary, Acrobat, and Priestess. So 3 hard-to-get Survivor and one that can resurrect, which is also another hard-to-get Survivor. So the Rewish has to do a lot of things here in order to capture one Survivor. because the teamwork will be inbound.
Yeah. They definitely have to do a lot more, especially without the healing potential against the Dream Witch, right? And let's not forget, Xe is really, really good with Xe. Xiao Cheng is really, really good with Dream Witch, and I just feel like he is very smart. The bad pick is definitely very strong. He definitely removed all potential threats towards his Dream Witch by eliminating the psychologist, by eliminating the barmaid. So if anything goes wrong in the middle of rescuing, I have to say Fusion might have to abort rescuing. Because there's no heal to work in the middle of the game.
Yeah, there's no healer.
Yeah, there's no healer. But they don't need to heal up. Who needs healing when they can be rebirthed?
Yeah.
So that's where it comes in.
And seems like we got a signal, and we're gonna head into a short break just to prepare everything and fix everything. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon.
More hearts for you guys. See you.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Lorenz, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Hello, Bears! Welcome back. Why am I sounding like Grizzly?
What? What?
Grizzly fan service. Shout out to you, Grizzly, my man. Miss you. Wish that you're here. Also shout outs to a lot of people that made this tournament happen. Special shout outs to Prod Team as well. You know, like sometimes we're just looking at advertisements, but at the same time, they're working hard to solve the players' issues, the team's issues, because you know sometimes they have to deal with a lot of things. So just give some love to them, and of course, some love to Entity as well. Yeah, you're being very, very patient there. Patient main. Okay, the love right there.
I mean, I'm a patient main, so yeah.
Oh, patient main. Okay, so I guess that makes me the psychologist main.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh no.
So that can run towards you.
No, stay away from me.
Yeah. But anyway, we are. I feels like the problem has been solved. So, well, I guess we're gonna head back really soon. So, guys, make some noise in the chat because we are looking at the chat. And we are seeing a lot. And you know what? I just have to say, this is such a beautiful message, Nico. Like, she's saying, let's see, where is it? Reminder that not everyone is toxic. Not just in NAEU, like even in everywhere around the world, not everyone is toxic. I believe in that. Thank you. That's a very sweet message. And Clown, thank you as well. For the very sweet message. Just shout outs to all of you guys, man. So much love goes out to you guys. And yeah, we're gonna continue with more love. For right now, we have to send our love to XC. We have to send our love to Fusion because they are gonna go back. They are on standby now. They're gonna go back to the second half. And XC with the Tomiya skin is gonna start off. And Sally, as expected, is gonna be the closest to the vicinity entity.
Yeah, exactly. Seems like Survivor side go for 2 Flywheel and 2 Titaner lineup. The Priestess is the one with Flywheel effect, so Xiao Chang have to be very careful here with the Priestess. Able to get the leech onto the Priestess, Dream Witch now kind of had to double back and lock Sally in this area.
Yeah, beautiful sandwich situation going on here. I don't know why I use that term. Maybe because I'm hungry because of sandwich. But the followers first patroller of the day, is gonna try and find Sally. Sally's still trying, minding her own business, but she's gonna get bitten by the Dogu. Oh my gosh, she has to be really, really careful. Has to dodge, has to time it correctly.
Might have to
put
take
down
a
the
hit
pallet,
here.
dodge it with a flywheel. Oh, entity.
No. There's still a portal for Sally to be utilized. Dream Witch. Oh, the main body still haven't used the patroller, so Sally will get bit again. We'll have to use either the flywheel to get to the pallet or the distance wasn't enough.
Yeah, beautiful play by XC just now. He stationed the host right in the other side of the wall because he knows that that's the only place where Sally can use the portal to go through. And using that followers patroller first is super smart. The moment he gets that first hit, XC is ready with another patroller from the host and caught up with Sally straight away. 5 ciphers remaining, but 3 of the ciphers are almost done. So Sally, not too bad of a kite, but here comes the challenge. How will the rescue happen? Bossy already going.
Oh, not getting the hit. Bossy will be able to get onto the chair, but could be a double down. Oh, able to block for the Priestess. The Priestess now have the ability to use the portal to transition far away from this area.
Yeah, I mean,
and there's still a flywheel.
Yeah, I mean, I rather let Sally take the hit because right now this is a situation where Bossy is gonna be down soon. The leash is still on Sally. The leash is on 3 of them. So this is very risky. What?
Nice. Oh, nice flywheel, but still able to get the hit from a Dream Witch. Will be. Oh my God! Really? That should have been a successful vault. I don't understand why they count at a stereo shock. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So Inbomber will use coffin right away.
This is a very dangerous situation that Fusion is putting themselves in. 3 of them, 3 of them are having the leeches mark, and now with the blink, Bossy is gonna go down. Sorry, is it Bossy? Yeah, Bossy is just gonna.
Yeah, Bossy is already there.
Yeah, even Green has a follower. He's trying to remove the follower at this point, but I have to say, one of the things that is scary playing against a Dream Witch is definitely when the Dream Witch gets multiple hits onto you and no one is able to rescue. Look, the Cypher just stops straight away, Entity.
Yeah,
No one's
exactly.
decoding.
No one's decoding. One cipher is 69%, and two new cipher. It's tough for the survivor side. Either the acrobat has to go in for a rescue right away, or they should sacrifice. And in my opinion, a sacrifice is better because they are still short of the objective.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is like a really tricky situation. Like Bossy, that's the thing. Bossy's the one on the chair now. Green, gonna take that hit, but oh my god, he's not even able to reach.
Took a lich hit, so yeah, acrobat won't be able to get to the chair anyways.
Oh my god!
Oh, the connect, really?
My goodness, I thought that was a beautiful prediction by Green, but the bling, but he already folded. But you know what? Even after the leap, he still got hit. So very unfortunate for Fusion right there. But XC, I don't know entity. It looks like a very strong 4K at this point because ciphers are not moving. Everyone's injured. Two of them are on the chair, and no one is able to make the rescue. So XC very dominant in the first half. Sorry, in the second half right here. With the Dream Wish, and Bossy will be the first one to be sent back to the manor. Green will be following shortly after if no one comes to help. My goodness.
And Sally seems to be trying to get to Green chair, but it's already a patroller. Hit the chair! If I failed the blink. Oh my god, the Dream Wish able to trick the Hunter into hitting the chair, but Sally wasn't able to capitalize on the situation.
I mean, the rescue's not gonna happen. Yeah, XC's not gonna hit the chair again. Sally has to move away from that area. Sally's the only one without the leash at this point, but no one has the anti-curse. Mind you, entity, Momo doesn't have the anti-curse. Sally doesn't have the anti-curse. If Momo gets down here, XC can easily just go and leash up Sally and just catch up. And it's gonna be a 4K because it's the coffin has already been committed as well, so this looks like a slow struggle. The hit onto Momo down, right? Struggle,
just
4K.
Yeah, trying to prevent the inevitable. It's going to be a 4K because 2 survivor left and 3 survivor remaining. That's just impossible for the survivor side to pop over cipher unless the Dream Witch got too greedy and the princess is able to transition away to allow a bomber to self-heal.
I mean, it seems like it's a very tall order to ask from Fusion. I mean, they can do a lot of plays, but technically this is a losing position for Fusion because the moment you use up the self-heal, don't forget there's still another leash onto Momo. Momo has stood up already, but the leash is very nearby. The follower is so nearby, just ready to take down Momo. Look at the situation right here. The leash behind, the follower in front. Yeah, once Momo goes down and loses the self-heal, Sally's next. So XC is draining that resources right there.
Oh! Blink is available, but Momo was trying to bait out the blink.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dream Wish is the one with the tougher mind here. Wait the Bomber to dropping the pallet on the other side. So it is going to be a 4K. There's no way of avoiding this.
That's true. Oh, beautiful fly wheel.
Yeah, it's a charge side.
It is. But ultimately, they did what they could. It was a very intense match from both sides. XC just proving to be very dominant on the Dream Witch, but yeah, when we come into the tournament, yes, we are given the tournament server. There's a lot of factors contributing towards the environment, but ultimately, let's not forget this is a showcase of each region, and under the circumstances, let's just put on our best face forward and just show everyone what they're capable of, and that's exactly what Fusion did. They did their best. It's just very unfortunate that XC, just being very dominant, very well-known hunter in China, is just one step ahead of them and just towards their rescue left and right, getting hits onto everyone, and I feel like that was the beginning of the end in that situation. 3 ciphers remaining, but no one can touch it anymore. And I think that's why, right? The lack of army is the problem.
Yeah, it's hard for survivor team to heal Apicelza because they were all at half health. No one can go for a rescue apart from the acrobat, and if the acrobat is cut off from a rescue, the acrobat is gone. There's no rescue to be commenced. So that's why I recommend the survivor team to sacrifice, but they still want to go for a rescue. That didn't turn out well, and it's a 4K for MRC.
True. And you know what? Let's just look at the stats first. Like, XC has definitely did a lot of the works. He actually had a lot of the work cut out for him, and the survivor hits. Yeah, it's not exactly a lot, but he made all the hits count. Very beautiful sandwich situation in front in the beginning of the game against Sally, and then he just hitting left and right against the acrobat and then against the embalmer. So I have to say the key in playing, even at one point where there are 3 active leeches, yeah, XC is just crazy, man.
So, yeah, my god. Go for the priestess first, and then after getting 2 hit on the mercenary, immediately switch target and try to capitalize on the situation, because Fusion was transitioning from the cipher. They had Nicolo 2 cipher. They were transitioning to a new cipher, and XC was able to get hit onto the outer survivor, so that's prevent the rescue from happening. And Embalmer has to use the coffin. And that just killed the game immediately.
Yeah, the coffin wasn't. The coffin was meant to allow certain rescues to happen. We talked about it yesterday, right? Like Eli and I, we actually talked about it. Like, I was giving out questions, he was answering them. Like, how is an embalmer actually really good in giving a high opportunity for the team? Well, he has given a very detailed description on how it can be used to allow a survivor to escape in the late game and another survivor to escape through the gate. But it's not even late game here. The second situation is to use the coffin as something, put the coffin close to allow the rescue to happen for sure.
Yeah.
But here you can see that it didn't happen because even before the rescue happened, he was already hit and he was already injured, he was already down. So, well, GG, I have to say.
Yeah, GG. I mean, it was a great game. If the Embalmer saved that coffin and, try to self-heal and then go for the rescue after placing the coffin, it would have ensured a perfect rescue. Because that's what the Embalmer is meant to be used nowadays. Like, use the coffin either to transition far away from the hunter, but that doesn't go in according to plan because there was a follower at the Taylor's house. So he's better off leaving the coffin near the chair and try to go for the rescue, because that will ensure a rescue to happen.
Well, there's still round 2, so
there's still round 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ching H has done amazing, like getting a draw against MRC Survivor. Like, how many times can you actually perform that against one of the strongest teams in China right now, which is like the second runner-up of the China Finals IVL, which is MRC. So maybe Ching H will be able to pull off another upset over MRC, maybe another draw, and maybe even better, because there's a lot of ifs and what ifs. But I feel like if they're sending him out again, I think he should put them at a more comfortable situation where the survivors would probably, like just require maybe a draw or even a one-man escape to the next game.
And I feel like if the Hunter Fusion managed to get a 4K, they will have a very high chance of actually getting a second game, because the survivor side are now starting to get the feel of the international tournament. They did play very well at the early game sequence. It's just that at the mid game and the end game, they did some hiccup here and there. So they will try to negate that from happening, and also ban that rematch. That is a must. And we have the point here, 7-2 in round 1. A tie in round 1 is actually a tie in the first half from Tsinghua is actually quite nice, and it kind of gives the hope for Fusion to actually move further along in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is an international tournament, so regardless of the results, I think people are watching, right? So not only are we watching here in the English channel, there are also people watching in Korea, there are people watching in Japan, in China, and you know what? If you play outstandingly well, there's a very big possibility of getting high praises, of getting scouted. I mean, it happened to Sprinzer before. Like, I mean, Sprinzer was the one receiving praise from the Chinese community for his play in COA 5. So it can happen again. And even the what's this called? Even the Southeast Asia teams, there were a few players that got praises and said, if there are, and getting that feedback definitely helps the team to grow more. So I feel like being in this competition, regardless of the results, that's definitely something to bring back, something to win. Even if it's not iPhones, even if it's not the prize money, you still bring back experience, you still bring back memories, and you still bring back you won the people's heart, you know, and you get noticed, you earn fans. So I'd say it's a win-win situation. So
I mean, when you got recognized internationally, you are winning. You are definitely winning. And,
You're winning, son. You're winning, son.
Are you winning, son? Yeah, I'm winning. Remember when in COA 5, in the Southeast Asia qualifier, people were so impressed by Sneaky performance. You remember that, right? Like all the Chinese commentator and all the Chinese pro player try to get, you know, an understand of Sneaky gameplay. Like, that is just getting praises from them, and you know, it's bringing the international level of Identity V closer to each other.
For sure. Especially with Sneaky being a girl boss itself, like, you know, playing at that level, receiving praises, it has to be the best feeling ever, right? So, well, yeah, beautiful. A lot of opportunities as long as you keep your eyes open, looking left and right, and not giving up. So, I'd say nothing to lose, but everything to gain. I think that's the motto we have in life, you know, like the more, as long as you get up after you fall down, well, you're gonna bump into something good. You're gonna bump into something good along the road. Yeah, I always believe in that, you know. So yeah, and for you guys as well, nothing but the best for all of you guys. And yeah, well, we are still waiting for some updates, but in the meantime, we're just chilling. And
been chilling.
I knew you were gonna say that. Because when I said chilling, been chilling.
You are the one teaching me that, so.
Been chilling. I mean, why? Seriously, man. But yeah. Well, I'm just thinking about the possibilities of what they can play in the next round. I mean, which map are they go?
Let's think of the map,
I mean, MRC picked Chinatown, right? So next turn is gonna be Fusion picking. So in this situation, they want to remove the Dream Witch. So what map do you suggest? Like, if they want
Dream Witch and pick a large map for other character, because I know Fusion. Another interesting is will Mushin actually play for Fusion, or will it be Jing once again? Because I have a feeling that his Dream Witch will also be banned. And are there any characters that Jing can play in the big map?
I'm not really sure as well.
Yeah. I think if they want to play safe, Red Church and Arm Factory could be fine.
Arms Factory or Church? I mean, okay, I'll just have a really quick look at what I have here. Well, Ching, apart from the Dream Witch, I mean, there's definitely the Sculptor, you know, all these meta characters that can play. But again, I'm just thinking, like, MRC is definitely very well versed playing. Doesn't matter if you throw a Dream Witch, and you saw how they actually like. apart from the hiccup, right? They actually had such a good advantage against Dreamwitch.
Yeah.
They're also very well versed, like MRC. They are well versed against. Let's see. They are also well versed against Sculptor. They're also very well versed against Pollen. So, whatever mainstream hunter that you throw to them, they always manage to pull through. Like the stats are crazy, man. Like here it says the survivors they have a minimum of 2 escapes most of the time. Minimum of 2 escapes most of the time. So
very stable.
Very, very stable. And 2 to 3 escapes, sometimes 1. The only time that they got a 0 escape, they never get 4K. That's one thing to really note about. The one time they got 4K was by Dou. And Dou's Dongshan is crazy, right? So,
crazy, yeah, I know. Dongshan is actually crazy. So it's an exception, and yeah, to get to that performance level, the Hunter of Fusion has to do very well to be able to withstand the Survivor of MRC, because you know how well MRC Survivor coordinate and also support each other in the previous game. So in the next game, maybe ban the Priestess and the Seer. That would be better.
Yeah, that's true. It's so annoying having the Priestess, especially if you're gonna pick a big map, right? Or even if you pick Ever Sleeping. I mean, last game Ever Sleeping was banned, so who knows? Maybe they're gonna pick a balanced map, battle it out in Ever Sleeping Town. But you know what happens?
Yeah.
I mean, but you know what happens if it's a Ever Sleeping Town or a Red Church? I mean,
oh yeah.
And the clerk is a 4K clerk.
Yeah, but I believe Fusion is well versed against the clerk. They do have a clerk player in their lineup, so I do. They might have more experience in dealing with a clerk than GH yesterday. Because you see how GH dealt with a clerk yesterday. Because in Southeast Asia we don't really play clerk that much. So that's why GS don't really have a chance of going up against a clerk in the tournament, IVS. So, yeah.
Clark is still very annoying to face. Like, there's a way to counter it, like with an Explorer, with a Magician, but ultimately it's still very, very hard.
And if you pick Explorer or if you pick Magician, you kind of fall into the Hunter hand. If the Hunter didn't pick the clerk, that's the character that is rather weak against any other character like Anne and Violetta, which Xiao Chang can play.
True.
So
I mean, well, I'd say the most balanced map is still the Ever Sleeping Town and the Red Church. So
yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, so. Well, here's a message. I'm sorry I can't read your name. Nello, can you sing a song? A cute song.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
What? Why are you singing that song?
That's the cute song. No?
Twinkle, little star.
I mean, yeah.
Know how you are. I can't even remember the...
Oh my god.
I can't remember the lyrics because no one sang to me when I was a kid. There was no... Yeah. No, not exactly. I mean, they're busy making money, so not everyone has people sing songs to them at night. I mean, do you get songs at night before you sleep? When you're...
I do have headphones, and then I just play the song, and then I go to sleep. I don't really listen to singing.
I don't have headphones when I was a kid. Okay. Yeah, but yeah. Well. Just looking at the chat right here. Well, I'm just gonna say we are still waiting for the teams to get ready. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be worth waiting. I mean, MRC versus Fusion. This might be the conclusion in Game 2. What I feel like Game 2 is gonna be the conclusion for Fusion.
I still have hope. I still have hope in our
I have hope. Yeah, but objectively speaking, I feel like Game 1 was the chance for them. I would say the same thing which I said about GH as well. I said GH has the chance in best of 1. But if they couldn't get that win in best of 1, or even a draw, then best of 2 is only gonna get harder. It's only gonna get harder, and I'm gonna say the exact same thing about this condition, the situation with Fusion, because yeah, I mean the hope is still alive, but MRC, I mean, go down with style, man. Even if you go down with style. I will say that. I will say that. Like, yeah, don't don't give up and don't go down without fighting. Yeah, so that's the only thing I will say.
Inspirational.
Inspirational. What is this channel? What is this channel right here? Is this in
the I in identify stand for inspirational?
Oh, IVS, inspirational video sharing. I don't know. Oh, we shouldn't make that kind of free art. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Okay, talking about these players, right? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people aspiring. Like maybe there are some people who are thinking like, hey, I like playing video games. Hey, I want to try. I want to try and play video games and earn a living. You know, like maybe be a streamer, a Twitch streamer, maybe be a professional player. Well, here's a good news for you guys. This is the generation where you guys can do it. You guys can.
I did it already.
yeah, Entity is a perfect example. He's actually earning a living through social media, like, right? So, so I think that's a very wonderful opportunity here. So if any of you guys, okay, we're just gonna put it out here. If any of you guys want to do anything, go ahead. Like if you want to be a professional player, you want to be a professional commentator, you want to be a professional designer, a professional producer, go ahead. There's so many things you can do. You want to be a professional coach, you want to be a professional psychologist. Do you know that teams actually have like a team counselor? Yeah. It's actually a job. So there's so many jobs available for you guys, and I think it's a wonderful generation, a timeline for all of you to try out everything. So, and of course, if you guys want to do it, you can always reach out. You can always reach out to us. We have local community tournaments going on. If you feel like you can contribute your fan arts, if you feel like you can contribute in commentating, if you feel like you have friends who can always share, so please do.
And we gotta head into the match here. Fusion Survivor gotta go out up against MRC Xiaoqiang. Okay.
Xiaoqiang. Let's go.
I try my best, and it's going to be the Red Church after MRC banned Lakeside Village. Interesting. MRC don't want to play in a big map because it's a clerk. The clerk don't want to deal with a big map at all.
That is true. Oh my god! I'm just This is the potentially the make or break game. Like if XC get a 4K here, rest assured, Xinghe will have a hell of a time trying to get that equalizer score. So Fusion right here, the survivors definitely have to try to aim for at least a draw. I think that will be the best case scenario. Get a draw, and maybe from Xinghe's perspective, they could at least have a fighting chance. The Hunter could at least have a fighting chance. But I mean, anything except a 4-man elimination, that'll be the best.
Yeah, exactly. They should be able to get at least one person out, and there will be hopes for Fusion to at least bring it to the third game. So banning the Seer and the Priestess here coming from XE, and of course Fusion gonna take away the Dream Wish. Kind of force the Hunter to play the Clerk right here. Forward is available, and forward is actually a good counter to Clerk.
Yeah, they should pick it up. Like they should definitely pick it up, because if they don't pick it up and XE plays Clark, they have nothing to stop the Clark. Beautiful.
And you told about this earlier. The entomologist will be picked by the side of Fusion. Interesting. So they are still going for a very support-heavy lineup. Seems like it.
They are. So Acrobat's going to be taken out, but hey, there's still the patient. But I feel like they should get the machinery here, like in case something happens. I mean, for me, I would definitely love to see a machinery here plus a postman, but I'm not really sure if Fusion would want to bring out the postman here. Going with the patient is actually acceptable as well, like that distance against the Clark if XC decides to go with the Clark. So
yeah, banning the psychologist, so not allowing the couple to go into the game at all.
Yeah.
All right. So, will it be the Explorer for the decoder? Because postman is still kind of risky.
It is. I mean, just having one rescuer might be very, very hard. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they kind of had to get a decoder in their lineup, and yeah, they went for the postman. Still, kind of risky. A very risky play probably from a survivor side with this postman because the clerk can still cut you off from decoding.
Well, I think if we can learn anything from last game, it's that they weren't able to get the ciphers done enough. So I feel like with this lineup, they probably decide to reduce the amount of supporting that they can give, like entomologist and forward, enough. That's enough. And with the postman, at least he'll be able to boost the decoding of any other teammates with a tranquility letter. So I feel like this is actually a risk worth taking. Because if they decide to play scared, with another rescuer, I think the decoding might be too slow to create pressure.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes with this lineup.
Yeah, and the hunter. I actually kind of have a feeling that XC could totally go for the Violetta, the spider in this map. Yeah,
that's true.
I'm kind of having a feeling about that. I'm not entirely sure if actually want to. Oh yeah. Still gotta go with the clerk. All right.
Sure. I mean, Spider is just leaving it to chance because worst to worst, well, Spider cannot stop Cypher Rush. That's one thing for sure. Clark can, and why not? Because XC has shown so much power, so much dominance with Clark. With a 4K against GH in the first matchup, and now in the second matchup with another Clark. Yeah, Fusion. I like this choice of having more, with having a postman instead of having another rescuer. Well, at least we'll see.
Yeah, and also with a new spawn pick system. Picking the spawn at the graveyard area at the closest to the postman. So this might be actually very good for the clerk. Bossy has to be very careful. Oh, we're getting into the game already.
We are, and XC gonna go towards the middle. Bossy is just gonna run right past XC. What? And the dog. The dog missed.
Oh, really? That missed. Okay. Dodge the nice side step from the side of the clerk. There's actually a beast and a pallet already dropped for postman to make the transition.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, he has to be really careful though because XC already has a window vault ability, so he'll be able to block anytime.
Oh, another side step.
This is exactly what we are afraid of. I think when you are being recorded, I think the safe play would be just to camp the palace and just play the mind game with XC. But you know what? It's fine. And now look again, another one. Oh my god! Fortunately, he was stuck at that one side. Otherwise, it would have been so. My god, it would be so.
The only chance of you getting to kite against a clerk is you getting a pallet stun onto the clerk, because the pallet will be put up anyways, and not to mention, XC actually has excitement with the clerk once again.
Oh my god!
And yeah, the forward will be expanded all that football for nothing. He kind of had to make a stun rescue right now, or else he has to get another person to go in for the rescue.
Yeah, well, he can get another person to go for the rescue, but here's the thing, Green does not have the capacity to go for a second rescue if needed. And this is where things start to get scary. Look, 5 ciphers remaining. That would be almost a 2.5 ciphers kite, but again, my goodness, this is so hard to look at. Like Momo trying to bait that hit onto the chair, and XC, this is so annoying.
Bait the hit? and not body blocking at all. Yeah, leaving the postman down on the ground once again. But you look at the Cypher progress. Still 5 Cypher remaining. 2 Cypher is almost done. And this could potentially be the win for the Clerk, because now the Clerk has the ability to lock the Cypher away from the Survivor from decoding.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? We have to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's too soon to put a pin onto that. But I have to say though, like the decision to not get Flywheel at all. I mean, last Flywheel didn't really work that well for them, but Flywheel is still very important. But they're not getting the Flywheel at all this game.
Yeah.
And there's no stun rescue.
There's no stun rescue. There's actually there's a chance for Green to go for a stun right at the window there, and yeah, Forward didn't go for it because he was afraid that the assignment is online again, but it wasn't. Seems like Patient will be up for the rescue again, and now has the bees from the entomologist to support with the rebound kite.
Yeah, the bees definitely gonna. Oh my god! Instant down straight away. My goodness, so scary. But you know what? There's still a fighting chance. I mean, but I would say there's still a fighting chance. But we've seen this exact same situation yesterday where XC played 3 Cyphers remaining, and 1 Survivor has already been eliminated. But because of the Cypher control by the Clerk's ability to lock Cyphers, and you know, just CCTV lock Cyphers, record the decoding. Yeah, it's gonna be so hard to Cypher rush against XC now, especially since Postman is dead. Postman's gone.
And yeah, Postman's gone. No one is up to the coding task, and XC just got that pallet breaking recording. Momo kinda had to expand that hook to transition away from this area, and knowing that the Clerk didn't have Bling, I think Momo will have a very safe kite here.
Yeah, Momo has to make this kite count. Like, oh, okay, wonderful. Very, very nice mind games played there. Momo's gonna use its second hook. Transitioning towards the back gate. Let's not forget there's actually another Survivor decoding at this area. XC, he knows that, okay, Momo probably wouldn't be the one dropping the pallets, but he has to.
Oh, charge attack, but miss!
Oh, nice!
Unless he now has a pallet. Oh, straight up! And we'll go to the corner shot with excitement! My god! Nice job from XC with the Clerk. That excitement was used to the with the full potential. But now without the excitement, the Forward will have the ability to use a football to go for the stun. But is he really changing target right now?
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like he's very comfortable. He's very confident in getting all of the survivors down. Like, okay, look. Oh my god.
What? That connect really? Wow.
Yeah. Doesn't even need to use the skill to remove the pallets. And it's fine. He allows Momo to stand up again. He said it's fine. So he knows that Green is the last person with tight turner, right? So
yeah, that's true.
So
drop the pallet, not allowing the pallet to be used at all by the survivor side. Entomologist is providing the tinnitus that they need, and Momo will be kept out of the cipher. No, not putting the recording onto Momo. So Entomologist will be able to go for the rescue. Oh, hit the chair.
Beautiful! The chair hit, but oh my god, Forward's just gonna dash her away. I believe that when you got the chair hit and you have no tide, Sally would have made more sense for her to actually, you know,
body block. Yeah.
Yeah. But oh my god,
there's the recording. Yeah. That's just very tough for the survivor side to go to prevent at least a 3k right now. They have to heal up. They have to heal up, and they have to decode the final cipher. Momo will be locked up a cipher. And my god. Yeah, look at the cipher progress. They are about to be primed, but it's still short of being popped because the Clerk blocking the cipher away from a survivor is still annoying.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. They're trying to pop the ciphers. It's 80% each. Both ciphers are already at 80%, but the thing is, the moment you touch the cipher, XC is just gonna block it. And I think XC already knows that they're just gonna give up on Green because, you know, Green's just gonna die and no one will be able to rescue, and there's 2 survivors left at half health. Cypher is nowhere pop. So Sally needs to kite long enough for Momo to finish that cipher.
Axie will stay at the middle and look at the cipher in which Momo is decoding. Actually, transition to Momo cipher. Momo, can he pop the cipher? Not yet. 6% short. And we'll have to use the hook to transition. Look at the wrong cipher coming from the clerk.
My god.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow, again. This blink. We saw the same thing yesterday against GH, and you know the performance is not in any way less impressive.
My goodness, this like how does he blink so good? And Sally, gonna be blocked!
That block of the window with that window recording. Wow, really. Yeah. Total domination from the clerk, and that's why the clerk has been moving up in the meta ladder. They actually, the side of Fusion had a chance of getting a draw, but yeah, you can see the clerk bringing excitement is actually a smart choice, because that entirely nullifies the support potential coming from the forward.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention, honestly, before the start of this game, I was thinking, yeah, Postman could be worth the risk, you know, to rush the cipher. But when the clerk chases the Postman first, and the Postman died at 5 ciphers remaining, it feels like, yeah, it's really hard. And at that moment, I was thinking, maybe if Momo actually went with the batter, that would have forced the, like excitement once for the forward, but hey, you still got the batter to make something happen, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to have a weakling.
Better if they played the long game and let one person decode, but well, I don't know. But ultimately, they did their best. But Xyz Clark, second time in a row, yesterday and today, 4K. So the one situation that Fusion absolutely must not allow has happened, and they did.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's going to be very tough for the Hunter Fusion here to get a 4-man from this, because the Survivor side can play safe. The Survivor side of MRC can play with a very safe lineup to go for the tie, and you know that's enough for them. They could even go with a one-man escape, and they would take the win from this matchup. But yeah, as we see, they all kite for quite long. The patient actually kite for more than 2 minutes, also with the forward.
Yeah. Green and Momo definitely kite a substantial amount of time. Sally with the most decoding going on, but ultimately it wasn't enough to even give pressure to XC, because again, the cipher decoding block, the cipher block is just so good, and you've seen how dangerous the Clark is, especially when you try to drop the pallet. Yeah, the normal drop pallet strategy against Hunter is not going to work with the Clark. That's not going to work with the Clark.
It's not going to work with the Clark. If you want to drop the pallet, you have to ensure that the pallet stun happen to the Hunter, or else you kind of put yourself into the situation where you give a free hit to the Hunter, because the Hunter can just put the pallet up right away, or use the recording to break the pallet. Yeah, that's just unavoidable for the Survivor side, and yeah, we saw that clearly from the game that we just saw. Xiao Chang demonstrate the Clerk gameplay very well, to be honest. And it's 5-0 for the side of MRC, with a lead of 12-2, so a pretty big lead. And if they want to put it into round 3, the Hunter Fusion have to go for 4K.
Yeah, it's a very tall order for Qing Huan to do it. And even if he gets a 4K, it's only going to bring them to the next game. It's still not
tough. Yeah, because the 5-point deficit is still there from the first game. Yeah. And now the distance is just getting further and further away.
Yeah, but I would say this: even if they lose, they have to try their best not to lose a lot of points. Okay, they have to make sure they don't lose a lot of points, because ultimately, a win or a draw or a lose, even if you lose or draw or win, they will all contribute towards points. And in this group stage, there are 4 teams there are four teams in each group, right? So only 3 teams will be moving on forward. So you have to get the most points so that you will stay in the top 3. If you absolutely cannot get the lowest points, otherwise you will end up in the bottom, and you'll be going home straight away after group stages. So yeah.
And yeah, we're gonna head into the band pick of the second half of round 2 right here. Xinhuan will still be the hunter for Fusion with the side of MRC Survivor. Respect banning that Priestess and the Seer will be the wise choice. Or, take out that forward, because that's still a great supporter, a great harasser for MRC to be utilized.
Yeah. The normal bans, Seer. I mean, I'm really curious what he will play though. Yeah, but I think regardless, he definitely needs to take out the Seer. They definitely take out the Seer, the forward. I think those two are really, really dangerous, especially when it comes to playing in Red Church. So Seer, Priestess. Okay, that's really good as well. I mean, Priestess does provide a lot of support, and that's really annoying.
Yeah. And yeah, Xinhuan will ban that Seer and the Priestess. So the forward will be up for grab. Respect banning that Dreamwitch from the side of MRC. Great call, because they did see the potential of Xing getting that 4K in the previous game. So they will not let that main character from Xing to be used in the second game right here. For the picks, could be a Mercenary and the forward and the Patient. So not going for the Mercenary at all. Alright, so there's still 2 bans left for Qing. The Patient is up in the Survivor side. And the Acrobat is still a great kinder. The Mercenary could be banned, with banning the Postman to prevent the decoding potential coming from the side of MRC. Will they pick the Barmaid again? Because the Barmaid is still a good kinder in... actually going for the Entomologist for the support potential. So kinda like a mirror game with Fusion in the previous half, with the Entomologist, the Patient, and the forward here. The Postman is banned, so MRC might have to go for another decoder, or they could forget the decoding position entirely. Now with the Mechanic ban, absolutely removing the decoding potential.
I mean, he's taking away so many decoding decoders. A Bonbon play, a Sculptor play. I mean,
I could see the Sculptor, to be honest.
Sculptor
play
is
inbound, and Psychologist. Oh
my god, the couples are gonna be so annoying, especially with the. That's actually a skill that they don't really utilize a lot, where it's a speed buff when you're running towards your partner.
Yeah, that's.
So it can be really annoying. We'll see. We'll see.
So. I see a Sculptor inbound. That could happen. With the Sculptor could also be a counter to the Psychologist, because you could do chip damage to the stress relief. I think the only thing that Qing has to be worried about is the Entomologist bees and the support potential coming from the forward.
Yeah, I mean the bees are definitely going to be very annoying if Qing H decides to play the Sculptor. I mean, it's at this level, right? It's really hard to get a chip damage onto the survivors, especially when you play the Galatea. What more to say when there's a bee hindering you from going in and out of the church? You know that the middle of the church is really, really strong for transition, to provide support. And in this case, there's an Entomologist and a forward, like what you mentioned. It's going to be so hard. And for Sing H as well, even if he misses the stun and gets injured, there's always a Psychologist to provide the healing, the Wi-Fi healing. So yeah, this is not the optimal condition for Qing H, but he does have another 15 seconds to decide who's gonna pick.
He will go for the sculptor right here, and seems like yeah, that's reasonable. If he wants to go for the 4K, the sculptor is probably the best choice for him. With this lineup though, it's tough to go for any of the character other than the psychologist. But the psychologist will have to take. You will have to deal 3 hits to the psychologist in order to bring her down. So it's still a tough target to go for.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, well, Ching H, that's the thing, because you have this main hunters, and technically speaking, Dream Witch, Sculptor, they are very, very strong, and they are the go-to hunters in the meta, especially when you're trying to go to rank. I think these are the hunters that you usually see having the most success, like in getting a 4K. And that's exactly what Ching H is going for. But the problem is, when you know that this hunter is meta and you play so many times against this, MRC, they've seen the Dream Witch so much. They've seen the Sculptor so much. So I feel like Sculptor is going to be something that they are familiar with. And look, even the font selection, they're sandwiching Ching H. It's like saying, you know what, we're sandwiching you, we're forcing you to pick this spot. Take your pick, who you want to chase. Take your pick.
Yeah, it's pick your poison.
Yeah, everyone, you can chase anyone. You know what? We're gonna run so far. It's gonna be so hard.
Yeah, the forward will be at the middle to provide the necessary harassment and the rescue. Xiaodi at the shack, Huosi at the wedding, and Angel Dong Dong will be near the graveyard area, sandwiching the sculptor at the backgate area right there. Interesting. Now let's see the persona tree from all the characters. So 1 flywheel, 2 broken window, and 1 Titan are coming from the forward.
Yeah, and as for Ching H, the sculptor has a 6-9. So, if he brings 6-9, it's definitely gonna be a teleport, right? Because, and if you bring a teleport, you have to depend solely on your.
The cooldown is actually not for a teleport. I believe that is for a blink. So.
Oh my god! Is this
a very risky play? Yeah.
It is. I don't feel like this is a 4K kind of. But we'll see what happens. Like Angel DD, taking the first card.
Oh, able to get the chip damage, and also the normal attack sneak in from that statue push.
Wonderful start by Ching H, keeping the dream of fusion alive.
Oh, the forward, yeah.
Yeah, the head bomb, and he's like, bye. And this like the red chest is so hard for the hunters. You know, the support can happen everywhere. But Angel DD, wow, making the rotation, and the sculptor is just cutting her off straight away. But the beast, hello, the beast are gonna slow her.
The beast will slow down the path of the Qinghuan. Still, there's still a lot of palette and sculpture to be utilized. Now in this narrow corridor, Jing will have to get at least 1 chip damage and a normal attack to bring down this psychologist. And wasn't able to do so with that normal attack.
Yeah, I mean, psychologist, technically she still has 1 more chip damage and 1 hit. So Angel DD
Oh, that's so dangerous. That could have been a chip damage for Ching there. And one cipher has been done. Use the CCTV skill to try to put a stop to Angel Dong Dong kiting route. But yeah, it's not going so far. He's getting kite out from the graveyard to the back gate and now to the middle breakable.
Angel DD is doing so good now. Technically, she kited like, even though it's 3 ciphers remaining, she technically kited more than that. She kited 3 ciphers. So yeah, but with the help of the automologist, and that's why you can see like Jiao Di is so proficient with bees. They just make minimal attempts to create distance for the psychologist to extend the kite. But this is where it gets interesting. Like, it's 3 ciphers remaining. Technically, it's 2 ciphers remaining, and it's the Angel DD's first chair. But they don't know if what trait Ching H has. It could still be a teleport. It could still be an excitement. It doesn't have to be a blink. So, yeah.
They have to be very careful with his skill. Oh, Xing leaving the chair. Now allowing the forward to go in for a very easy rescue. Able to get a chip damage, but it's still not great. Allowing a free rescue coming from the side of the survivor. I don't understand that decision at all. Really.
Yeah, I mean, but it's okay. At least he forced the rescue to happen earlier, and forward does have a chip damage. So Angel DD is going to be the first one to be sent home. But again, MRC not being really greedy. They know that the minimum requirement for them to win in game number 2 is just a 1 survivor escape. So they're not going too crazy. 1 cipher remaining at 70%. Best case scenario for Ching H here is just a draw, I would say.
Yeah, they rescue past half, but yeah, the cipher is already primed. By the time Jing Huan get to the cipher, it will be popped for the survivor team. Now, we'll try to prevent the decoding from happening, but yeah, it's too late for the survivor now. Well, for the blink, and we'll be able to down the entomologist.
I mean, this happened again, right? Like last game, the same thing happened, but you know what? This time, they don't really care because, like what I said, 1 survivor out is the bare minimum, and
the gate is open.
The gate's open. Yeah, it's a draw. So the score, not too bad actually. I mean,
yeah, another 7-2.
Another 7-2. That's 14-4. So, in terms of the points, I would say that they're not in the bottom if you come to group stages.
Yeah.
But
yeah, congratulations MRC.
Congratulations.
They don't have a very.
Yeah, Miracle Crown. Congratulations. And yeah, beautiful performance right there. XC, very impressive as always. Definitely looking forward more towards XC. But for Fusion, very, very well fought game. Especially Ching H, managing a draw 2 times in a row. I have to say that's very impressive.
Yeah, with a Chinese team that's just crazy. Like you get a draw against a top tier IVL level team. That insane. So commendable job for the side of Jing Huan right there, and also for Survivor Fusion for putting up a very great fight. Like we just saw the potential of them getting a great result. It's just that XE is too good of a hunter.
Yeah, that for sure. But you know what? I'm actually looking forward to COA, the upcoming COA, because with COVID slowly going away now, like most of the population getting vaccinated and whatnot, I would say that if they have an offline event, it will definitely help a lot with all the players being at the same place playing. Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. But before that, Entity, so the points is 14-4. So if you compare it to yesterday's game of MRC as well, that's 16-3. Am I correct? 16-3.
16-3 or to 2, if I remember correctly. So yes, they are. Fusion is at a higher position than GH as of now.
Yeah.
So the battle against the battle of GH against Fusion is going to be very interesting. It will decide who will be the one not in the bottom of their group.
Yeah, that's true. But we'll just have to see how GH does later, because guys, don't forget the third matchup we're gonna see GH again. So it's definitely gonna be a chance for them to try and get their rankings higher. But ultimately, guys, let's just remember that round A, Group A and Group B, there are only 3 teams that are gonna, with the highest points, that are gonna make it to the playoffs. So 3 teams from Group A, 3 teams from Group B, and right here is the final result, 14-4. So not too bad. So not getting 10-0. So that's something for that's a start.
That's a start. That's a something. That's that's a commendable performance from the side of Fusion. They are not putting on a tough fight against MRC.
Yeah.
And I would love to see more from Fusion, because with a performance like this, it's going to be very fun to see them against in the tournament. But yeah, MVP goes to XE.
Oh, no surprise. 2 times in a row. Yesterday, the Clark. Today, it was the Dream Witch, and rightfully so because it is 2 ciphers remaining, a better deduction time, and yeah, actually, very happy right there with the Oppa Korean love sign going on and that smile. Definitely looking very strong coming into the Group A's. I'm not surprised if MRC actually dominated Group A because right now they are 2-0. They never lost. Haven't lost yet.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the top team in China with the one of the top performer in IVS. So I mean that's not surprising at all. With the performance like this, they are on top of the IVL leaderboard. But yeah, to see that the international level of players going up against like this and seeing how fun it is, I'm waiting to see more. I'm anticipating more from IVS.
For sure. And not to mention that GH later is going to be there's still another team that we haven't seen yet in Group A, which is Scars. And I have to tell you, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Scars is from Japan. They're really, really strong. They came in second after ZETA. So Scars actually brought ZETA through the full BO5s. They actually brought them all the way to game number 5. So it shows how strong Scars is. I mean, if you've seen how ZETA played with Alf, with the survivor teams of ZETA, super strong, right? So Scars being able to bring it to a game 5, GH and Fusion not out of the hot soup yet.
Yeah.
They have to face Scars first, and ultimately they're gonna face each other. So
it will be fun to see the matchup of that. And yeah, before that we're gonna go to a very short break, so don't go anywhere. More of IVS when we come back.
Let's get this one, bro.
I can't.
Coming back. I'm in the tower.
波外虫子。
不是，翻杆，
可以
拉过来，可以来火。
展现好了吗？
展现好。
What is the blessing you received? ordinary physique. A telepathic mind.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. tries to come us without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. I knew this come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. I knew this come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, and take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices on the madness I foresee? So I weigh my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fate of mine forgive me and I'll be gone? The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. To my sins I washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. I knew this come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. I knew this come, I'll be reborn.
Hey, welcome back, guys, for another IVS Stellaris Challenge, day number 2. First matchup just now was intense with Entity, but right now Entity's gonna take a short break, and the dashing Eli O is gonna step in, and he'll be commentating this next matchup with me. So, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, we saw exciting matchup earlier on, MRC and FZN. So MRC very convincing victory, which is definitely something we'd expect from a IVL level team. So it's very nice to see them come out and play. Of course, FZN Survivor side did struggle a little bit, but they're still able to accumulate enough points, which they're right now very evenly matched with GH, actually a few points above them. So that's going to be a close race in the long run. We'll see how that plays out. But for now, we do have the team RD we saw yesterday actually play very strong against Weibo, which is a bit of a surprise. We don't really see the HongKong, Taiwan, Macao region come out and they haven't had great performances in the past, but actually had a very close matchup against the second place IVL team. So that's definitely very convincing. Now up against ZETA, the #1 team out of Japan. So this might even be more challenging for them. I don't know. We'll have to see how this ultimately plays out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with ZETA, ZETA's definitely also a very fierce team. And like what you mentioned, champion in its own right in Japan region. And even in the Group B stages as well, you can see that WBG, ZETA, both of them have already acquired 1 win each. So RD and Nice, I have to say, RD and Nice, technically they have to fight for to be in the top 3 spot, because right now RD is down by 1 game. So RD has to make this count against ZETA. Even if it means the least they have to do is at least minimize the point, I would feel. Try and get more points. But we're gonna look at the survivors lineup. Zikai from RD, arguably the captain of the team, plays he plays the Weeping Clown. Also plays the Embalmer, so that's one thing to spot out from Zikai coming out from RD.
Yeah, definitely. Weeping Clown, a character we don't really see used as much in some of the global regions, but some also will opt to use it. We've seen this Hong Kong region use it. We've seen Japan use it a little bit as well. So, it's kind of an interesting character. When Weeping Clown came out, a lot of people kind of set it to the side, didn't really consider it to be that strong of a character, but considering that it's decoding debuff, his decoding debuff is not that bad compared to something like a mercenary or forward, and he has good transition kiting abilities. It makes him a pretty strong character overall. We do have CY from RD here as the Postman. Postman, we see a very prevalent character in the current meta, very strong for the decoding. And not a bad kiter as well with that dog, so we'll probably most likely see that come out from CY at some point in this match.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love dogs, right? Especially a dog that can deliver the letter of hope, the letter of tranquility to your teammates. I have to say, one of the best decoders out there, and CY, coming from a very heavy decoder-based team composition, gearing towards the draw-based team composition. That's their go-to character for CY, the Postman.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to have Pin as well. We saw Pin yesterday. I believe on, I think it's the Acrobat, if I'm not mistaken, in yesterday's match. I could be wrong, but we do have also on the Seer as well. Yeah. So we're going to see that Seer and Acrobat, both characters, that can definitely come out here. Most likely we're not going to see the Seer available, depending on who plays Hunter first, but we typically would see the round 1 Dream Witch from Vampy on the side of ZETA, so most likely going to see an immediate Seer ban there, and probably the Acrobat has a follow-up. And the last player, we have Tang here with the forward there now.
Yeah, I mean, technically he is the Survivors coach, but it looks like today he's coming in to play. I mean, having been down 1 game yesterday, RD is probably thinking about upping their game today and just, trying to get at least 1 win to secure their spot in the top 3. And Tang, with the forward play, like what you said, definitely a player that they need, because in yesterday's comp, we didn't see a single forward at all, Eli. So maybe this is the difference that they're looking for. Maybe this is what they want. Tang.
Definitely a possibility. And from the Hunter side here, it is a bit slow to load in. But we do have one of the Hunters, of course, PP Choff from the side of RD. Has multiple Hunters available. We saw Breaking Wheel. Okay, we're going to actually look at our other Hunter first. UKG, who is a Bloody Queen player, also actually can play Photographer. We did see him use Photographer in the previous Call of Abyss tournament. So I guess it looks like maybe no PB Cha from RD today. We didn't see that there. So
yeah, UKG stepping in for PP Cha, and even Tang stepping in for YT, and well, we have to see now. Right up next will be ZETA's player introduction. Dolisu will be the first one being featured here with the Priestess. So yeah, Priestess is definitely a character that you want to utilize a lot, whether it's in a small map or a big map. And from the judge of things yesterday, ZETA definitely slayed with the Priestess. Dolisu also plays the Weeping Clown, an emerging meta, I feel. Yep. And even an entomologist and a magician. So that's a pretty variety of characters that he plays.
Yeah, definitely. We also have Kazuneko as well. Mostly known for forward, actually. He's listed as acrobat, but he's actually mostly on the forward there for ZETA. So we're definitely going to see that come out as well. Actually, arguably one of the strongest kiting players out of the Japan region. We've seen some pretty impressive forward kites from him as well. So I'm very excited to see what he's able to bring to the table here against UKG. I actually kind of thinking about how this matchup plays out. I'm when we talk about these characters and what each player can play, you kind of consider what hunters they'll probably go against, and then they'll pick their characters based off of that. But against UKG, we don't really know. I mean, he's got Photographer, he's got Bloody Queen, so those are kind of interesting picks. We don't really see in round number one. We also have Mochi here, Mercenary, as well as Patient from his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Mochi, he was very stable, rightfully so, featuring the Mercenary. Yesterday, he dodged all of the statues, and he managed to rescue against Metal's Sculptor, dodging all the statues, and rescuing at 49%. Very risky, but he makes it work all the time. He gets that rescue done, so definitely something you have to watch out for. And next up, featuring Sasori with the Mechanic. Yeah, did we see a Mechanic yesterday, Eli?
No, I think Sasori mostly actually plays Enchantress, if I'm not mistaken. We actually saw an early round Enchantress. Early round Enchantress from ZETA. So that's definitely a character that we'll probably see come to the table at some point. Maybe not in round one if they're expecting a Bloody Queen, but as the match progresses, Enchantress, of course, would be fine against single hit hunters. Who anything that either chip hunters or singlet hunters that don't have long range abilities, such as the Bloody Queen, Enchantress is strong against. So if we did see a Photographer, Enchantress would be perfectly fine there. And PB Chops to bring out something like Sculptor, Bonbon, or Breaking Wheel. That would also be a potential possibility. And the Hunter. We do have 2 hunters for ZETA. The starting hunter typically here is Vampy with the round 1 Dream Witch, a Blink Dream Witch, which is not something we see every day, but it is something that Vampy consistently goes to in a lot of round 1 situations.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday Vampy not enjoying a lot of success yesterday with the Blink first, and nice survivors, they were actually giving him a hard time. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Vampy coming out with the Dream Wish. I mean, he is an Aspect Dream Wish, so maybe he's woken up since yesterday's game, and today he's gonna try and bring something more to and show us what his Dream Witch is made of. But otherwise, usually in BO2, BO3s, if it comes to BO3, the usual thing that we usually see is ZETA bringing in Alf. So another thing to look forward to, Eli.
Yeah,
Alf
definitely. Yeah, Alf usually comes out in the second 2 rounds. Is usually what we've seen. Actually, in the older AL team, which is sort of like the previous ZETA, we would see Vampy actually be the hunter that comes out for the last 2 rounds. If you remember, Yanasa was the old hunter back with AL, and then they transitioned over to ZETA, picked up Alf, and now Vampy's transitioned into the round 1 Dream Witch, and Alf has become the later round hunter with Geisha, Bonbon, Sculptor, Bloody Queen, a lot of those round 2 and 3 hunters. So we do have the starting lineup here. ZETA, Vampy on the hunter side, up against the RD survivors. RD picking Survivor first, or RD on Survivor first, most likely means they did pick it, which means that there's a good chance ZETA had round 1 map selection here. And we typically liked, a lot of the Japanese teams love to go with the round 1 Ever Sleeping. We see over in China, they typically favor Chinatown. However, with the Japan region, they typically go, especially for the Dream Witch players, the round 1 Ever Sleeping Town.
So it's a high possibility that we will be seeing an Ever Sleeping Town. And yeah, I mean, it's really great that they're sending in their survivors. Usually what RD would have loved to go to is to send the hunters out first, and depending on the hunters' performance, they are gonna respond with their team composition, whether to rush the cipher or play defensively. So that's typically the plan, but looks like it's not happening now in this best of 1 first half. Yeah, very excited to see which map is gonna be chosen. I mean, have we seen the map bans and map selection yet?
I don't believe so. So we'll have that up in a moment here, but
more time to savor their looks.
I would imagine. I mean, I think it's gonna be Eversleeping.
I would too.
If a Japan team has an option to pick map, that's usually what they go for. Although there is a chance that RD bans it, because considering that UKG is the round 1 hunter, he's trying to play Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's not exceptionally strong on Eversleeping Town, so it could be that that was definitely a ban option for them. Again, considering that the Japan region loves to go Eversleeping Town.
Yeah. I mean, if they banned Eversleeping Town, well, they could easily go for the Chinatown pick, right? Like, the opposing team can easily go for the Chinatown pick. And like what you said, Japan, they definitely love maps like this, like Eversleeping Town, Chinatown. So those are the two choices that they can go for. So yeah, I'm just having a really tough time trying to pinpoint which is actually Tang. I believe that's the one above Kai. Is that actually Tang, or is that YT? That's Tang, right?
I think it's Tang. Yeah, top left corner. Right?
Yeah, top left corner. So yeah,
I guess they want that forward option, right?
Yeah, forward. I mean, having a forward definitely ups their game, right?
Right.
Yesterday they had nothing. They had nothing to offer when it comes to harass. So today, yeah, maybe RD's ready for that harass stun situation where they can create with the availability of Tang. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll definitely see for sure. And yeah, it definitely gives them options to work with as well. So we are going to get into our picks advance here. Vampy on the Hunter side, I would imagine. If it is Eversleeping Town, okay, it looks like. Whoa, this is not at all what we expected. So it looks like ZETA bans Sacred, RD picks Arms, and
which is good.
Yeah, but then ZETA picks Hunter first, which is not typically standard. We usually see Survivor get chosen first, so that's interesting. But yeah, it looks like okay. So this is gonna be a little bit different. We're probably gonna see a Seer ban first here. I would imagine. With the inclusion of Tang here and the forward available, there's a good chance we see forward Barmaid be the first two locks. Two very strong characters against Dream Witch. The only thing you have to consider is because Vampy... Oh, he bans forward first, so he immediately sees, I guess, maybe trying to target down Tang's forward there. And it could be that Vampy's trying to play something else like a Clerk as well, but yeah, I mean, forward's a reasonable ban here. There's a good chance Survivors will go Seer. Seer Mercenary, Seer Barmaid, Seer Psychologist, some combination of those characters.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still the option of picking up, like what you said, a Barmaid, but yeah, they're just gonna opt for the Mercenary Seer combo. I mean, Seer is still pretty good, especially if it's still against the Dream Witch. But just going back towards the idea of having Vampy play first, well, maybe it's just for him to. I would say that maybe it's just for him to be stress-free. Like, you know, you're playing with a clean sheet. A clean slate, because yesterday you didn't do really good. So today they're just like, you know what, just do your best. Whatever the outcome, we're gonna cover you with the Survivors lineup. So maybe that's what they're going for. And now with the Patient ban, so is it still gearing up towards a Dream Witch pick here, Eli?
It's less likely now. The fact that we see forward first, Patient second, this indicates more towards. Yeah, I don't know. It's more towards Clerk, I would say, but I don't know if Vampy plays Clerk. We haven't really seen him use it that much, so yeah, Acrobat lock in here as well. Yeah, this is a very interesting set of bans. I mean, typically we'd see Seer first. We would see something like Psychologist, Barmaid, Acro ban here for a Dream Witch. And because RD gave Vampy Arms Factory here, it seems like he'd want to play Dream Witch, but he's really going. Yeah, I mean.
Well, maybe he's going for the mind games. Who knows? Like, maybe he still tries to go for the Dream Witch, but he's trying not to ban all these things so that they'll be like,
mechanic.
Mechanic.
That can't be a Dream Witch. There's no way.
Oh, okay.
I don't see it. Unless he's just like, we could be getting mind game now. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, this is not standard Dream Witch. I mean, mechanic. Forward ban right away is already not common for a Dream Witch. Patient ban is almost never for a Dream Witch, and Mechanic ban is also almost never for a Dream Witch. So I would imagine this set of bans looks like Bonbon, or small chance at Clerk, but I don't see it being a Dream Witch at all here.
Yeah, for sure. Because if it's a mind game, I'd say they're doing it really good. Because RD is not picking up Armade, not picking up Psychologist. They probably think that Vampy is not gonna risk it with a Dream Witch pick best of one. Probably wants to change up something, like what you said, maybe a Clork, maybe a Bonbon. But ultimately, we have another 40 seconds before we ultimately see if it's a mind game or if he's actually not gonna commit to Dream Witch and decides to go with another selection. But let's make it fun. I'm gonna say Dream Witch.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting is he still actually gets a pretty good comp for playing Dream Witch against, so he might actually still play it. Because like again, these bans are not Dream Witch bans, but then the survivors also didn't really pick characters that go well against a Dream Witch. So there's a chance. I mean, obviously Seer Acro are great. Postman not so much. So it still gives him a chance to play Dream Witch based on this comp. I mean, RD kind of gives Vampy an option to play whatever he wants. I mean, you can play Bonbon into this, you can play Sculpt, you can play Clerk, you can play Dream Witch, you can play anything into this and you'd be fine. So RD did, I mean, they picked a pretty standard comp, but they didn't really pick anything that counters anything in particular. So it does open up a lot of options for Vampy here.
For sure. But yeah, in another 30 seconds, we will be able to finalize what Vampy is gonna pick. But regardless of the results, it's totally understandable. Like, I agree with you. They're kind of setting him up to play whatever he wants, but if I was Vampy, I mean, I would like to see him redeem himself with the Dream Witch, but at this point, he has to really start scoring some points for his team.
Yeah,
and,
Bonbon.
Yeah, not gonna go with the Dream Witch. Yeah, Bonbon.
Yeah.
I think he just wants to get a little bit of points for his team because Dream Witch so far is not working for him. So we'll see.
Yeah, after yesterday's match, it was a bit of a rough start. So he's going to switch to Bonbon here, which means he's only trying to tie. I mean, the thing is, I think this actually works okay for RD because if UKG's playing Hunter first, he'll probably play Bloody Queen round 1. So if he goes Bonbon here, UKG plays Bloody Queen, we're probably going to see a 4-4 for this first round, realistically. The only problem with that is RD did pick map, so you're losing your map pick for a tie, which is not a great transition. It's not a great trade-off for RD, so it's kind of like it's kind of interesting that they would start UKG because he doesn't really have a lot of win. I mean, maybe he'll just play like a Photo, but Photo's not very
too
good.
risky though. Yeah, I mean, you can easily you can have the potential of getting a 3-man escape or even a 4-man escape against Photo. So yeah, that's kind of too risky for them to pick. But you know what? Anything can happen. Like even in the chat, thanks for the info as well. Let's see the names here. Yeah, I'm seeing I Love You Rika saying that he is a Bonbon S1. Okay, so
yeah, Vampy has been Bonbon S1 in China, but it's not. But the point is like strategically, Bonbon's not a hunter you typically bring out in round number 1, right? You want to go out and you want to play an aggressive hunter that has win potential, such as a Dream Witch. And you try to win things right away. Yeah, for those of you who do actually watch, I actually watch Vampy streams sometimes. Well, it's quite enjoyable. But and he does play a lot of Bonbon there, and he does try to go for top Bonbon. But I mean, again, realistically, it's okay to play Bonbon later rounds, but round 1, you don't really see, it's not very common because, again, you're trying to win round number 1, you're trying to come out aggressively, you come out with a tie hunter like Bonbon, you put a lot of pressure on your survivors to do well.
Well, maybe that's the plan though. Like, I totally agree with you. Like, it's not exactly a 4K hunter, but we've seen Alf on it. We've seen Alf getting a 4K on it. So Vampy might be able to pull something off. If Dream Witch is not working, forcing something to happen again might not be his choice. So we'll just have to see if he will be able to make Bonbon work, because Alf definitely made it work against Nice, and this is RD. That was against the Korean team, and this time it's against the Hong Kong Macau team. So yeah, I will have to quote Albert Einstein here, trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Maybe that's where he's coming in. Like, you know what? Nah, no more Dream Witch for me. I know it's a 4K hunter, but so far I'm not delivering. So why not try and get a draw? And hey, you know what? ZETA has been doing great. ZETA survivors have been getting consistent 2 escapes, 3 escapes, 4 escapes. So they're doing really well. So why not gamble on it?
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I guess it makes sense. It's just like it's still one of those situations where you're probably going to see a round of Bloody Queen. So it's like, I don't know. But I guess ZETA is also trying to take the trade off of like, you know, we're playing on opponent's map selection. If we're able to tie, then it's still favorable for us in the long run.
That's true.
So that's usually what a lot of teams go for when you have map pick on somebody else's map. Then you try to come in, you try to at least tie that round. If you're able to tie on opponent's map selection, you're okay. You're in an okay position. So I think that's kind of the idea there, and probably the game plan. It really goes to show as well that Vampy hasn't really been. I guess Vampy hasn't really been able to play Clerk as well, because Clerk would have also been good in that situation against that team comp. So I think this is kind of showing to a lot of teams that Vampy's kind of two hunters are Bon Bon and Dreamwitch. So we haven't really seen. It's kind of interesting. ZETA doesn't really have Clerk options for the most part. Vampy hasn't shown it at all. Alf maybe would bring it up, but hasn't really seen that. So it's gonna be interesting how that plays out. Again, you love to see round 1 Dreamwitch into round 2 Clerk. It's just such a strong setup for your survivors to do well. But right now, it's a bit of that could be the one downside for ZETA, because typically they're very consistent with their survivors. But as for the hunter side, very consistent with Alf. Vampy is very strong, but he does sometimes struggle with consistency in tournaments, as we did see yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah, very unfortunately. But you know what? Maybe he's gonna turn his tide, turn his luck this time around, get a 4K with a Bon Bon. But regardless of the results, I would still say one of the best survivor teams here in the tournament. I would still have to say Weibo Gaming is one. ZETA is another one as well. So ZETA definitely cannot be underestimated. I think they played very stable. So even if Bon Bon, even if Vampy gets a draw here, I see no reason why ZETA couldn't manage a 3-man escape or even a 4-man. So I feel like draw is the borderline for Vampy here, and the survivors are the ones that are going to be wrecking in the points. But that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think, again, going into this matchup as well for RD is that this is a very... pool for them. They can take down Nice as well, which is a team out of Korea, but again, since RD's already lost one match, they have to win the next two if they want to start out in the winner's bracket in the playoffs. So going this matchup against ZETA is going to be very important for them, but it's the best team out of Japan. I mean, it's really tough. This is like the Wolves of Japan, essentially.
Wolves of Japan.
So it's really difficult. Not only do they have very strong survivors, they have a very strong hunter side as well. But we did see UKG. I think it was UKG actually played against SST in the previous KOA. And of course, this is a very similar team to SST, a lot of the similar players. And he was able to, he got a tie one round with Bloody Queen, if I'm not mistaken. And he had a almost tie with Photographer as well. So he's been pretty consistent against the ZETA Survivor team, or at least a lot of the similar players. But I think realistically, it's not really too difficult. I think UKG is prepared for this. But the big question is, how can RD survivors against round 1? It's gonna be very important they can at least draw against Vampy. Then you got to go into Alpha, and that's when things get really challenging.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a plan, right? Like they brought in Tang, and considering how well they actually did yesterday, I would say today they're prepared. They're prepared, and I think at this point they're probably just fighting towards getting a top 3 spot. And sometimes strategy matters as well. Sometimes you know that in certain situations you might not be able to win. Sometimes you just have this kind of forethought, right? Like you know that sometimes it's gonna be a very hard situation. Chances are we might lose. Some chances are we might draw. We might not even be able to win. But minimizing the score is definitely something that each team in this tournament have to pay attention to, because the more losing is one thing, but losing 0-10 to another team, that's going to put you at the bottom of the group, and that's exactly what you want to avoid, getting eliminated right from the group stages straight away in the start. But you know what, talking about not being on the bottom, right, Eli, there is a post on Instagram, Facebook, where it says, players, detectives, predict the top 6 teams that are going to make it to the second round of the playoffs, and players are going to have a chance to win essence and prizes. So if it was you, okay, like just imagine we're not making blind predictions here, but we just play it for fun. Comments. Which are your top six teams? Let's start with Group A. Which are your top 3 teams that you predict that would go to the next round?
So out of the 2 groups, I would say, it's kind of interesting. So is Group A? Is Group A? Okay, so Group A is
MRC, Scars.
So definitely MRC and Scars for that. Of course, Scars are a very strong team out of Japan, and MRC, a very third place IVL team. And MRC's already secured a spot. They're already 2-0. So
that's true.
There you go. But as for GH and FCN, that's a very close matchup. I don't really. The thing is, again, my opinion's a little bit biased when it comes to that, so I don't really want to say. But I think that's very close. I think it's going to come down to those 2 teams. Actually, GH and FCN play last. They're the last 2 teams of the tournament, this entire group stage to play. So the winner of that matchup will advance to the playoffs. I think those 2 are on paper very even, so that's going to be a very close matchup for sure. But and we see right now they're very close in points as well. So. But yeah, anyways, getting into our match here, looks like we are going to have Vampy actually spawning near the postman. This is a beautiful spawn for him. Choosing that he chooses the Shack Ruins area to spawn at, and the postman does spawn over the No Man's Land. So he's going to go ahead and head over there probably immediately to the postman and commit to that as his first chase.
Yeah, I mean, we can see a wall coming in here, but at this point, I don't think the wall's enough to stop Bonbon. We saw how crazy Bonbon can get, especially even against the people who drops pallets. So we'll see who, whether CY or the Postman will be able to make a difference of, playing against Vampy's Bonbon. And also another interesting to note, Pin is not the one playing Acrobat this time, considering he was the one getting 190 seconds. But you know what? Put a pin on that. We are going to see that Vampy, as predicted, is going to chase the Postman first, Eli.
Yep, and he's going to go ahead and rotate to that front gate area. You have to be careful going to factory right away because that is the location of the Acrobat. And actually, it's actually okay. It looks like that Cypher Machine is locked, so Acrobat has to leave anyways. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and commit to this Postman here, dropping that 5-second bomb, trying to mind game the Postman as best as he can. Is able to go for the dog there. Does he hit it? No, he doesn't get it. Oh, he does get it on the follow-up, and the Postman dodging all these bombs. He's going to be able to get to this pallet. Is going to flywheel, but with the bomb in the process, yeah.
He did flywheel it. Wow, nice. I thought I saw the fire on his body, but the 5-second mind game. My goodness, CY, he's gonna stand, but he's gonna dodge it again. Beautiful dodge right there.
Seer should give Owl here. No Seer Owl. Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there from the survivors. That should have been a pretty easy ask for Owl and give there. So it could be that they're potentially saving it for a rescue. So Mercenary's gonna have a free rescue, but I feel like that would have been a great opportunity to give Owl there, because now you just get blinks.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. There would have been a perfect opportunity there, and now another chip damage onto CY. Tang with the slow bomb, but Vampy, yeah, he got slowed, but the dog kind of missed up the timing. One more chip damage, and CY is gonna go down, and probably doesn't even commit towards a blink. And there we have it, first survivor down.
Just gonna get that down there, and yeah, it would have been nice to see the Seer Owl, but I mean, they still have it, so this does help Mercenary with the first rescue here if that is something they're gonna go for. Also, what's really nice here is that Acrobat is also bringing Tide Turner, so Acrobat can actually go for a second rescue using a firebomb, and he can prevent the Bonbon from using bomb chips, so he can actually get a pretty easy rescue off. So I would imagine Mercenary's gonna come for first save with an Owl here, and no, it looks like they're gonna go either after half or just not rescue at all, which is kind of an interesting strategy. I feel like from this position, it would have been nice to try to push for a win, but maybe they're just trying to play for the end game instead.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have went for a half rescue, especially with the availability of the Owl, but I totally agree with you. I can see that this might not even be a rescue, Eli, because it's only the first presence unlocked for Vampy. Maybe they want to avoid Vampy getting to full presence too soon, and then the bomb regeneration is going to be too fast, it's going to be longer. Zikai is going to be the one kiting now, going to expand the first elbow pad, get some distance. CY will be going back to the manor, and Tang will be the one getting the second kite. So looking forward to see how Tang is actually going to try and carry RD right here. Trying to bait out the red light, but looks like Tang's not going to fall for it. Going to vault through that window, try and avoid some bombs. Oh, the triple bombs! Strategy! Got that hit twice! Eli!
Yeah, hits that one as well. Does have the trying to mind game there, has the blink, goes for the blink, and does hit it down onto the Acrobat. Relatively fast down into Tang here. But I mean, you know, the Cyphers are still okay. I mean, he did waste blink, and they're able to pop one Cypher machine here and the last Cypher machine already with a lot of progress. Now the question is Seer going to be the one that comes for the rescue in Mercenary Prime the Cypher? Are they going to trade off? We saw them trade off yesterday. It looks like Vampy is trying to cut off that potential rescue, but they're actually trading off instead. So a little bit of a mind game here from RD. Smart. I don't think Vampy's expecting this. Yeah, he doesn't even know where they're rescuing from.
Yeah, pretty smart. They're trading off. I mean, no reason not to use the Machinery definitely has more endurance to take hits. But Vampy, he probably, do you think he should guard, or do you think he should just go straight for the Seer? Because the last Cypher is being decoded at this point.
I think his mindset is going to try to stuff the Mercenary before the Cypher Machine's prime, but I think Mercenary can still, he still has Owl, so I mean, you can just give him the, yeah, there's the Owl to get the rescue. Is able to get that off there, and they should have enough time to prime this.
Yeah, they should. And Tang not even getting hit at all. Oh, but Sakai is gonna get that hit, and he doesn't have, mind you, he doesn't have any more elbow pads. Cypher is only at 91%, 92. Tang only one
he'll be okay.
away. Yeah, he'll be okay.
Even if he gets this, like, they can still pop. They can still pop. Yeah, they still have enough time. So Vampy has to go all the way around. Yeah, I was gonna say he could have gone to pressure the Cypher Machine because his mindset, he was trying to stuff the Mercenary before the Cypher Machine was primed and try to get a win that way, but he couldn't do that because he does have Owl to get a free rescue. So I think actually your point was good. Now is the best chance for him to try to get a win was maybe go to the Seer, but it looks like he's just gonna try to secure a tie instead, going for the Acrobat. Acrobat has a lot of bombs to work with, and he does have Dungeon in the area. Tang dodging all these bombs so far, goes for the control bomb, goes for the fall, does get that chip there. He's going to try to push either Dungeon or the exit gate here. He needs to go around the backside of Shaq. Vampy cannot go this way. He needs to be careful because the Dungeon's on the other side. Yeah,
he's gonna bait.
Yeah, he needs to go back around, but Tang has two options. He has an open gate and he has an open dungeon. So let's see what he opts to go with. Oh, he's going to go for the gate, but he runs into the Hunter here, so I think this might be it for Tang.
Yeah, I mean, Tang could definitely have went with the Mercenary's route. You know, like, because the Machinery was actually opening the gate. By the time the Cypher was popped, Machinery was opening the gate at the Acrobat side. By the time it was over, he could definitely have made the rotations around that runes area and try and go. But look, Tang!
Oh, the gate's open! Wait, can he make this?
It's open!
No.
Oh, no!
Oh, he has blink, Yeah, and there wasn't much of a chance. Made that interesting for sure, but yeah, not able to get that there. And yeah, we are gonna see a tied game for the first round here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Vampy might be looking for. Like, anything's better than letting survivors win, right? So getting a draw is definitely very good. But I have to say though, I feel like Acrobat could have bought a lot more time kiting around that rules area, and when Machinery opened the gate, he could have easily used that distance to just run towards the gate that Machinery opened. Or in that situation, in the second situation, he could have easily went towards the middle because the dungeon was there, unless if he doesn't know where the dungeon is, which I feel very unlikely.
No, I mean, yeah, I think they would. It's just, yeah, I'm trying to think what Tang could have done differently. Maybe just stay behind Shaq longer and try to go for. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, at one point you got to commit to either dungeon or gate, and he did commit to gate. I feel like committing to gate's a little bit. I mean, it's harder to make it to gate because it's so much farther away, and you got to go through the Hunter to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I mean, at that point, there wasn't really much you could do. It was kind of just you had to commit to one. You ended up going for gate. I feel like dungeon would have been a little bit easier, but I mean, obviously both would have been very challenging. So, you know, at that position, there's not much you can do. He did what he could, and yeah, they were able to get a tie there. So, not a bad start at all for RD against this Japan team, but. Now, this is where things get interesting because now the ZETA Survivors, arguably one of the best Survivor teams in the world in this tournament, are coming out. And UKG is going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, UKG definitely has the Bloody Queen to lead back towards, but it is ZETA that we're talking about. Getting a draw, yeah, it's draw at this moment, 2-2, but it kind of feels like ZETA will be more comfortable because Vampy is like, okay, fine, I got the bare minimum that is required, and ZETA is definitely very comfortable. History speaks for itself. They managed 2 escapes at the minimum, 2 escapes, 3 escapes, 4 escapes throughout the IJL. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a very tough spot for UKG. UKG has a lot of carrying to to do here, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but again, as we mentioned, we have seen UKG be strong against a similar Survivor team to this. So I think that realistically, it should be okay. A round 1 Bloody Queen on Arms is usually a pretty secured tie. You never really have any opportunities to go for a win, so that's why you don't see it as much, because it's not very aggressive. It's very conservative. The problem is if RD wants to win against ZETA, playing conservative, I don't know if that's going to be enough for them. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see ultimately how it goes, but I think ZETA is fine with a tied result for round 1. I don't think they mind that because it is not their map selection. So in reality, this is kind of just the game plan. Vampy goes out, gets a tie, and then you have your Hunter and just get another tie as well, and everything's okay.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, right? I mean, it is ZETA we're talking about, but considering that Nice even managed to pull one off against RD in best of 1, RD probably. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's a draw. By no means is it bad, but considering that even the Korean team, Nice, had actually pulled one against ZETA's Vampy, RD might be thinking, yeah, best of 1 is probably the best shot that they have. Because if history taught us anything, best of 2 is going to be much, much harder. And ZETA is going to punch even harder in best of 2. So if you give... I feel like it's going to be such a hard comeback for RD in best of 2, but
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's all speculation so far, though. But yeah, I mean, but yeah, while we're waiting for the teams to get ready, let's continue the discussion. I mean, we're sort of giving some feedbacks for the viewers to choose their top 6 teams, right? So you mentioned MRC, Scars, a no-brainer. So it's between GH and Fusion. Okay, ultimately for the top 3. What about Group B?
Group B. Yeah, Group B. I think definitely we'll see Weibo and ZETA. The big question is, will ZETA or Weibo be the first seed team? Right. So both those teams are very strong. ZETA right now, Weibo technically the second best in China because they finished second in the IVL, and then you also have ZETA, who's the first out of Japan. So I mean, we saw last year with SST. The second best team kind of going in was, we had like Dou and GG, but both of them fell short of SST. SST went all the way to the finals against Wolves.
Yeah.
So I think that based off of what we see in the past, ZETA could definitely come out on top of Weibo. Both very strong Survivor sides, both strong Hunters as well. But I think, I don't know, it's interesting. I think that in terms of like competitive experience, the China teams have a little bit more. They've had their IVL going on longer than IJL. They've had more experience, but IJL, again, I mean, it's something that a lot of these Japan players are used to. So I think in reality, Weibo and ZETA it's a really exciting matchup. It's gonna be very high level. It's one I'm looking forward to. I think ZETA is a little bit slightly advantaged. I think they have a slightly better chance of winning against Weibo, but it's definitely anybody's game. And then as for the rest of that division, Nice and
RD.
Yeah, that's very close. I actually thought going into this, Nice would have a huge advantage over RD because we haven't really seen, again, the HongKong, Macao, Taiwan region never really has shown up to be too strong in a lot of the global events, whereas Korea, not as strong either, but they have had some very impressive games against some high-level teams in Po in the past. So the Korea team typically ends up being stronger than the Hong Kong Taiwan team, but so far RD, they seem to have been playing stronger than, Korea. The Korea team yesterday, Nice, they had a very, very tough matchup yesterday against ZETA. So I think that I actually think that RD might potentially come out on top over this Korea team.
Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So that's your pick by Eli's pick. WBG, ZETA, and RD might be coming on top, followed by MRC, Scars, and either one GH or Fusion.
I think we do keep
so go ahead and vote for your favorite teams. Who knows, you might win an essence. And now we are gonna be heading towards the band pick phase, where it's gonna be UKG hunting. So
yeah, I thought that was PB Chop for a second. I was wrong.
Yeah, me too.
They got the same haircut and everything.
Same haircut.
Yeah.
They're gonna come in and say, "What do you mean?" That's like saying Jollibees and McDonald's is the same.
No, wow.
What?
That's not
What's
even.
that comparison? That's not even the same. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's go back to the bands. So
Okay. Anyways,
your band, right?
yes, we are going to see our bench from UKG again, indicating a Bloody Queen. As for the survivors, interesting to see what they actually opt to go for here. I would expect either Mercenary or Forward for sure, one of the two. Bloody Queen is interesting. Again, we don't see Bloody Queen round one, so like hardly ever. So Forward and Patient. Okay, so they're really just going hard BQ counter. Patient, very good kiter against a Bloody Queen. And this is the problem with being a Bloody Queen player, is that there are Bloody Queen counters. You can play Forward, you can play Patient, a very good kiter. You can play things like Perfumer, you can play things like even Magician or Acrobat with Flywheel. Very good kiters against a Bloody Queen. And with the addition of Flywheel, a very strong ability for going against the Bloody Queen. So it's not the same matchup that UKG had against SST last Koa. He has to deal with the anti-BQ comp with the addition of Flywheel. This is a lot more challenging.
But respecting Kazuneko's Prospector, so doesn't want to deal with the Flywheel, doesn't want to deal with the anti-comp, and doesn't want to deal with the Prospector. So respect ban there, I have to say, right? That's definitely a respect ban. So it's gonna leave the machinery open, but do you think ZETA would consider
Barmaid? I don't think he's playing Bloody Queen if he's banning Prospector then. Like, Bloody Queen doesn't really mind Prospector. As long as you're able to mirror from a distance, you can avoid playing. You can play around the magnet. Entomologist ban, yeah, Entomologist. Also, Bloody Queen doesn't mind Entomologist either. So I don't think we're gonna see BQ. I think we're actually gonna see something else. Maybe he'll actually play Photo. That is, he is known to be a very strong photographer player. So I'm not really sure. I don't know. I actually don't know what UKG is trying to play. I mean, based off of these bans, if we had no idea what this Hunter played, just based off of looking at these, it definitely would not be a Dream Witch with a Prospector ban. This looks like
and a Cowboy.
This looks like maybe a Sculptor or Clerk bans. So I think that's maybe a possibility here.
What is going on here? I mean, this is the first time we are gonna see Cowboy in the main stages here of IVS. Eli.
Yep.
I mean, double support. What do they think UKG is gonna play if they?
I think they're expecting Clerk, because Cowboy can kite a Clerk pretty effectively. It can also kite a Bloody Queen pretty effectively as well. Same with Patient. Same with Barmaid, actually. Barmaid can be very good against Clerk, because a lot of the time, Clerk struggles to get 2 hits within 20 seconds, so Barmaid can usually get her drink off without a problem. Especially with Cowboy support and with Forward support, it's usually not much of a problem for her to finish that heal. So I think in reality, that's what they're aiming for, is that they were thinking about Bloody Queen at first with the Patient and Forward, and then they switched it up to Clerk. And I think both this comp works against both of them. As soon as they saw Prospector ban, I think they immediately started to expect Clerk, and I think that's what UKG is aiming for. But now this comp is tough for Clerk or Bloody Queen, so I actually don't know what he's gonna play here now.
I mean, if he's committing to Clerk, he probably has to play it because he. Wait.
Huh.
Okay, I mean,
now that makes sense with the Prospector actually in the Ento.
Yeah. Probably just wants to go for a draw as well. I mean, I can't really see anything more than a draw, especially with a Disciple against this team comp. Yeah, I think RD is just setting up for a draw, best case scenario. But what do you think though?
I think that ZETA wasn't expecting this, is what I think, because this comp is not. It's not. Yeah, we were not. This comp is not. It's not great for Ann. I mean, Barmaid is good against Hunters that struggle to get a second hit within 20 seconds, but Ann gets her cooldown faster than that. She gets her cats back in 10 seconds, and she can also cancel them to make it go even faster. So against a Barmaid, Ann doesn't mind chasing a Barmaid. Against a Patient as well, Ann's pretty good. Has pretty decent chase against Patient if done properly. Patient can also kite Ann in specific areas, but if you're not in a good area, Ann can easily cancel the hook of the Patient with the canceling the cats, and can also jump on them to freeze them. Ann can actually freeze the Patient mid-hook. If he's in the air and the Ann jumps on him, he'll get knocked down and frozen down to the ground. You can get the hit on him that way. So Ann can actually be strong against Patient in that way. Also, in theory, I've never actually seen an Ann versus Cowboy interaction, but in theory, Ann actually should be a pretty good chase. Should be pretty good at chasing Cowboy. Yeah, they have double Flywheel. They did not expect this Ann at all, because you would not bring Flywheel for an Ann. So they were definitely expecting something like a Clerk or probably a Bloody Queen with this double flywheel here.
But wait, I thought the traits are going to be chosen.
No. So with the new ban system, they actually changed it so you have to choose before you see the hunter. Yeah. So that's why. So that's kind of a new little addition that they changed in for this event at least, along with the new spawn location. And we are going to see, he's actually going to commit to the barmaid at factory here. So not a great place to chase out, of course, the factory, but it is the barmaid, which is a pretty good target for Andy.
Oh my god! He's just gonna stand back there. Yeah, he probably thinks that he's gonna come back and put down the pallet, but nope, not gonna happen. Dolisu is gonna take that first Dublin sip, but he does have another 10 seconds. Yeah.
This is where barmaid can be very strong. He has to change to forward. But actually, forward's not even a bad chase for him, and can chase a forward pretty effectively. So it's kind of interesting that the forward would. I mean, obviously, you want to. I mean, because this is what happens. This is what happens on a forward versus N interaction. Is one, the N can cancel the cast to prevent the forward from footballing, and two, she can just stun the. Oh, a little bit of a misclick there. But and he can just blink forward now, no problem.
Yeah, for sure. Just gonna break the pallets here. I feel like this is definitely a detention confined space build. So
wow,
oh my god,
beautiful move from forward.
Yeah, I mean, but he still has the blink, so
yeah, it's so cool.
Oof. Yeah, the blink's gonna get him, even though the cat missed. So Kasuneko is already used up. It's safe to say he used up everything.
Right.
With that little ball, I don't think he can do a rebound kite. But the good thing is, at least Dolisu is safe, and one cipher has been done by the Cowboy, so Cowboy can definitely come and make something happen. Dolisu's in the area though, he has to be really careful. And Patient's gonna commit towards saving. One cat onto the Patient. Hits first, the cat's gonna come back. Is it? No, it's not.
No, he didn't get that timing right. And forward's just gonna go down. Yeah, no flywheel, no football down onto the forward there. So yeah, I mean, this is easily a drawn position. He's gonna be able to cap the middle cipher machine as well. He's gonna cancel the cats and slow down the cipher progress that way as well. But here comes the Cowboy now. So this could be interesting. UKG needs to wait for his cast to come back. Oh, he can't pick this up. He needs to drop. He needs to wait for the cast to come back and cancel the Cowboy's ability.
Oh my god, yeah, this is where the bait comes in.
Yeah, he needs to hit this cast here. He needs to get them onto the... He does get it. He can just cancel. Yeah. And now he cannot use the lasso, so...
Oh wait, no! He flywheeled the cancel! What?
And he gets the lasso!
Oh my god, but... Oh my god. That was such a high level move. My god.
And just gets free hit. I don't know. Maybe this isn't worth it. I don't know.
It's not worth it. I feel like it's not worth it because right now Cowboy is unable to save anymore. And UKG can just drop one more time and just pick up again. Yes. Sorry, it's not gonna make the rescue happen anymore. But yeah, there's still 3 ciphers remaining and 1 new cipher. So I feel like ZETA's actually they're burying themselves here. Cowboy is definitely good against Clark, like you mentioned, against the Bloody Queen. But now look at what UKG is doing, left and right, the stuns. It's definitely paying off in UKG's move. And I don't know, Eli. It looks like a very strong 3K here.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about with like Cowboy versus Ann interaction. It doesn't seem like Cowboy's gonna be very strong against Ann at all because you can't really last away from that. Sasori's just gonna get picked up here. And yeah, I mean, Ann is... Since when do we ever see Ann win in the tournament? I mean, that's pretty rare. I mean, Ann is a heavy tie hunter, especially a blink Ann. He has confined space as well, so this is up-down blink now. This is not this is not a trump card. This is not a win build at all. This is a straight draw build from UKG, and he's actually positioning himself very well. The key for UKG is he needs to find the rescuer early. He draws a cats. Does he see the barmaid? If he sees the barmaid, he can win the game. If he does this barmaid, he can win the game. Yeah, early hit there.
Oh. Wow. But the heals though coming. Yeah, it is.
He has blink. Dolisu needs to flywheel the blink here. He's gonna blink through the wall. He can blink through the wall right here. He needs to blink. Is he gonna go for it? Goes for the blink through the wall. Does he get the hit? He gets the drop hit. Can he get the double? Flywheels. And the heal gets healed off there. And that flywheel just saved the entire match for ZETA.
Yeah, that's true. Dolisu so reliable here, and now he can go for the second rescue again. But mind you, the cipher is only at 50%, Eli. So Dolisu has to avoid this cat at all costs. But oh my god, it's gonna catch it, Eli.
Yeah. Can he make the rescue?
Yeah, I mean... Oh my god, what?
Stun, does he hit? Wait, why did he hit? I feel like he could have just waited until he expired on chair, but
I feel like because
is the Cypher Cycling Can he get the hit here? No, he misses the hit! He needs to get the hit. He gets the hit down. The Cypher Machine is not primed. He needs to chair Barmaid. He needs to pick up Barmaid right now. And he's gonna do that. I think they're gonna pop the Cypher. They're just gonna pop it. They're not gonna go for this at all. No, they're not going for it.
They're
This
gonna
is
go.
so risky here now. He's gonna hit him down.
Oh, the
finally the rescue! Okay, now
My
it comes down to the
God.
drop hit. This is really important. They're gonna force heal in basement. They need to force heal in basement. No. Are they gonna go for it? Yeah, they're gonna force heal in basement as much as they can. This is such an interesting interaction. Yeah.
It is, and the cat's just like it's so weird seeing the cat in the middle of everything. I think UKG has to wait for his cat to cool down. Otherwise, it's gonna be so hard. Yeah.
They just force heal. This is smart. Oh, gets the cat.
Oh, nice. Hit one
He's gonna
first.
knock him
Oh,
back.
nice!
Oh, he gets the stun! Gets that double stun!
My God!
The survivors, and he gets the down. He can go for the Barmaid now. He has his cats back in 4 seconds here. There's no Jackpot, if I'm not mistaken. What a turnaround this worked out for him. He has no Barmaid has no flywheel. She has no items.
my
He's gonna go down.
God!
This is a 3K.
My God!
What just happened?
UKG's making it happen. Like the basement play definitely won it for RD right there. And Dolisu's gonna go into the basement. Cowboy's gonna be dead on chair. Wow!
What a turnaround. This Cowboy does get up, but he has nothing to work with. He has no flywheel. He can't get out. He's gonna lasso over the hunter. Maybe I don't know. No, he goes down. Yeah, GG. I mean, this is unheard of to see a Blink and against one of the best Survivor teams in the world here.
And we were singing such high praises for ZETA as well, and for them to make this kind of I think it all started with the picks. I think they got a little bit too ambitious with the picks, and ultimately nothing happened with the Cowboy forward tandem. Kazuneko, you usually see him kiting much longer than that, but in this game, the moment he gets stunned, he just goes down. Nothing could have been done. Even the Cowboy. My God, RD.
They win round 1 against ZETA. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, Arms Factory. I mean, it's unheard of to see an up-down Blink and get a win. I think the only time we saw it in like a high level setting like this, I think MRC XC did it once in IVL, if I'm not mistaken. But besides that, this doesn't happen. You don't really see up-down Blink and ever really winning. It's very hard to win with this hunter, especially with a tie build like Confined Space. Sometimes we'll see them bring Trump card, try to play more aggressive that way. But with a tie build, up-down Confined, and Blink, it's just like, how do you win from there? But the basement was huge. There were so many different points. And what's also interesting as well, there were so many different points towards the end of that game where UKG could have just straight up won. If he stuffs the Barmaid, he wins the game. If he gets the hit on the Barmaid, she doesn't flywheel that, and he gets the hit before the heal gets off, he wins the game. So there's just so many, and then if he gets the stuff onto the Cowboy before the Cypher was primed, he wins the game. So there were so many opportunities there. The cat in basement play to when they pop the Cypher machine, that was the ultimate decider for him. If he lands that play, he wins the game. There were so many missed opportunities up until that last one. ZETA had to play. They played around every single chance up until that one, and they weren't able to play around that last cat play in basement.
That's true.
And that won the game for UKG.
That's true, especially when you have 2 cats on 2 different survivors. The one thing that most people might not notice, I mean, especially if you're facing this kind of situation, is when Anne touches one cat shadow, the other one that's connected to it also gets stunned. So ultimately, everyone was stunned. So there was no way they could have run. So, oh my God! But this is one of those few times I feel very proud, seeing a disciple pull through break out of the tie situation, and now RD pulling 1 against ZETA. Round 1, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for a treat here, and RD versus ZETA. RD 1, ZETA 0. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, and now if there was any doubt in my mind about this RD team moving on to the playoffs, I think after watching this match, I'm impressed. I mean, this is incredible to see the Hong Kong, Macao, Taiwan team. They never really, we've seen a team from this region come to Koa every year, and they've never seen any success at all. And now they're coming into this IVS, and they had very strong matchups against Weibo yesterday, and now winning round 1 against ZETA of all teams. I mean, this is really impressive. So with a round 1 and, I mean, this is not something we expect. And this really goes to show, I mean, ZETA didn't see this coming. They did not see it. They 100% did not expect Ann. This comp is not good against Ann. The double flywheel, not expecting Ann. And the other thing another mistake that ZETA made is they played too aggressive. The Cowboy harassment, it's a good idea, but as soon as you get that that first lasso on that, you gotta leave because you give a free hit, then you can't rescue, then you can't get the lasso from that corner. Harassing an Anne, it's not strong because Anne can easily just play around it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we've seen this happen in IVC, right? But I feel like there's just something different with this team composition and the way that they're trying to engage this situation. And not to mention the 2 flywheels, I feel like this new band pick system is definitely gonna pose more challenge to survivors, because before this, Hunter pick and the survivors can just pick their trades, and that counters the Hunter so much. So I feel like, yeah, it's a good change, because right now the Hunters actually have more of a flexibility, like 2 flywheels. Fine, I'm not gonna play Bloody Queen. I'm gonna play Anne, and what do you know? 5-3 in favor of RD. So GG, well played in the first game.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, up down blink in. Because I'll be honest, like when I played Hunter line rank, I used to play up down blink in for fun, but it's usually the Hunter that you play when you want to tie on your promotion match. It's not like I'm gonna go out and beat Zeta with it. Like, you know, like it's just like it's one of those things where it's like obviously in that situation, UKG, he wasn't trying to win. When you bring up down blink, you're trying to tie. You're not trying to win. You're not trying to lose, obviously, but you're trying to get a 2 survivor elimination up, because how the match plays out is you get a first hit with one of your cats, and then you blink for the second hit, and then from there on for the rest of the match, you just kind of camp it out. You secure that kill. You get a kill within 60 seconds because that's when blink cooldown is up, and then that puts you on pace for a draw. And if you're able to keep that pace, you just blink someone in the end game with attention because your blinks then back up. And that's it. And you have no teleport, you have nothing like that. But that's okay, because you're just trying to tie, because that's how that matchup plays out. But when you're able to get basement, where you're able to take advantage of too much harassment against a character that counters harassment, such as Anne, that's when you can start to push for wins. And UKG took full advantage. And again, he had so many missed opportunities at the end there. And Zeta played around all of them beautifully up until that last one. And that was the game changer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just beautiful plays right here. By the Disciple. I definitely felt like there's gonna be more love, especially in the chat now. Like, thank you for playing Anne. Yeah, thank you UKG for playing Anne. UKG did engage so well. Rusal Aquarina, shout out to you. Karina as well, they improved so much. Yeah, nobody expects the cat lady. We all didn't. Eli definitely didn't, and I feel like, according to what he has mentioned much earlier, like it justifies like why Anne is such a strong TIE Hunter. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not unheard of that our Zeta loses the first game, but Alf is gonna be stepping in, replacing Van P, and I feel like it's gonna be aggressive mode in game number 2. It's gonna be a bloodbath in game number 2 with Alf.
It's gonna be interesting. This is where RT. I mean, they got through the first step. But now you got to go against Alf. This is where it gets really tough. Obviously, Alf is one of the best hunters in the world. Some people would argue that he might even be the best. So it's really like he's definitely the best late round hunter in the world. No debate. I don't even think there's any debate for that. I mean, you see a lot of great hunters from China. You know, you have Dong Xuan, you have XC, you have all these hunters that have excellent round 1 Dream Wish, and they have good consistency with the rest of their hunters. But there's no hunter out there like Alf who has round 2, 3, 4, 5 covered perfectly. And you can always, he's so consistent with winning and drawing. Alf rarely loses. And in a survivor-sided meta, that's very, very impressive. So RD got through the first hurdle, which was Vampy, the round 1 hunter. And they were able to win their round 1 on their map selection, 5-3. A small win, but it's enough to give them a chance, because now this is where it gets really, really challenging. Zeta gets to pick map, and you're going against the best late round hunter in the world.
For sure. Yeah, and just to add a little bit, like Alf is also very dangerous, because usually hunters, they capitalize on survivors' mistakes, right? In order to make something happen. Otherwise, if the survivors don't make a mistake, almost all the time they are gonna manage a draw or even a 3-man escape at least. So with Alf, here's a very interesting insight. Chocho, thank you. Shout out to you, Chocho. Alf creates opportunities. He always creates opportunities with his strong chase and camping of the chair. So yeah, it feels like that's one very interesting fact to point out. Like he's trying to make something happen. I feel like there's there's something about the technique when it comes to chasing where I feel like different styles, they have a certain uniqueness to them that allows them to corner the survivors and get them down faster. For example, like XC with the Dream Witch cornering the priestess at the very corner. So I feel like Alf, I think Alf is definitely the person that they are gonna have to rely to and make things happen. So we just have to see, because we are now going to game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, RD has won game number 1, but right now in game number 2, ZETA swapping in Alf for Van P is gonna be looking to get a more favorable position with his Hunter play.
Yeah, now something really interesting here is that they banned Lakeside and not Moonlit. I would have expected Moonlit ban because now they have to ban Geisha. So now you give Alf option to play anything else. So with if you don't ban Geisha here, you give Alpha a round 2 Moonlit Geisha, which is really scary. So I think that I would have liked to see a Moonlit ban and let Alpha play Lakeside Geisha, because Lakeside Geisha is not as strong as Moonlit at all. And it could be that maybe they want this map for UKG as well, but I don't know. We're going to see Seer forward here, Geisha bans, pretty standard Geisha bans for Alf here. I think they have to ban Geisha. You have to remember Alf also has the threat of Dream Witch. He has picked that up recently, so they are going to go with a Geisha ban. So I guess that's the game plan is go Moonlit here. Let ZETA go Moonlit, and there's a chance Alf could go Dream Witch. So you got to watch out for that.
Yeah, I mean, he is also very well known for playing Dream Witch as well. But what are the chances though of him playing Bonbon in this map? I mean, we've seen him play Bonbon in Lakeside Village, and he got a very favorable result. So what are the chances, Eli? Like Seer and forward ban, so allowing the priestess to be around.
I think it's reasonable.
If you're playing Dream Witch, you typically wouldn't ban forward, right? So
I mean, you can't. The thing is, if you're playing Bonbon, you wouldn't ban Seer. That's the only thing that I'm thinking about. So, like, I mean, Bonbon is okay here. I mean, we saw yesterday. He does ban Patience, so maybe he is playing Bonbon. I mean, we saw Bonbon yesterday on Lakeside. Not a good Bonbon map, and he got a 4 elimination at 4 ciphers with Bonbon, which is also unheard of. You don't. Not only is Bonbon not a win hunter, he doesn't win at 4 ciphers hardly ever. So, that's kind of that. Yeah, so that's very impressive. The fact that we see Patient ban instead of Acrobat ban means that he's probably not playing Dream Witch. He would have been Acrobat here if he wanted to play Dream Witch. Not only is Acrobat very good on this map, it also counters Dream Witch pretty effectively in terms of canceling controller bites. So I think that with the Patient ban, he's aiming for something that struggles against transitional kiting. So that would be Bonbon Sculptor. Technically Breaking Wheel, but unlikely because it's not very strong in the meta. Could play Bloody Queen as well. Patience a reasonable ban for a BQ. I think he wanted to play Geisha, so forward Seer ban is really good for going against Geisha. For playing Geisha, obviously you want to ban Seer if you're playing Geisha, and then forward you don't want to have to deal with that support or harassment at any point. So Barmaid ban as well. Maybe he's playing Clerk actually, because Barmaid is a pretty good counter to Clerk. It's also a good counter to BQ. I don't think he's playing Bonbon or Sculptor anymore. With the Barmaid ban, it doesn't make sense to play Bonbon or Sculptor.
Yeah, I mean, Clark is definitely strong here as well. We've seen you play it in the map, especially in the earlier stages of IVC. So having a Clark, but I feel like if you're playing a Clark, wouldn't it make more sense to take out the Priestess also? Like,
I mean, yes, but the thing is, you also have to get rid of. You cannot play Clark into forward. That's really hard. Or it's challenging, and then Seer.
It is a big map though. I mean, the forward doesn't have to be near wherever you're chasing, right? So
we see Embalmer as well. Embalmer is very strong here on Moonlit. So Embalmer's kind of just there to play around any camping hunters, such as a Bonbon or a Sculptor. I think they're just trying to tie. I mean, Embalmer is a tie character. We talked about this yesterday. Embalmer is also very strong against Bonbon and Sculptor, so it pushes Alpha away from that. I don't think he was playing to play it because of the Barmaid ban, but it's also not bad against Clerk because it can teleport the Survivor across the map, and Clerk doesn't have that sort of map mobility to reach the Embalmer like that. Embalmer works very well in Moonlit as well because you can set your coffin near the first stop, then you take the roller coaster across the map, and then you coffin yourself back to the other side, and you can lose the hunter that way. So that's why we probably see Embalmer here. So I think that Alf's probably gearing up to play either Clerk or Bloody Queen. I think Bloody Queen would probably make the most sense based off of this team comp, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with playing a Bloody Queen. I would love to see a Bloody Queen in this map too.
Yeah, he could play Wheel as well.
Could play Wheel, yeah. That's the thing with Alf, because he plays so many hunter, he has deep pool.
Really?
He's committed.
With Patience, I mean, like, I guess it makes sense with the Barmaid ban, but With the
Forward,
patient
though.
ban.
Yeah, patient ban is a little.
He would have been acrobat instead. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I guess it works with this. It's okay to play Dream Witcher. This team comp is slightly difficult for Dream Witch, but it is playable. So I can see why he's playing Dream Witcher for sure. Interesting.
But unless if something happens, RD definitely has a higher chance of getting the draw simply because they have an Embalmer, and the map is so big. And there's even a priestess, so I feel like it's gonna be quite tough for Alf, and none of these characters actually go down that fast, except for the Embalmer. So
yeah,
but
and,
they're gonna put something far away. Wait.
Yeah, beautiful setup. So basically the idea with this setup from RD is that Embalmer spawns first stop, so if you ever get chased, you can take coaster across the map, get away from your coffin. Priestess is going to spawn your second stop so she can hit the stop sign, and then also set up portals along the bridge. Mercenary spawning Bridge Cipher because Mercenary can spawn anywhere, it doesn't matter. And then Acrobat spawns 4-stop because that's an incredibly strong kiting area for an Acrobat. It's very easy to loop 4-stop, and there's nothing most hunters can do about it. So Acrobat and Moonlit will always spawn 4-stop if possible. And with this new ban system, that's going to be ideal. So I think Alf actually wasn't... I mean, Patient's an okay ban for Dream Witch. I think there's a chance he was considering playing something else, and then he saw the team comp, and he's like, it's acceptable to play Dream Witch here. This is an okay comp for Dream Witch, so I'm still going to play it. We are going to see triple Flywheel and 1 Tide, so no Tide on Acrobat, which is very interesting. We would typically see Acrobat carry Tide Turner here, but I guess with the lack of pallets at the 4-stop platform, it's hard to kite out a patroller there, so having Flywheel will definitely help with that.
Yeah, I mean, having a triple Flywheel, they're definitely prioritizing kiting longer, containing even longer, rather than just, going with the Titana. And Tang, placing down the coffin is gonna stand by. He's gonna stand by. No, he's trying to hide out, but he's gonna get leashed almost straight away. What? He's gonna bring the leash for right. Tang, I feel like that's a little bit questionable, but yeah, it's fine.
Wait, what?
Far away. What?
He gets off on the wrong side. A leech. He could have gotten a leech hit there. I don't understand.
Yeah, and now the Priestess Portal as well, providing the the connection to the other side. So Alf going through the portals, removing that portal. Tang, I guess it's a good transition here, stunning the hunter. But now Alf are waiting for the patroller anytime now, and he's just waiting for the spawn follower to get close. But wow! Instant hit with the leech follower and the spawn follower. My goodness, trying to get a little bit of speed boost, but
he has blink. Yeah, he has blink. Doesn't use Flywheel there, but I mean, it doesn't matter. He just coffins across the map. I mean, this is why Embalmer is so good here. The other thing I'm really curious about is like, Alf had a free leech hit. He didn't take it, and then he also goes first stop and chases Embalmer, who can just take coaster across the map. So I feel like it would have been a lot stronger to just go chase Priestess over at the second stop area.
That's true. But you know what? It's fine because Alf right now, his leech follower is following Tang, so all he has to do is just follow it. But Tang trying to remove the followers, but I don't think he's not gonna make it in time. I feel, and yep, the leech is gonna be around. Tang again, the second pallet stun. Tang still has a flywheel to utilize though, so we just have to see how Tang will be able to prolong the kite, because right now he's doing a pretty good job. Probably gonna get that one hit.
Oh, beautiful flywheel and forces a leech blink. That's perfect. That's exactly what you need to do there if you are Tang here, and he's going to get shared for the second time. This is still a drawn position. Like, Alf doesn't have the momentum to win because he had to use Embalmer's leech twice. He just put his leech on cooldown again because he had to leech Embalmer another time. He's wasted blink on the Embalmer. Although he did use it with the leech, but he had to use it for the main spawn to get the first kill, and he had to waste time traveling across the map. Yeah, we're going to see Mercenary coming for the rescue here. His only chance to win is if he double hits Mercenary, which he's not going to be able to do. So this is easily drawn. Oh, Mercenary's leaving. Huh.
Yeah. Probably trying to buy.
No, he's trying to wait more time, but he had to use an extra elbow pad, so I don't know if that trade-off is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to go for a win, I guess you have to sacrifice some resources to go for it. But Tang, my goodness, CY is actually trying to body block. Is that what he's trying to do? I mean, they can, because technically the Cypher's is moving really fast. It's the last two Cyphers. But no, he's not going to body block in the end. Yeah, he's just going to die in the corner. CY ultimately is going to leave the area. But wait, what? I mean, Eli, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think
he's lingering around.
I think maybe he was trying to like force de-leech. I don't really know. Yeah, he's just gonna leech. I mean, it's fine. They're gonna be able to prime the Cypher in time. Because Moonlight's so large, there's no chance for him to really. The problem here now is Mercenary doesn't have an oval pad. What's Mercenary doing? He's dead on chair. He can't save. Yeah, I don't know why Mercenary's hanging around here. Cypher Machine is gonna be primed though, so a very nice setup there ultimately for the survivors. And he's just gonna keep chasing after Mercenary. Again, the biggest downside is Mercenary has no items to kite with endgame. Alpha knows the Cypher's probably primed. Beautiful juke there from CY. And he's still gonna take the hit. They're gonna pop the Cypher. And they're gonna push for the end game. The biggest question is, where does that long portal lead? Could he potentially make it to the portal and push for the exit game?
I think he can. Oh, nah, it's too far. But the dungeon is in the middle though. But whether or not they will be able to open it in time, he has blink. Yeah, he has blink, and he has half health. So definitely looking like it's gonna be a draw game. But Alf, not gonna matter. He's gonna teleport, but ultimately CY will be the one getting left behind with Tang. RD got what they came for. Like Alf was supposed to kill it this game, but RD actually managed to get a draw. So I believe that's a victory for RD, morale victory for RD. So wow, against Alf. So
it's still a tough position for RD because they still need to get a tie here, and this map was selected by ZETA, so they do have this is exactly what they want. I mean, they want Alf to at least tie, and the survivors can play for a win here. This is a map they're definitely Moonlight's a very good survivor map if utilized properly because the roller coaster is just so strong. And as for UKG, what are we going to see here? I don't think we're going to see Anban. An is very map specific and is not very strong on Moonlight. Very open. It's very easy to kite out cats in certain areas, and it's very difficult to control Cypher machines. So I think we're most likely, I don't actually know what we're going to see banned here, but I think that realistically, probably we'll see him try to, hopefully he can play Bloody Queen and get a tie. Because again, if the survivor, or if RD's able to tie this round, he'll be in they'll put RD in a great spot. They'll go into round 3 in the lead, tying on the map selected by their opponent, and they will have round 3 map selection while having the lead. So I think that if UKG can tie here, then that would be great for RD.
Yeah, and ZETA definitely has to be feeling the heat now, right? Because giving away the first win to RD. If they draw here, RD is still going to be in position, still going to have a very high chance of, they're still going to be very comfortable proceeding into game number 3. But yeah, let's just take a moment to look at the match stats. Nothing too long, nothing too impressive. But yeah, CY did manage to kite the longest, contain the hunter for 98.7 seconds, whereas Tang, you can see, like, he doesn't have to do like a 5 cipher kite. 46 seconds with the help of a coffin halfway across the map with the portal support, just allowing him to cover more distance. He basically kited in coffin and on chair for 3.5 ciphers, and that's what ultimately helped RD get that draw. But I would say CY's decision to use up all the pads, I feel like if he was a little bit more ambitious, I felt like one pad would definitely help him to reach the dungeon easier. But I guess they were just counting on the draw. They got it. They couldn't think selfish, right? Like they couldn't think greedy, right? Like, I mean, it could happen, right? If he has one pad, I would say 3-1 would be such a huge blow to ZETA. The 2-2, 7-5, anything can happen here. So going into this next half, UKG bringing in Bloody Queen. I mean, apart from Bloody Queen, I mean, if you're ZETA now, you must be thinking, yeah, UKG might just want to tie, so maybe we'll just ban his Bloody Queen. If that happens, what can he play? What do you think would be the next best character he can play?
I don't know. Like, if he's trying to tie, then I mean, obviously An's a good tie hunter, but An's not good on this map. So I think that maybe if he has Geisha available, Geisha would be good. You can play Blink Geisha on Moonlit. You can play for a tie that way. It could be that they don't even care about Bloody Queen and they just play BQ counter comp anyways. I mean, you can easily just counter comp. You can counter comp BQ with You know, you can play Patient, Acrobat, things like Perfumer. Again, we don't really know what UKG has available. If he does have things, if he does have ideas to play Bonbon, that would also be okay. Bonbon's a good TIE hunter, isn't bad here as well. Oh no, okay, so PB Chaw is actually going to come in. Okay, so that changes things up a lot.
Okay.
With PB Chaw in, we should see a Dream Witch ban, and he can actually just play Bloody Queen as well. PB Chaw can play Bloody Queen, he can play Bonbon, both TIE hunters. He can even play Sculptor, although it's not great on this map, so it's less likely. Yeah, we saw him play Wheel yesterday as well, so maybe he'll go that. But Wheel's not really like a consistent TIE hunter, so it's less likely he'll use that in this sort of situation.
Yeah, but if you're in this situation, right? I mean, we've heard that you say, well, RD might want to just go for a draw and go to game number 3. But if you're RD now, like let's say you are the coach for RD now, would you still strongly suggest that, yeah, you know what, Pipicha is going to be subbed in. I guess we'll just use Pipicha to get a draw against ZETA. Or do you think Pipicha should go risky and go with this kind of characters, with these kind of hunters that would ultimately help him, you know, risk it big, it pays off, he's going to win, and that's going to be a 2-0. ZETA doesn't even need to, they don't even need to worry about game number 3. So, safe or risky?
I think there's two ways to look at this. So one is that, you know, you're going into this matchup at a disadvantage because you're playing against the best hunter in Japan, and you're coming from a not so competitive region compared to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
So realistically, you could technically go in with a aggressive strategy and, you know, just try to win things 2-0 here. But I personally would, in a standard matchup, the most logical thing to do here is play conservatively, tie on your opponent's map selection, and still have the lead going into round 3 with your map selection. But again, you also have to consider you still have to play against Alf again. So that's when it gets really tough. You have to play against one of the best late round hunter in the world, in my opinion. So I think that it's tough. I think that it's the safest play I would suggest is to bare minimum, PB Chun needs to try to just play for a tie. Play a TIE hunter and you know, use his game sense and skill to potentially push for more than a tie. But I think you should not play Breaking Lore Sculptor here. He should be playing something like Bonbon, Bloody Queen, or maybe even Geisha, and just try to secure a draw.
That's okay. I totally agree with your point of view. So we're just gonna straight up head towards the ban pick. We're gonna see that the Seer and the Forward is gonna be banned first. So both of them are gonna be banned first. They're gonna take out Pipicha's Dream Witch in this map. So Dolisu and Kazuneko, Priestess Mercenary tandem. I think that's one of the most common first 2 picks, right, that you can expect from ZETA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna see that here. Dream Witch ban. We'll see what he bans next. Probably Acrobat. If he's trying to play Bloody Queen or Geisha, it would make most sense to ban Acrobat. Maybe he'll ban Patient if he's trying to play Bloody Queen, but if he wants to play Geisha, he's not going to ban Patient. Prospector. Okay, actually, I like this also because Prospector is very good. Prospector is a very good kiter against something like a Bonbon and a Geisha. And also, if you die in the corner of Fort Stop against a Prospector, they can help you struggle free by using the magnets they can stand on the Fort Stop platform and magnet you from that platform while you're standing in the corner. It's actually kind of a crazy interaction, but it works really well. We're actually going to see Enchantress here as well. I really like Enchantress. Enchantress is a counter, of course, to Bonbon and Geisha. And we're going to see Acrobat last. So maybe PB Chaw will consider playing Bloody Queen because there is... Oh, now they go Barmaid. So Barmaid is also... Barmaid's good against Clerk and Bloody Queen as well. Maybe PB Chaw will play Clerk, actually. I have to consider that as well. But Clerk on Moonlit, it's not that good.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be it's gonna be a tough chase. We've seen how you use I know I keep bringing up you, but you played Clark and it was so hard on Moonlit, so it kind of makes sense that people just going with Bonbon here. And ZETA, I guess they have to work with this team comp, like having a Enchantress against a chip damage. I think that would be, I think that's the best case scenario that they can have against a Bonbon. So we'll see who takes the first kite, who will they be able to gain distance. So what do you tell of this spawn selection?
Yeah, I'm actually curious to why Priestess isn't taking 2-story. A lot of the time what we'll see is that we'll see a Barmaid be first stop. If you take coaster to first stop, then Priestess gives a portal into 2-story. The barmaid would then take the portal into 2-story, go upstairs, vault the window, and loop around back to the coaster. And by that time, it's been over 20 seconds, so she can take it again and get to third stop. That's the most standard play we'd see with a Priestess on this map, so it's very curious to see Priestess not taking 2-story. Enchantress there, yeah, it's not as common, so an interesting sort of layout here for ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, this layout, yeah, definitely interesting. Like, having the Priestess around definitely will be able to connect both sides of the map. And now just looking at the traits of the survivors as well, that's going to be triple flywheel again. So Machinery will be the only one with Tide. So interesting to see. So right now, PP Cha heading towards the Ghost House. Otherwise, I usually call it double story. But again, Sasori is already moving behind the house and making that transition towards the second floor. So PP Cha right here making his first chase. Yeah, we'll have to see if he'll be able to catch up, because this is one very, very tricky place to catch up to any survivors, though, Eli.
Yeah, chasing Enchantress, not only is it a difficult chase, it's also a hard area to chase a survivor in. She's going to go around this side of 2-story. Did they bring the coaster to second stop? I don't think they did. We're going to see... Is it there? Oh, they did bring it. Oh, but it has been 20 seconds. It has been 20 seconds. So Barmaid actually brought the coaster to second stop at the start of the match. So an excellent setup there, really utilizing this coaster perfectly. PPCha does have teleport, so he can teleport here. He wants to teleport on Barmaid. The coaster is not at first stop, so if he teleports to Barmaid over at the first stop area, he'll have a free chase there. But he's not going for that. He's going here, try to find Cousin Nick of the bar. Oh wait, this is Barmaid. Never mind. Barmaid came over here. He actually left first stop, so that was actually a smart setup, because if you do go first stop, then that's really tough. He had quenching effect on Barmaid, and he's now going to go ahead and commit to this as his chase target. This is the best target for a Barmaid. Sorry, for a Bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, dodging that. Oh, wow. Instant, man. Dodging that chip damage and then instantly going for the heal.
Is there a portal?
There should be. Yeah, there's a portal right there. PPCha is going to go through the portal, but Kazuneko already just like less than 5 seconds and will be healed up again. And this is why, like, Barmaid, even if it's not against the Dream Witch, it's still very, very good kiting. It's still a very good kiter, because, you know, the Dublin is going to provide second chance. And the teleport straight away to Station 4. So Sasori is going to be the target now. Eli.
Yeah, he's going to fly low that first bomb there. Goes for a second one here. Can he get the bomb hit? No bomb hits at all. He's going to get a basic 2 stacks now here farm for Sasori, and he's going to be able to take another portal as well. So I would imagine there's a portal setup here. Yeah, beautiful setup from the Priestess.
Wow.
And yeah, now I actually understand why they chose Priestess to bridge. This is also okay. Maybe you spawn Priestess bridge. He's going to change the Priestess, and this is actually a really good chase, because now Priestess has 1 portal, and now she has nothing left to work with, because she's used all her portals for support. And it looks like a great start from ZETA, but Priestess is in a really bad kiting area, and you also have to consider that Bonbon has excellent camping abilities. And can he get this chip? No! Beautiful dodge here from Dolisu. Looks like he's going to get the hit. Enchantress can get healed by the Barmaid as well, and you really see why Barmaid's kind of just slowly become a meta character. Goes for that sub. Oh, beautiful bomb chip onto the onto the Priestess there. That gets the down. That gets the down within enough time for him to still play for a draw here. Again, you have to consider Bonbon now at full camp. This is something we see PPCha do. Actually, I want to point out, a lot of hunters don't do this, is that he changes targets a lot with every hunter he plays. And the reason why he does that is it makes it easier for him to reach his full presence, and it still slows down Cypher progress enough to a point where he's still able to push for a win, because they had to change. He had to force survivors to heal and force them off of Cyphers with constant changing targets. So because of that, it allows him to gain full presence, slow down Cypher progress, and still have enough time to play for a draw here. And because he's full presence, it's going to be very difficult for Mercenary to rescue.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what he's trying to do here. Mochi, oh my goodness, has to rescue against this sea of bombs. But Mochi is still avoiding as well. Oh my goodness.
Double rescue interest.
Yeah, they have to. Otherwise, it's going to be so risky. But again, even if they manage to rescue, my goodness, they're going to manage that rescue. But again, the Cypher is not even prime, like what you mentioned just now. Too much time has been put.
No,
but,
he missed the flywheel.
Yeah, the flywheel is paying off. Ugh. And yeah, Dolisu's just gonna die in the corner, probably. Sasori probably should get out of there.
Well, so what he's trying to do is they're playing the Enchantress strategy. So what this is against the Bonbon, Enchantress can actually stun and then body block hits, and it's actually okay if she takes bombs as well because she gains stacks from it. As long as she doesn't go down, it's okay for her to get. It does get that down there, but Sasori's able to farm 2 stacks off of that. They can use one of them here. No, he can use his flywheel to avoid this hit. And he can just keep harassing like this. And look at that, the Cypher progress is almost done here now. And we're gonna see, goes for another one here, gets the chip onto the Priestess. It's gonna get him down right away, but the last Cypher, it's already 70%, and this is why Enchantress can be a really strong character. Can Enchantress get the stun? This is really important. No, she's too far away. If she got that stun, it might have been primed. And she just misses it. Wow. That's
true. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, getting rid of the Priestess definitely gonna help Pipicha gear up more towards the draw situation. But the second chase on Mochi though, I feel like it's gonna be another hard chase again. I mean, look at how much time Pipicha has actually taken trying to get one survivor down. And the Cypher, a new Cypher is gonna be started by Sasori all the way. Actually, it's just nearby the area, Eli.
Yeah. It looks like Mercenary's going to use the last elbow pad, so no items for endgame. They're trying to... so they are doing a new Cypher. Going to force Sasori away here. Again, Pipicha, he doesn't have to win. He just needs to tie this round. He's already put himself in a good position to do that. So it's looking pretty good so far. Gonna go ahead and it's gonna go ahead and commit to Mercenary in the corner of God Kiting here. Mercenary avoiding. Wow, beautiful dom. Okay, he does get that bomb hit there. Last Cypher Machine almost primed. Slow pallet breaking speed from Pipicha, and he started with teleport. So this indicates he probably has Insolence Detention with the slow pallet breaking speed. He may actually have no detention at all and just an Insolence build, which means that his endgame chase is not as good. Does get the bomb down onto the Mercenary, and he's gonna go for the chair here, force a rescue, which makes things harder for Zeta in the endgame. And it gives them even less opportunities to kite to dungeon.
That's true. I mean, one Cypher is remaining, and Enchantress is the one that's going to be priming. Barmaid is at full health, but again with the basement play, Eli. We saw how UKG utilized the basement play, right? In the first game in Arms Factory, and now again with the basement play. I mean, it's a very strong draw for Pipicha, but he has to make sure that I think the play here is just to keep bombing and trying to bait that rescue, getting that hit. Yeah, it's gonna be prime.
Yeah, no detention.
Yeah, strong draw going on right there.
Yeah, so we're gonna see him go ahead. He's gonna chase Mercenary. He knows Mercenary is the easiest target here with no detention, no flywheel. He's gonna go ahead and vault the window after the Mercenary. Dungeon's not here as well, and there's also no items unless they have an open chest somewhere. Mochi's taking an interesting route. The only reason he'd go to this is he's trying to either kite to the open gate or he's trying to find an item on the ground. And is there an item? No, it looks like they didn't have an item. Yeah, he's just gonna teleport to gate here. Sasori does not have a 3 stack. He needs to down the Mercenary right here and just hit him back. Yeah, just hit the Mercenary. But here's the Enchantress. No, this is where this thing's here. He's gonna pick up here. No, he cannot let him get a 3 stack. He needs to pick up. Look for the stun. Oh, he gets the stun. It's a Mercenary. You can't down him because it's a Mercenary. He's gonna make it out the gate, and Barmaid's on top of the dungeon.
Wow, 3-man escape. Zeta turned its back in
what a
game
turnaround
number 2.
that was.
Yeah, it's not even gonna be a draw. So ultimately, it's still gonna be game 3 that's gonna decide the outcome of Zeta versus RD. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. I feel like Zeta survivors in the first game, they were caught off guard. Number 1, with the sneaky cowboy pick. Number 2, with the flywheel against an surprising pick. So I think that was the only time they got caught off guard. But in this comp, even though they didn't manage to force heal, the Enchantress didn't manage to help the Priestess. Ultimately, the Priestess went back, but still the tree escape. The understanding of the game is just so good. Like just crawling, opening the gate, leaving the gate. Don't give Bonbon the chance to hit you, and just giving time for the machine to go in. I feel like that's the Zeta that we're actually dealing with. Game 2, that's the Zeta survivors that we're actually more familiar with under normal circumstances, Eli. But what do you think though? Any highlights you want to point out, or any important thresholds you want to point out?
Yeah, I think it was looking pretty good for the most part, and I really like the Enchantress support. I mean, that's not something we get to see all the time, but Enchantress against Bonbon not only is it a kiter, it's a good supporter on certain areas. You can die. The Enchantress can harass from the platform, so that's a pretty nice area to harass in. And the Bonbon can't reach him. If you get that stun off, the Priest can immediately portal away and get away. If it's an Acrobat, he can jump over the platform. So there's a lot of different interactions that you can work around that, and that worked really well. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a quick sub, not on the Survivor side, but on the caster side.
Yo.
Entity, welcome back.
It's the me. Yeah, hello Luna, hello Eli, and yeah, now I have some things to do right now, so I'll be the one subbing in for him. Just like how PP-Cha subbed in for UKG. Yeah, I totally agree with you. With the match, PP-Cha did have the upper hand in the mid game, but somehow the Survivor side find the leeway to turn the tide for the Survivor side.
Right. Yeah, so it's just, I mean, he had the momentum. He was still able, I think if Enchantress gets that last stun at the end before the Cypher Machine's prime, they're still able to push for a 4 Survivor endgame, but they were able to get the down there. He was able to get the chair, and that was important. And then it was just like, Mercenary, again, in a situation where you need a tie, I feel like it might have been okay to bring Detention, because if you have Detention there, if he goes for the stun, he can down the Mercenary instantly. There's no chance of him getting out. Yeah, it was just Enchantress goes for the stun, and Mercenary crawls, and there's not much you can do. Mercenary can take a hit and get out no problem.
I mean, he did manage to bring the Mercenary down in the basement, but somehow the Bombase was able to traverse all the bomb and able to rescue the Mercenary out from the basement. At the endgame situation there, would you think the situation would be better if the Bonbon actually go for the Bombate instead of the Mercenary, who is actually heading toward the gate?
I think that would have been okay, but the problem is like Barmaid still has a speed drinks and she still has flywheel. She has flywheel and full health. So I think that his mindset is like, he didn't expect the Enchantress play, right? The mindset is if I can kill this Mercenary, it's the easiest chase target. He has no flywheel, he has no items, he's half health. It's a pretty easy kill for me, and you don't really expect the Enchantress to come in there at the end and Mercenary to get that close to the gate. Because just imagine, right, if he hits one of the... Because he got the basic hit on the Mercenary, and then he teleported to gate. If he hits a bomb first, and then downs the Mercenary farther away from the gate, Enchantress can't go for that play. He shares the Mercenary, and he ties the game. So Mercenary dodging every single bomb was really important. I feel like him going for a basic hit there
allow him to get to the gate and...
Boost,
Yeah, to be honest. Yeah, and I'm still wondering, when the Survivor picked the Enchantress, going for the Bonbon is quite risky, because the Enchantress is a hard counter to chip damage hunter, so a Bonbon in Moonlit Rail Park also not the greatest choice. I believe PP-Cha could have done more with Breaking Wheel, to be honest, in my opinion. The Breaking Wheel should have been better in traversing around the area, because you just see how the Bonbon was toy around from the first stop till the third stop, and it's tough to get the first chase, especially when there are Priestess in the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, definitely. I think I would have liked to see Bloody Queen. I mean, Bloody Queen's good against, fine with Enchantress, and Priestess did not have tied, so yeah, so that would have been okay. So I would have liked to see Bloody Queen just try to tie with BQ. But yeah, I just went for the
riskier play.
The Bonbon, yeah. I mean, and Bonbon's like, it's okay. Like Bonbon's, it's got a good chase against. It doesn't get countered by Flywheel as hard, and it's got a good chase against the Barmaid. But I think he was worried with Bloody Queen that like if you have to chase Barmaid, there's a chance she's able to kite out. She takes a hit with the mirror, then she can use her drink. But if you have Blink, as long as you save, you wait a little bit, you hit the mirror, then you blink. I think there's a chance, of course, that Flywheel can counter that. There's a lot of interactions you have to consider, but I think realistically, Bloody Queen would have been safer, especially with an Enchantress on the team.
More leaning into the tie potential. PP-Cha was, I believe, dreaming big. He was trying to end the matchup in the second round with the Bonbon, but it doesn't come into play because the Survivor side of ZETA is now more prepared. Instead of the first round with the more off-meta pick, we saw a more in line with the with the usual meta picks like the Priestess, the Priestess, the I believe Mercenary, and especially Barmaid has been moving up in the meta ladder with kiting potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I remember the day when Barmaid was just horrible. We'd never see Barmaid. The only time we'd see Barmaid is if you know it's going to be around one Dream Witch as a Dream Witch counter, and that was it. But with the addition of Flywheel and addition of a lot of these single hit hunters, Barmaid has really just come in as a great support character. And with the recent Barmaid adjustments, with the speed drinks and you know, you can heal yourself and twice and heal your teammate. I mean, obviously you could do all that before, but with the recent adjustments and also Flywheel edition, it's just Barmaid's become a very viable character, and we see it even in later rounds. Even when you know it's not going to be a Dream Witch, it's still a good character against Clerk. It's a good character against something like a Bloody Queen, and it works. It kind of forced PvCha away from BQ, which I still think it would have been okay to play BQ there, but it kind of just it made him not want to play it at all, and it worked out for ZETA.
Yeah, exactly. I would say it was not banning the Priestess is still a mistake from this team. I don't understand why they wouldn't ban the Priestess at all. They just go for the forward, the Seer, and if he went for the Bonbon, he shouldn't have banned the Seer. The Seer is easily countered by the bomb. Yeah, not really.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe he was thinking he wanted to play something like Geisha or Bloody Queen, because again, with a Seer forward ban, those aren't Bonbon ban. I mean, forward ban is okay. Forward Priestess would have been more standard for Bonbon. So I think that I think he was probably trying to aim for Bloody Queen or Geisha, and then he kind of just didn't want to play it because of the Enchantress. Because I mean, the Enchantress is in there. Enchantress is a counter to Geisha, whereas Barmaid is a counter to Bloody Queen if used properly. But I still think Bloody Queen would have been okay, because Bloody Queen can still taste the Priestess as long as you position yourself well as the Bloody Queen, and you can commit, especially with no Flywheel in the Priestess, and you can commit to Enchantress with no problem at all. I don't know, play Bloody Queen, get a tie. Bonbon's it's too tough against that team comp with the Enchantress.
With the Enchantress and in Moonlit.
Right.
Yeah, PvCha again still have that breaking wheel, but I think the Survivor team was anticipating a breaking wheel because they do have Flywheel with their lineup, and that's why you see with the Bonbon they still did very fine. Now we're gonna head into round 3 with the Survivor of ZETA versus PvCha from RD. The map looks like going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So very balanced map. Interesting because this is a choice of RD.
Yeah, it is the choice for RD. Ever Sleeping Town is good for PvCha. It gives you a lot of options. Gives you Breaking Wheel, gives you Sculptor, gives you Dream Witch. And then if you look into ZETA's side, I don't know. I mean, they're gonna probably ban Dream Witch Geisha from Alf. So then that gives him Bonbon. Bonbon Ever Sleeping is okay. It's not a bad tie-in from the map, but it's also has some difficult chase areas, so it's not necessarily as good as some other maps might be. So interesting. I don't know. We'll see. PvCha, of course, now has to ban Priestess. Priestess forward Seer ban immediately from him here. I would expect we're going to see a Dream Witch and probably Sculptor as the second one. You know, we see PvCha Sculptor kind of being his second hunter that he loves to go to, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. But it could be that teams aren't really scared of Sculptor. She hasn't really been as strong in the current meta. PvCha also has an option to go Clerk, so they could also remove that as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they removed the Clerk. On point.
You got to watch out for the Sculptor now. So I'd expect we're probably going to see probably Mercenary and maybe something like a Patient or Enchantress here.
I could see an Acrobat.
Acrobat
actually, with the target ban from PvCha in the previous round onto the
Prospector,
onto the Prospector.
Yeah, I just thought about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the thing about ZETA. They want to take in that Prospector because Prospector is such a great kiter and a great harasser also. PvCha now have no chance but to, I think, Acrobat or Patient ban.
Yeah, I just realized that. That was a really good point. We're going to see Enchantress is banned here. I think that's perfectly fine. But it does open up ideas of Patient, Acrobat, and Entomologist. So, of course, the threat of Enchantress and Prospector. Professor?
Oh!
No way. Really?
Wait? This is the first? Yeah, this is the first. Wow. Alright, so... Actually, with the Professor, he is kind of forcing PvCha to pick a chip damage hunter.
Wow.
To counter him.
Yeah, Professor is a counter to Geisha, so he's maybe trying to force away from Geisha. This is really interesting. Acrobat is the last spin, so maybe Entomologist. Yeah, Entomologist here. So I think that
very support heavy.
Yeah. Wow, first time we're gonna see Professor. I feel like it's always the Japan regions that always bring out the new character that you don't. Every time it's like, oh, a new character comes out. Okay, this character is not very strong. We're never gonna see it get utilized, and it's true. It doesn't get utilized in any region except for Japan. So that's one thing I love about this Japan region is they always will bring out the new character at some point, even if it's considered to not be that strong.
And
Breaking Wheel. Wow.
Yeah, I do believe Breaking Wheel can counter the Professor. Also, they might have taken the potential of BB picking that Breaking Wheel, so I'm expecting like 3 Flywheel in the lineup.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be.
Yeah.
3 Flywheel.
Yeah, quite interesting to see the Professor in this matchup because it's like do or die, and the spawn position.
Why is Professor spawn at back corner? Wow, that's such an easy chase for a Breaking Wheel. Interesting layout there. Yeah. So
are they trying to bait? Are they trying to bait the Breaking Wheel to pick the spawn at the S palette? Kind of.
Yeah. It looks like you probably will go for Professor, right? You're not going to go corner house and chase an Ento. You're not going to go graveyard for a Prospector. So I'd expect him to go Professor. I feel like that's probably the easiest target for a wheel as well, right? So going to the weakest spawn here. Yeah, interesting decision from ZETA. They must have something planned that we don't know about.
Yeah. I mean, the Professor can taking at least 1 chip damage, like 1 spy onto him. He can at least negate one of that. So the survivor side of ZETA still have some leeway to utilize of insolent and detention Breaking Wheel, and we'll see the Breaking Wheel spawning at the school gate. And yeah, we'll head to the Professor.
To the Professor. And something else that's interesting is we did not see. I would have expected Entomologist to spawn middle 2-story, because if Entomologist spawns there, then it's very easy for. Oh, okay, there we go. He is onto the Professor here. Is he able to get that first spike? Can he get the trap here onto the Professor? No, does miss that. This is where the Professor's scales can be very, very big. He needs to. Yeah, he gets right into it, and the bees are gonna push him. Oh, I guess the bees actually go through him while he's
because the animation.
Interesting.
The bees go through the animation, so.
I actually did not know that. So that's interesting interaction there. He's going to go for be able to avoid that. They're trying to get a second spike. Beautiful dodges from Dolisu, avoiding this here. Will he get out of wheel farm? Is he just going to commit to this chase here? He's really trying to go for 2 spikes. Still can't get it.
Not quite there yet. There's still a flywheel for Dolisu. And the bee will be here for the support, able to use the flywheel, and also the bee negating that potential runaway. And Blink go for the Blink for the hit.
Yeah, he can go for a second spike here and snap, but this is why we don't really see Breaking Wheel. I mean, Flywheel is such a hard counter, and just little bits of support like Entomologist, it just counters. He's gonna be able to get a wheel farm, he's gonna be able to go for a snap here, but Survivors have enough Cypher progress for a win here. They have enough time to push for this. Prospector can harass second chair, not this one, so we're gonna see him get shared here. 3 Cypher machines are gonna go down shortly here. Mercenary is gonna come in for the rescue, and you still have Prospector harassment for for second save. So this is gonna be really difficult for PBChai. Does not have trump card either. Is an insolence detention build.
Shading for the rescue. Mochi will be the one here. Dolisu actually taking one of those spikes, and the shield have already regenerated. He could totally potential. Wasn't able to bait out the shield the second time, but he was able to do that.
Get it there. Yeah. He get the down. Beautiful prediction from Dolisu not to use that too early. And we do see Prospector and Entomologist. The only problem with this is you're gonna lose a lot of decoding progress with this. He can just drop here. I feel like it's gonna be okay. Like he should be able to make it to this chair. He's got a second magnet. He's gonna get the drop off, and the bees just give a free hit. I don't know about that.
Yeah, and now the Entomologist is already out B.
He's gonna allow for a short stun. He's gonna allow for a short stun, so he can just immediately. No, it gets the body block. That's a huge body block there. That might be the game winner.
That's game changing. Now the Professor has the chance to go back for a rebound kite. 1 spike onto the Professor. Breaking Wheel already have max presence, so could go for the burst here. There's no flywheel yet, so Professor will be down. But at least it's a second chair of Dolisu, and they could totally go for the endgame pop with with 4 people.
Yeah, and the ciphers are enough. So, yeah, I don't know. The breaking will pick for PB Cha. I feel like he could have just played Sculptor. I feel like it would have been more. I mean, it's so risky to play Wheel there. I mean, it's so risky in this meta with how weak Wheel is currently. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. He's gonna go for the trap, but they just pop. Yeah, they just pop. And yeah, no blink playing for the end game here. This should be a 3 survivor escape.
Yeah, Professor was trying to predict a blink there. Oh, PB go down the basement, and Dolisu almost. Will he be able to? Yeah, he will be able to dodge one spy, and now Flywheel is available. The dungeon is in the middle. He's actually
Flywheel. He actually has a chance. He has blink. He has blink. He has to go for it right now. Oh, he gets the trap. He has to knock him away. Wow, what a game-saving trap. Can he get the pickup though? Yeah, and he is able to get the pickup. That was a huge game-saving trap there. The flywheel bait was really big. The fact that he was able to bait the flywheel before the blink there, and then he hit the trap onto the dungeon. If he saves flywheel, he can flywheel the trap, but he had to try to predict the blink with the flywheel, because if he did blink there, he would have died. So that was a really big play. Although, did he have scales? Could he have scaled the
cooldown was on, because when the Professor was rescued after the Prime, he tried to use the shield to negate a blink potential. But yeah, the breaking wheel wasn't having the blink then. And yeah, the Professor kind of expanded the shield there. If the shield was still available for the Professor, yeah, it could have been a 4-man escape.
Yeah. But it still puts Zeta in a great spot, because now RD, they have to win. The survivors have to win here to tie things up. And yeah, it's really tough. I think their big chance was to tie the previous round. And then they could afford for survivors to tie here and go to a round 4. But now survivors have to 3 escape if they want to force a 4th round here.
Yeah, which is very tough.
Against Alf.
Yeah, against Alf in the map like this. So Alf can play a lot of other hunter. But let's talk about the Professor. Like, this is the first time that we see the Professor in a professional tournament like this, and I have to say, Professor seems to be a great character to go up against Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's not so much that it's like great against Wheel.
The raw fighting skill.
I think it's just, yeah. I mean, because like there were many parts throughout that match where, because the Professor, I mean, he went down reasonably fast. I think it was just great jukes from Dolisu, and then once you get trapped, you can't use your scales. He got him baited. He got trapped. He couldn't use it. So throughout many points of that match, the Professor's skills didn't really do much for him. There was only one point where he actually used the scales effectively at the early point in the game. Besides that, the Professor's skills did nothing for him for the rest of the match. So I don't think Professor. I think it's just like the Prospector was the game changer there for sure.
Yeah, the Prospector with the 3rd magnet. That's a game changer, able to rescue Dolisu and also provide the body block that the Professor needs to go for the rebound kite. And yeah, commendable job for the survivor side for trying out a new character in the mix and getting a successful result with it.
And that's I mean, if a Prospector has 3 magnets, even if a survivor dies in your chair, if a Prospector has 3 magnets, they can always allow either a struggle free or a stun, because you have to drop a 3rd time, and that's going to allow for a struggle free. No matter how, unless you're directly on top of a chair, a survivor can pretty much always struggle free from that position. And then you can always try to go for body block. And if you get that, or if the survivor that's dropped has flywheel, that's why flywheel is so good with Prospector, because if you get a stun off, even if it's a short stun, the survivor can just flywheel, and they can avoid a hit, and they can kite, or the Prospector can body block a hit. Or if you try to drag the survivor to chair, they're just going to struggle free. So that's why Prospector is so good. Triple magnet always guarantees a drop, and then you can block, body block, Ento B's flywheel, something from there. To try to allow them to rebound. If they die far away from a chair in a far away corner, you only need 2 magnets to get a struggle free. So that also opens up a lot of opportunities as well, and that's why we see Prospector just really start to rise in the meta, especially out of Japan.
Yeah, and we look at the match point potential win here. If Zeta get 2-man escape or more, Zeta will be... oh wait, actually... Yeah, able to get 2-man elimination. Sorry.
Right.
Then
so
Zeta will be advancing.
Right. So that's what we're talking. Yeah, we were talking about that before, in which like RD needs a 3 survivor escape to tie and force a 4th round. And if they don't get that, they have to get 4 to win. If they don't get either of those things, then Zeta will just win from there. So.
And yeah, the survivors are getting a 4-man escape is quite a hard task for them. I'm not gonna lie. So especially against Arf, and in this map, Arf can play Sculptor, Bonbon. Who else? Geisha.
Geisha. We're gonna see Tang actually subbed out, which is
it's a survivor.
Yeah. Tang's been playing. I feel like the best out of the RD survivors so far. I mean, excellent in bomber kite, excellent flywheels. So yeah, interesting choice there for the substitution.
They might have something up their sleeve. So yeah, Tang will be subbed out for 87 YT, and yeah, I think getting the substitution survivor in just to try out some other lineup to go up against the Hunter of Zeta. It could be the match point that they need for the survivor side, because they had to try everything out. They had to risk it in order to move on.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what they opt to ban. The question is, do they even ban Dream Witch? Considering that they might just ban Sculptor and Geisha and try to eliminate. See, the problem is Alf has so many consistent tie hunters. He has Bonbon, he's got Bloody Queen, he has Blink Geisha. All 3 of those hunters are really hard to get a 3 escape against, especially against with the consistency Alf has in late rounds. So I think that Alf's gonna ban Forward Seer Priestess, and we're probably gonna see, I guess, Dream Witch Geisha ban, but then you gotta consider Bloody Queen and Bonbon. So maybe they don't even ban; they just take the Dream Witch straight up. That's risky, of course, because Dream Witch late round is very, very strong. And maybe they just try to counter the Dream Witch, and I guess maybe go BQ Geisha ban, Bonbon Geisha, Bonbon BQ. I think it has to be Geisha. BQ makes the most sense. But then you get Bonbon or Dream Witch. It's just it's really hard for RD. A lot of things to think about.
Yeah, either they had to ban the Thai potential character or ban the variable character from off. Dream Witch ban and also Geisha. All right, yeah. So it's the variable ban.
So I
get play this cool character.
Yeah, I guess they just go Dream Witch Geisha, and then you go like Patient. I would imagine immediate Patient if you're, because you got to go Patient to counter BQ and Bonbon. So I think Patient Merc would be the best 2 to start with, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, it could be a Bonbon. Unless RD opt for an Enchantress, then they could go up against actually the Bonbon. Mercenary is still up for grabs, and also, yeah, as you said, either Patient or Acrobat.
The problem with going Enchantress is that you play the Bloody Queen, so you have to watch out for that.
Yeah.
I guess if you have like a Merc
Yeah.
Enchantress,
They're trying to go against Bonbon.
Okay, so the reason why they pick Ever Sleeping here is that because it's pretty good for PB Trust Hunters, and then it's also Bloody Queen is not very strong on Ever Sleeping Town. So I think that's maybe the idea, is they're going to try to play an anti-Bonbon comp, take a Bloody Queen on a bad BQ map, but it's still a BQ, so it's still such a heavy tie hunter. I don't know. I would expect Alf to ban Patient. I mean, Patient is just so good in this situation for RD. Whether it's a Bonbon, whether it's a BQ, even a Sculptor, Patient would be great. So I think Alf really has to just ban Patient. There's no reason to ban anything else here. Yeah, I don't know.
Either Patient or Acrobat is fine. And yeah, now the Survivor.
Yep.
Pay Patient ban. Okay, so you're on point there. Either Acrobat. If they want to go up against Bloody Queen, then do they even need a decoder, or they will go? I think they will offer an all kind of supporter lineup, because they cannot afford a decoder in the lineup. That's like allowing the hunter to exploit the weakling in your lineup. Yeah.
Acrobat. Acrobat's okay. You can go Acrobat Flywheel, and that works for Bloody Queen as well. It's just a good kiter in general. This last band, we'll be able to tell what Alpha's trying to play based off of this last band. If it's something like an entomologist or, yeah, probably like an entomologist, we'll probably see Bonbon. If it's something like a barmaid, then we'll probably see a Bloody Queen. And it could be that Alpha just plays something that we're not even considering, but that's most likely going to be his options. Mechanic, okay, that also works for Bonbon as well. So I think that's, I think we're probably expecting Alpha to play Bonbon here.
Yeah, I'm expecting that too, even though there's an Enchantress on the lineup. The last pick from the Survivor team gonna be very interesting. Either they want to go for a decoder like a Postman, or yeah, Barmaid seems to be a decent enough kiter in the lineup. At least the Barmaid can counter the Bloody Queen, and you know, somehow can counter the Bonbon.
Right. Problem is Barmaid's risky because you don't have anything to support the Barmaid. Toy Merchant. Okay, this could be kind of a trump card option we didn't consider. So Toy Merchant is, if used properly here, is a very good support that can get the survivors in the upstairs 2-story areas. So I think that could be very good. It's also a very good kiter because if you do jump out of one of the windows, you can fly away on your glider. So I think that Toy Merchant here is actually good, but the problem here is that Toy Merchant can only give items to mercenaries, so you're kind of losing value on the fact that you have no item swap characters besides the mercenary, which is not a great. I mean, it's not a character you really need to give an item to unless they run out of elbow pads early. So I think that yeah, Toy Merchant is just there for the catapult support for the most part here.
And now to the picks of Alf. Yeah, looking at the lineup, I can expect them to go one Titaner or two a Titaner actually, to potentially go for the endgame rescue. With Alf here, yeah, we have been speculating him to pick on the Bonbon, but there could be another hunter that he's thinking about. Like the Clerk. That could be the Clerk.
Could be, but I feel like it's better to just play more consistent hunters. Like a Bloody... I still think Bloody Queen or Bonbon's his best choice, but...
Let's see. Yeah, Bloody Queen. But Bloody Queen. The interaction. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you see.
Okay, this is. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, it's just that Clerk is. It's a little bit risky because it is. Obviously, Clerk's a very, very strong hunter currently in the meta, and it's a lot of win potential. But it's also not as consistent for straight ties like a Bonbon or Bloody Queen would be. So you have to consider that
I think
as well.
he's just trying to prevent the decoding because, at least looking at the lineup of Audi, there's no decoder, and like two of them have decoding debuff. So Alf could totally keep a cipher on check if he managed to get a survivor early on. Look at the lineup though. I think the Enchantress. Either the Enchantress or the Toy Merchant could be the potential first chase.
The thing with Clerk is that there's not a lot of great chase targets. Like Acrobat, it's a strong kiter for a Clerk. Enchantress, strong kiter for a Clerk. Toy Merchant can transition really well against the Clerk. We're going to see the line spawn. We see a lot of this where the survivors spawn in a line throughout the middle. This allows them to rotate in any direction based off of where the hunter comes from. And it looks like he is going to spawn over at the fake gate area. So yeah, let's see which direction Alf goes for first. I would imagine he'll probably try to commit to Toy Merchant. Enchantress is never great for a Clerk. Acrobat, you're not going to go all the way to Graveyard to chase an Acrobat.
Yeah.
And then Toy Merchant, if I'm not mistaken, does Toy Merchant have Tide Turner as well? Or
we'll see. We'll see.
We're about to see, yeah. Toy Merchant usually brings Tide. So I would expect that maybe we'll have Mercenary and Merchant on Tide.
The question is, do they expect the Clerk to bring to be in order for the flywheel? So Toy Merchant and Enchantress will have flywheel, and the usual Acrobat and Mercenary with Titaner.
Yeah, interesting. Looks like we are going to see Clerk, spawning over near the fake gate area. He's actually going to go towards Enchantress's spawn first. So he values chasing Enchantress over chasing the Merchant. No, I think he's going straight for the Acrobat, and Acrobat's actually rotating into him.
What?
But he didn't see him.
I don't.
What
is this? Yeah, I don't
understand.
I don't really understand this rotation at all. He knows where the spawn is, but he choose to not chase either the Acrobat or the Enchantress. The Enchantress actually was keeping on the rotation to the corner house there, and forcing Zekai to transition far away from this area.
We'd rather chase the Enchantress over anything else here. And the catapult setup, it's not a great catapult. It doesn't really buy much distance, but it does buy enough where he can at least get to this next pallet and kind of keep transitioning away. He's going to throw this pallet down. He has a pickup recording, though, so maybe he's just throwing it down to make him waste it, but I feel like he could have just bought more time. Oh, there's a flywheel. Beautiful
nice
flywheel from the Enchantress. And she has the stun, yeah, to kite this out. Now it becomes time to a mind game she needs. Oh, get stuck on the chair! Oh, that's so unfortunate, and we don't see the mind game because of that. And now she's just going to keep transitioning away here.
Yeah, now with the blink, Alf could totally bring this Enchantress down easily, and could potentially forcing the Acrobat to go out this cipher at the corner. Yeah, blink to down the Enchantress, and the Acrobat cipher is going to be camped out.
Yeah, this is a good start for Alf here. We'll see what... we're going to see what Acrobat... yeah, Acrobat is side turner, so he is going to be the one coming for the rescue. Alf does pick up, I think that was a pallet break recording there as well, so he's going to have that as an option. It looks like we're going to see, actually, Mercenary coming in for the rescue. I feel like it would have been more efficient to just let Acrobat come, and
yeah, it would have been better.
And Mercenary kept decoding, but I guess Mercenary's Cypher Machine was blocked anyway, so you might as well try to come in and use this instead. So.
Yeah, and now after the hit, Alf will be able to go back to...
Oh, he's gonna bomb as well? Oh, I thought he was gonna bomb.
Yeah, the Acrobat's gonna go back. I think the distance was too far for the Acrobat to go for the support, but he will go for it anyways for this time around. Oh no, the Acrobat! What is...
Huh?
I don't... Yeah.
What's going on? And he's just down to a charge attack. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was. Like, that was a great setup, kiting to the Acrobat. He could have gone for a slow bomb or red bomb there. Bought the Enchantress some distance, maybe give her enough time to farm an extra stun there. But looks like, yeah, on share for the second time here. Almost no Cypher progress. They have 2 Cyphers almost primed, but they still need 2 full Cyphers after that. So RD is in a really weak position here.
And now either the Mercenary or the Acrobat has to go for the rescue. The Acrobat, I believe, will go for it, even though the Mercenary is actually close to the vicinity, trying to bait Alf out the chair to allow the Acrobat to go for the rescue. Get a hit onto the Acrobat, onto the Mercenary actually, and the Acrobat will use that slow bomb to slow down this clerk. Oh,
gonna body block as much as he can. Yeah, they're really going for like a hard. No one's decoding. Nobody's decoding. Mercenaries down. Acrobat supporting. Merchants giving a catapult. The support's nice, but no one's touching ciphers. So, how do you finish cipher machines like this? I don't understand the game. I mean, I guess he's gonna try to kite long enough. Enchantress has flywheel. She has 2 stuns. She can farm a 3rd one here. Acrobat's gonna support again. He's not even healing Mercenary. The only one decoding is the toy merchant. So. And everyone's body blocking. What is going on?
Blink is available for Alf. Hey, yeah, the Enchantress will go for that catapult once again.
What is this? It's a tarot match. Okay, no. There's the blink. And he doesn't flywheel the blink either, so just a miss there. Enchantress dies with stacks, and no one's decoded for the last, 60 seconds. I don't know what the game plan for RD was. I don't see it.
Because they have to go either for 4-man or 3-man skip, so they kind of have to go for the support.
But nobody's decoding.
Yeah, I think that's yes. Yeah. And look at the cipher progress. It's on track to be at least a tie for Alf, because there's no way that the survivor can complete the cipher in time. Use the elbow pad to create that distance, but kiting to the survivor cipher. And they are decoding 7 cipher. Wow.
Yeah. Is this the progress? It's just not really enough there. He's going to keep going for the Mercenary here. He's going to try to make him waste all of his items, and then if he's able to get him down as well in the process, that'll be very nice for him. And yeah, you can see the percentages there. There's a very high chance of a 4 kill. Survivors still need to get 3 out, so they need an endgame kite. The good news here is Mercenary can actually afford. He's actually going to take trim, but he can knock him off the trim. He can chip him off the trim with the swing recording here. But he doesn't go for it. Why? That was a free chip?
That was too conservative coming from Alf.
I think he picked it up too, didn't he? He swung
he
in
picked it
front
up,
of him.
yeah.
So he picked it up, so why didn't he go for it? that would have been a free chip there. That doesn't. He picks up. No, he doesn't. He don't know.
He was trying to get a hit onto the toy merchant.
onto
He
the
thought
toy
the toy
merchant,
merchant was camping around the area. Now he will be able to get the catapult out of this graveyard area. And yeah, look at the cyber progress. They are actually building the objective, and it's on track to be a draw.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, Mercenary can actually afford to use up his elbow pads if he wanted to, because the merchant has a pocket watch that she can throw to him at any point. So it's actually okay that he would do that. We're gonna see merchant try to go ahead and kite in this area. Beautiful pallet drop there from Alf. The thing is, when you're kiting a clerk, you have to go for pallet camp mind games. If you don't go for that, you know, you're just gonna get. And he goes for the same play, and another beautiful down there from Alf. But Entity, this might be the same match we saw with RD against YMM yesterday, in which they were in a terrible position and they still managed to draw because of an excellent second kite. Look at the Cypher progress. It's enough to get a draw, but we're gonna have to see an endgame kite here if the survivors want to force a third round.
Pin had to go for a rescue, and Mercenary is now decoding the Cypher. I think the Cypher over there is almost prime. The only the Mercenary was able to pop a Cypher, and the Acrobat has to rescue before half. That's a must. That's a must for the survivor side. Half will force the rescue to happen, and Toy Merchant has full-on potential to use the catapult unless the
Never's not ready. Yeah, can't pop. So she's gonna go down here. Mercenary can save, and we're gonna see another RD switch off here. Is he gonna take him to basement? He's gonna take him to basement as well. So Merchant was not able to get away there. I feel like it would have been, maybe not. I was gonna say maybe get body block, but no, he's gonna go to basement. They have the Cypher ready, so he's gonna take the hit. He does not have a decoding recording, I don't think so.
Yeah, he doesn't have one. Because Mercenary was able to pop a Cypher right when he used the recording.
Able to get the and they pop! And he's able to avoid that there. Does he have flywheel to avoid this? There goes and that's it. That's the tie. There's no way they can rescue here.
Yeah, the flywheel was on cooldown. Unlucky for the survivor side. Actually, great job from Alf, able to get the drop down hit right there, and that's the game. Zeta will be the one triumph over this matchup.
Yep, absolutely. And we're gonna see. You know, they're gonna play it out and still try to get a tie here if possible. But yeah, Alf can. Alf can really kind of just prevent this from happening. He can constantly just look at that exit gate, block them off from opening the gate, and just chase this next target. And basically at least get a 3 elimination here.
And it's looking like that. The Acrobat will be the one trying to kite away from this clerk. Why? Yeah, Mercenary will be keeping on deck with that recording, not allowing the Mercenary to go for the decoding at all. Oh, almost there with the pallet breaking recording.
Yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna push the dungeon. Actually has a bomb here, but the gate's nowhere near open, and this is why we see Clark is so fast. Wow. Look at how fast he's able to catch up there. He's able to get that down there. Mercenary not able to get the gate open either. He's gonna go ahead and share the Acrobat. I don't remember what share this is for the Acrobat. So
this is the first chair, I believe. Yeah.
So there's a chance Mercenary could try to push dungeon, but 30 seconds of detention and elbow pad, it's possible. But we'll see.
Actually, Mercenary could go for the rescue, but then after the rescue, no one can open the gate. So the Mercenary now trying to. Oh, Alf was hiding the red light there, almost able to trick the Mercenary. But now, yeah, the elbow pad will be expanded. Mercenary will he be able to reach the chair though? I think he will be. But there's a recording in front of the chair. Able to get the hit. And the Acrobat won't be able to body block for the Acrobat. It's going to be a 4K for Alf.
Yeah, 4 survivor elimination for Alf there, and that's gonna be it. Zeta is winning this round. They will advance to 2-0. And it looks good for RD. They've been playing well, right? They had a good round 1. They were able to win round number 1. It was looking like they had a drop for round number 2, but yeah, going into this round number 3, Alf just so strong, and this is why he is the best late round hunter in the game. And it just really goes to show he's able to secure, get a draw with Dream Witch, and just a 4 survivor elimination here with Clerk. Very impressive here from Alf, and Zeta will be advancing to 2-0 and first in their division.
It was looking so bright for RD to win this matchup in round 1, but Zeta was able to pull themselves back and get the win on the second and the third round. a very decisive win, I would say. And yeah, kudos to both sides. They did put up a very great matchup for us to see. And I'm not believing that I'm saying that, but I'm expecting a lot more action from RD because they show themselves to be a very great team today.
Yeah, definitely. Not only today, yesterday as well against Weibo. So I think that obviously this is going to come down to the Korea team Nice versus RD. I think both sides are very strong. And again, going into this tournament, I personally expected the Korea team to have a huge advantage over RD. Again, we never really see HongKong Taiwan be a huge contender, but this time around, they put up good numbers against these are two of the best teams in the world, and they put up good numbers against them. They've made things interesting, they've made things close, and they made themselves look good. They're making a name for themselves. Even though they are losing to these teams, they're still doing very impressively. So I think that definitely RD has a very good chance at taking down the Korea team Nice.
Yeah, and let's see as a match stash right here. I mean, the survivor side did kites for quite a long time, but Clerk doesn't care about that. Clerk just care about you not decoding, allowing you to waste time with the chase and locking you out with Cypher. It's the same situation over again with every other Clerk match that we saw. The survivor wasn't keen on decoding. They're focusing too much on the supporting and not feeling the objective.
We are going to see a final score here, 16-9. 3 rounds against ZETA is pretty impressive for RD, and even winning one of them. So, yeah, 16-9 final score here. We are going to see the MVP. I imagine probably going to be Alf. Alf with the 7 eliminations in 2 rounds here. 6 eliminations in 2 rounds here. And he will be the MVP for ZETA. Excellent job with that Clerk there. And this is another thing that's really scary for teams going against ZETA, is not only did Alf have very consistent late round hunters, he recently picked up Dreamwitch, and now he's picked up Clerk, the 2 best hunters in the game. Alf never used to have this. He used to be the best one of the best late round hunters in the world with just Bonbon, just Geisha, just Sculptor, just Bloody Queen, and just Breaking Wheel. And now he has these opportunities to play things like Clerk and Dreamwitch, and that makes him very difficult for any team going up against ZETA for sure.
Yeah, he's a force to be reckoned with. He's like all-rounded now. You did say earlier he was like the later round hunter, but he could potentially be the first round hunter as of late because he had picked up so many hunter. He has picked up so many characters to be utilized, and yeah, I do expect more matches from him because it's so interesting to see how he utilize those characters.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, looking at how this stage is for this pool is that ZETA is now 2-0. Now we also have Weibo, who's 1-0. RD does drop to 0-2, so they will be, of course, at the bottom of their division. But we still have the Korea team Nice still has to go against Weibo. On paper, of course, it can go either way, but on paper, Weibo definitely having an advantage there. So there's a good chance Weibo will advance to 2-0, and it's going to come down to ZETA versus Weibo. The winner of that will be the winner in that division. But of course, Korea team versus Nice, or Nice versus RD will be very important. We are going to go to a short break, guys. We'll be back here in a moment with our last match for today. Stick with us. We'll see you in a bit.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth. Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end of darkness.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. the madness I foresee. I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. Without chances of my I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have, the future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take to me? I'm ready to see, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, and take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost. Without chances of my I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our third and final match of day number 2 for IVS 2022. My name is Elio, joined here with Entity for GH versus SC. Entity, what do you think?
Wow. Final matchup against a Japanese team for the Southeast Asia region is going to be rather interesting because we did see GH yesterday going up against a Chinese team. I believe you were witnessing the match yesterday, and in my opinion, the Chinese team seems to be on the upper hand there. So let's see how Southeast Asia do against a Japanese team this time around.
Yeah, they were definitely very comfortable. MRC was definitely very comfortable in that matchup against GH. So if you look at the bracket, this is really important. This matchup very important for GH here. Currently, they're in last place, so they really want to try to get some points back against SC. Of course, Group A most likely will come down to FZN versus GH for that third playoff spot. So these extra points from both these teams are super important. Currently FCN on top. GH needs to gain some of them back from SC. Even if they drop the match to SC here, they still want to try to gain some of these points back in the long run. It's very important for them. So so this is really important here. I think for GH, this will be a little bit less. This will be a slightly more advantageous matchup for them going against MRC. Very strong team yesterday. Of course, MRC had a huge advantage over them in terms of, or throughout the entire match. I mean, they just had a very comfortable lead. They played really well, and GH struggled a bit. So I think here for GH, the important thing is that they're able to come back, reset, and put out a strong performance here against Scars. We're going to see SC Tsunami, the first survivor for Scars. The main Priestess player also has an option to go Entomologist, mainly the big support here for the Scars team.
Yeah, exactly. 48.3% of win rate and 51.7% of escape rate. So very stable in terms of supporting and also getting that win for the team. And I like how Scar team pose for the poster. Like they keep showing their jersey number back, and yeah, it's a signature for them, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Tsunami, the first survivor here. For Scars. It's going to be interesting to see who has map selection as well. We'll talk about that in a bit. We are going to look at Soar for SC. Listed as Little Girl, I don't think we'll actually see that. But a 2-time MVP here for this player as well. So this is Soar, definitely someone you got to watch out for the survivor side of SC. I'm not actually too familiar with what Soar plays. Again, probably not going to see Little Girl, not very common in the current meta.
I mean, yeah, it's the Japanese region, and we have seen Japan.
It's the Japanese region.
Yeah,
you never know.
You use a lot of non-meta characters, so you never know. Yeah. And with a 60.3% of escape rate and 48.3% of win rate, especially with 2 MVP in the IJL tournament. And we're gonna head on to Monet with that Acrobat as the listed character.
Yeah, Monet, the Acrobat player as well here. So Scars is going to go, as you talked about, Japan meta is a little bit different than a lot of these other global regions. However, for the most part, it's still pretty standard. I think the differences in meta is the type of character selections that they opt to go for in terms of the characters. You typically see characters that aren't necessarily utilized as much in other regions, such as Weeping Clown. But for the most part, we see SC still sticking to what's, again, standard right now is 1 Rescuer and 3 Kiter support type characters. So that's probably what we're going to most likely see from SC. But again, it depends on the type of characters they play. They do opt for things like Weeping Clown. We saw Cowboy from ZETA last round. We see a lot of Enchantress and Prospector. And we are going to see Payon as well. Mercenary player
I believe that's how
Pione, mercenary player here for Scars.
Yeah, exactly. The rescuer of the team with actually they all have a rather high escape rate and win rate for the entire team, so they seem to be really on track to get at least a tie of all the match. With this lineup, and also someone in the chat pointed out that the hunter for both sides, from Scar and from GH, they all like to play Wax Artist as of recently. But here that we are seeing is going to be Breaking Wheel listed for Mirai.
Yeah, for my Miraike here, we see Breaking Wheel, but Wax Artist has been his most common round 1 hunter We've seen that be utilized a lot ever since the addition of course, Wristlet of Breaking Will. We probably won't see that though. He does, I believe, have some Sculptor available, but every IJL match I think Scars has played, he's for the most part led with a round 1 Wax Artist. I think there might have been one where he led with something else, but typically, yeah, leading with the round 1 Wax Artist. And I believe this is the first match that Scars will be playing in this event so far. So we will be seeing how well, this Wax Artist is going to come out. The second hunter for SC, I don't know if we'll see it listed right here, but so the second hunter is Celia. Not going to be listed, but we are going to go ahead and look at the GH players now.
I would say Celia is a more rounded hunter player because he's played a lot of other character. But now we're gonna head on to the player introduction on the side of GH with Capcom right in front here. 50% of win rate, 51.7% of escape rate, and an average kiting time of 64.7 by 14 seconds. And the favorable character is Embalmer. Usually I see Capcom use another type of character. Usually the rescuer of the team actually.
Interesting. Yeah, we also see Acrobat and Entomologist too. So, yes, Captain Coon here. We do see GH. They love to play Embalmer. So, this is something we've seen actually in Southeast Asia quite a bit. Is a lot of Embalmer character picks. So we're gonna see Little Boy, arguably the best kiter on the team, always going for that Priestess and other kiting characters such as Postman. Definitely one of the best kiters out of the Southeast Asia region. So always love to see that. That's gonna be very interesting. To see what he's gonna opt to go for. But excellent Priestess support from Little Boy, so we probably will see that come out. Again, something I want to highlight. The key for GH in these matchups is managing your support properly. The biggest weakness for GH, they have excellent support, however, they mismanage their decoding with their support and they tend to over support a lot. The key for GH, I'm going to keep bringing this up because it's inconsistent. We see this happen sometimes. Sometimes we saw, for example, the IVC finals, they did it perfectly. They managed their support perfectly, excellent support, excellent kiting, and they're able to take down a very strong team like ZT. However, in matches like against MRC, over support is going to be very key, something they need to manage properly. We are going to see 481 here. Also known as Nerakun, I believe, right? The forward player.
Nerakun, John
Yep. Also the MV, and it has an MVP as well.
And he used to play the Seer and the Novelist very well, but the Novelist is not allowed in tournament, and the Seer usually we get to see being banned in the first ban pick session. So for one has slowly transitioned to be the kiter and the supporter of a team with one MVP, as you said. And yeah, I like the point that you bring onto the side of GH with the over support, and now we're gonna see Zhao Khan, also another supporter in the lineup with a Toy Merchant. Even though Zhao Khan also play better and forward.
Forward, yeah. Mercenary as well. We've seen Zhao Khan play a little bit of Mercenary. Also has brought out played Mechanic, I think, once during IVC, if I'm not mistaken, but Mechanic not too strong of a character in the current meta, so it's a little bit less likely to see that actually come out here. And yeah, the hunter for GH, we have GodJ with the Wax Artist, 6-time MVP. We've actually seen GodJ pick up Wax Artist recently during IVC. It's not a character he really was too effective with when he did first bring it out in IVC, but he's slowly gotten stronger with it and actually, secured a draw against MRC yesterday with it, which was quite impressive. So that's always nice to see. So yeah, so Wax Artist for GodJ. Also has some. GodJ is a very consistent tie hunter. He's got a lot of tie options. He's got Wax Artist, Soul Weaver, Bloody Queen, Sculptor. A lot of very consistent draw hunters. And the other hunter for GH, which we may not see listed, is Seichu. Seichu is, as Captain Kuhn says, the secret weapon. Although we haven't really seen Seichu come out yet, so maybe this will be his first opportunity later in these rounds.
Yeah. And GodJ is an experienced hunter from all the tournament. He used to main Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, and I think the longest hunter that he made until now is that Violetta. Since COA 2, he has been a Violetta main.
Right.
So now with the Wax Artist, he seems to be very consistent with getting the draw. So it's kind of up to the survivor side of GH to do well for the side of GH to get any point for the team in IVS.
All right, here we go. We have, looks like SC on the hunter side first here, and GH on the survivor side. So I think that, again, typically when we see this sort of lineup, the survivors usually are the ones that do not pick map. It's usually the hunter side, but sometimes we see it mixed up a little bit, so again, we don't really know. We are going to look at the quick player introduction here.
はい、どうも皆さんこんにちは。スカーズ所属しなみです。僕の所在地区は日本です。自分の戦隊はサバイバーに関しては4人の連携の連度がとても高く崩れにくいチームだと思っています。ハンターに関してはその局面で求められている結果、目標釣り数をしっかりと持って帰ってくる能力が高いと思っています。自分個人シナミに関してはチームの司令塔をしており、サバイバーの連携を安定させる他に自分個人の実力をしっかりつけることを意識してます。去年の秋に日本一になり、世界大会に出場しベスト8までたどり着けました。先に行われた IJL では準優勝でしたが、日本一の実力はあると思っています。もちろん IVS でも優勝を目指します。チームが得意とする戦術は相手の分析からしっかりと対策を立てることですね。相手が一番嫌がる編成を組むことだったり、そういったバンピックをするのを秀でているチームだと思います。プレイの特徴はサバイバーに関しては理不尽さを意識してます。相手がどう来ても負けない作戦を立てることを意識してます。今回の大会は全部勝つことを意識したいです。どのチームに対しても全力で戦いたいです。やれるだけやって最高の結果を残したいと思います。応援の方よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, I'm Kapkun from GH team. I'm the survivor and captain of GH team. We from Southeast Asia and we are the champion of IVC Southeast Asia 2022. Last year we are the champion of IVC too, and we used to participate in IVS before, and that is the first time for us about the IVS competition, and we feel so excited to participate with that competition. And now we are champion of IVC again, so we have a chance to go to IVS. We hope that we will do the best for this competition. We learn from IVL, IJL, and a lot of technique from another zone. In my expectation for the goal of my team is I would like to win and go past through the final round of IVS, and I think if we have chance, we can be the champion of this tournament.
Yeah, and we have it.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead into the mathematics session here. Survivor Slash here actually banned out Leo's memory, which is a map that we don't usually see in the tournament. So Scar will be picking on that at Sleeping Town. I still get why GH banned Leo's memory, because I don't think Scar is going to pick that at all.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting selection there. We are gonna see, on the Hunter side here. Let's see what he opts to ban first. We've seen Radaike go for... He doesn't really ban Seer. We've seen a lot of Priestess or Forward bans first, especially considering... Wax Artist doesn't... Yeah, Wax Artist doesn't really mind Seer. So Priestess. Wax Artist doesn't really mind Seer. If you freeze the Seer, they can't use their Owl. And if you do get the freeze on another Survivor, you don't get the speed boost if you use the Owl. So they're still kind of stuck in place for a few extra seconds, and you can take advantage of that. So we should see probably Forward and Seer locked in for the Survivors of GH here, I would imagine, for the next two.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, a reasonable ban in the Ever Sleeping Town. But the pick on the Survivor side, they are not picking on that Forward at all. It's going to be Postman instead of Forward.
Wow.
That's quite interesting. That's very... that's not in my expectation at all. So, Mercenary or Forward could be banned. I think the idea is that GH is trying to negate the possibility of a Wax Artist getting that free Wax. So, when the Forward stunned the Wax Artist, he did get the Wax onto the Stunner. So that's why GH didn't go for as Forward.
Forward support's still so strong. It looks like they're going to go for Mercenary instead. I think the reason why is we've actually seen a lot of the Japan regions ban Postman. So I think that could be they're trying to avoid a Postman ban. We're going to see Mercenary locked in here. The last ban will even ban Forward? I guess not, right? Patient,
no.
Okay. And the last lock probably will be Acrobat or Embalmer, because that's something they do like to play here. But I imagine it's going to be one of those two characters, considering the Patient is no longer an option. They could still go Forward. That's definitely still a possibility. But it doesn't seem like GH is really favoring a Forward in this position. So I'm very curious. Mechanics. So they're going heavy Cypher Rush. This is like... they just want to tie. I mean, I guess they just want to tie, or I don't know. Maybe outspeed the hunter. This is interesting.
Yeah, this looks very much like a COA 4 type of meta, like going for 2 decoder, 1 rescuer, and 1 supporter. Are they trying to go for a Cypher Pop to negate the possibility of the hunter getting decapped? But let's see. Mirai K can go for the Wax Artist without any worry, because these characters are all actually weak against the Wax Artist.
Yeah, so yeah, let's see what he's gonna go for. I still think he's just gonna stick with the Wax Artist, right? I don't think there's any reason to go. Yeah, so gonna stick with Wax Artist. He doesn't really have any other options. I mean, he's kind of just Mirake kind of just plays Wax Artist, right? We don't really see anything else from him. I don't think we've seen any Clerk at all. Breaking Wheel not very strong in the meta anymore. And we've seen him a little bit of Sculptor, but really likes that round 1 Wax Artist, and he's going to go ahead and stick with it. So just like Vampy likes the round 1 Dream Witch, and now Bon, we've seen just a consistent round 1 Wax Artist here. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Of course, with the new Survivor spawn system, you can spawn Mechanic in an ideal area. I'm not actually sure what's going to be the most ideal for GH. Maybe Graveyard, possibly middle 2-story area as well.
Yeah, I think the middle 2-story is the better.
Graveyard,
the mechanic
and he spawns. He can spawn on top of the Mechanic as well. He can just rotate right into the Mechanic right away. So this is not a good spawn. He's not going to have time to hide the bot. So I guess it wastes a lot of time. It can waste time with the bot going down, and the Postman letter can improve Cypher Rush. But yeah, with no Priestess support or anything like that, he's going to have a hard time kiting in that position.
Yeah, you kind of trap yourself in the graveyard area with this spawn pick, and I don't think there's any chance for Capcom to actually hide out the bot, because in the graveyard, you can spot out the robot fairly easily. And yeah, we got to see the trade pick. I'm going to be very surprised if they pick any Flywheel, because they have to expect a Wax Artist, and that's going to be the picks for the Survivor side. 2 Titaner, 2 Broken Window, with the Hunter going for a 6-12 build.
Yeah, so they expected the Wax Artist. They're not bringing Flywheel at all. They know that he's probably going for this. It's a little bit scary, just because, you know, he could potentially... He still can play Breaking Wheel, so you have to be careful with that. He's going to immediately going to wax the window. Capcom's going to drop the bot. Does he hide it at all, or is he just going to completely give it up here?
He's not hiding.
Why is he checking the back of Graveyard? No Survivor's going to go back there. Survivor's not going to spawn back there, and he's not going to rotate there. Maybe he's just thinking he's going to hide, or he's trying to find the bot, but this is actually...
good for the Survivor side.
Yeah, it's going to buy Capcom a lot of distance here, so interesting.
Yeah, I think he was expecting the robot to be hiding out at the back there, but if he just, you know, move forward just a few steps ahead, he would have seen the robot right in front. So it's you know, allowing the Mechanic to transition out from the graveyard area, because that window had been blocked off, and Mechanic kind of have to transition to the middle or at the S palette area. At least a better carding position than trapping yourself at the graveyard area.
Yep. Yeah, so this is going to be not a bad start for GH. Again, the team comp it's weird. I mean, it's just like they're so heavy on that Cypher Rush. They're really just going all in for a tie here, I guess. So, I mean, maybe you can try to like outspeed the Wax Artist and win that way with just single Rescuer Merc and double Decoder and a Seer Owl. Yeah, it's there's really no support. It's just fast decoding. So I mean, it's gonna be very hard. To be fair, it's gonna be very hard for this this Wax Artist player to actually push for a win with this sort of team comp. But then again, it's also you put a lot of pressure on Gajay too. Gajay's probably playing round 1 Wax Artist as well. So he's gonna come in round 1 Wax and try to I guess tie. So I guess maybe the idea here is that GH can tie here, and then Gajay can tie, and then you go into a second round with your map selection, and you tie on your opponent's map selection. So I guess that's maybe the main strategy, and then maybe if the first kite's long enough, you can kind of out-Cypher Rush the Wax Artist and just win from there.
And yeah, with a lineup like this, it's on track to be a draw, unless Mirai is able to capture a Survivor near a decoding a Cypher, and that would be great for the Wax Artist, because the Wax can cover the Cypher, prevent you from decoding, and maybe put a little bit of stop onto that decoding process from the survivor side.
Right. And
if GH manage to get a draw in this game, it's going to be huge because this is this Scar's map selection. So in the next game, it will be GH picking the map, and they will have a lot of advantages in terms of developing the strategy. But for this match, seems like White Stellaris is on the upper hand with the spawn position.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we'll see how this rotation works out. I mean, again, spawning on mechanic is really difficult, but he just didn't see the mechanic, or he thought he would spawn somewhere. I don't know. He just didn't really consider where the mechanic was going to rotate to. I mean, I feel like it would be pretty likely that the mechanic just immediately rotates around the back of Graveyard, right? Like, there's no way they're going to go into the corner. They're going to go the other way. So, yeah, interesting choice to check it out. I guess, yeah, really just expecting the mechanic to immediately hide, and Captain Cooney's not hiding, he's rotating. So you're wasting your time looking for a survivor that's not there. Maybe he'll immediately turn around, find the body, hit the body. He's going to reveal the location of the mechanic. But I actually didn't see his trait. Do you know if it was Blink or Teleport?
I have no idea. But with a 6-12 build, I have a feeling that it's going to be Teleport. It seems like to be a Blink.
It looks like a Blink, yeah. He's going to be able to down that doll early there. But yeah, just look at the distance he's able to create from that. So was it actually an up-down build as well that he had?
Yeah, it's an up-down build with detention and confined space.
So this is just a tie build as well. He's just trying to tie. He's not trying to play aggressive. I guess he just has a lot of confidence that SC survivors can secure a win against God J, and we'll see how that plays out ultimately. We do see, of course, the mercenary at middle. He's having trouble finding a target. I don't really understand this routing from the hunter. We're going to see 481 rotate early so he doesn't get found. He's going to go towards corner house. But Postman staying on the Cypher. He's not going to the corner house. Now he is able to get over there, and he's just going to constantly break line of sight here. So GH is actually having a pretty good start here.
Yeah, exactly. And now Littleball will be able to drop down the pallet, get that speed boot from the knee-jerk reflex, and we'll be looping around this corner house because it's like the best character. It's like the best area to kite out White Stellaris. You can't shoot through the corner house in this position. Littleball was able to get the doggo onto Mirai, and he could be freeze here.
Yeah, he's gonna get that first one. Does get the owl, but is this a good owl though, because he's just gonna take another hit? Like, this is why Seer, if he is, it's gonna be a mind game with the pallet. Can he go for this? He goes for the immediate drop there. He might put Blink through this and get the second hit. Yeah. And this is why we don't see the Seer get actually. He's gonna block the pallet and then go for the hit. No, he misses.
Missed the hit.
He misses the hit, and now the Seer. Wait, why would the Seer body block? I mean, they're both.
Why did he miss? How did he miss that? How did he miss either the Seer and the Postman?
I guess he's body blocking so Postman can wear his wax down a little bit, but yeah, ultimately now Seer just puts himself in a bad kiting position. So interesting choice for Seer to take over the kite here, and he's just going to stick to 481 here. But look at the Cypher progress entity. They have excellent Cypher progress. GH is actually on track to get a win here.
Yeah, exactly, Eli. They seems to be very great at decoding. What in the world? Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know. I'll let you take this one.
He will be able to freeze the Seer, and 3 Cypher done. Almost 4 Cypher done. 1 Cypher remaining. I really don't understand why Mirai. Actually, Mirai did get a chance of getting that mechanic at the graveyard there, but somehow he missed a chance of getting that mechanic and also the Postman. He has to settle with these here.
Yeah, so we're gonna see him go ahead. He's gonna wax off this this corner house Cypher, and yeah, I mean this is a tough position for him. As you mentioned, if it's up down, has no option to trade swap. He's only gonna have Blink here. We're gonna see Mercenary come for the rescue. He's gonna hit the Mercenary right away here. He's not gonna be able to get a double hit. He has to chase after the Postman. He's gonna be able to get sorry, not the Postman, the Seer. He's gonna be able to get full presence for this next camp. So there's still a chance that he can camp this out here. He's just gonna wait for this Tide Turner run out. So the Seer doesn't get too far away, or at least he's going to hit him now. And Seer's going to go ahead and die in the alleyway here. He's going to chair him for the second time, but the last Cypher machine almost done, and he did not die on the last Cypher. So GH could potentially be looking at a 3-survivor escape here.
Mirai is able to chair the survivor at the S pallet, fairly far away from the last Cypher. And we do see that the mechanic is already at the vicinity. Could potentially be a 3-man escape for the survivor side of GH with this play right here. 2 people rescue. One, actually, the robot is waiting at the graveyard gate. So
yeah, they have to be careful here. He can go for the hot wax. Oh, he's gonna go for the hot wax hit here. Gets it.
He will be able to do
and they
so.
can, but he has tied. They can just pop the side. He throws the pallet. And they pop the cipher machine right here. He needs to throw the pallet down. He gets the freeze. What are they gonna do? Are they gonna pop it?
They can't pop. They can't.
He
Really
gets another
pop.
owl. Oh, but the owl stays on. It's a yellow owl, but it stays on, and he's gonna be able to get back up just in time here. And I don't think there's any chance. Yeah, no teleport. He's gonna be able to maybe get the down here with the blink, and he should be able to secure at least 1 kill. But this is an excellent job from Jades. Misses the wax bomb as well, but the dungeon is in the middle area, and they still have another survivor that needs to get to the gate. Goes for the blink here. Does secure the down onto the seer, but GH, he's gonna be able to get 3 survivors out the gate.
Exactly, and yeah, this is a result that GH needed. They really needed this 3-man escape to deal with the Scar survivor. And yeah, Mirai, I still don't understand the wax artist play. He doesn't really have a really great spawn near the mechanic, but somehow he missed the mechanic entirely, and then missed the postman. I just missed the 2 decoder. You allow the cipher to be decoded, and from a potential tie position, you turn it into a 3-man escape.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, just like that, GH goes up 3-1 here. We saw them struggle heavily yesterday against MRC, but yeah, really turning things around here and trying to work this back into their favor. So we'll see what they're able to do. Now Gajay just needs to get a tie for this round. We'll probably see him also come out with the round one wax artist here. But yeah, keep in mind, SC survivors very strong as well. They could easily work this into their favor if Gajay's not able to get 2 survivors down. So an interesting team comp from GH that that surprisingly actually worked out here. And I think a big part of it was that the rotation was very strong. There was very good rotation. It was very difficult for the hunter to actually find
to pinpoint location.
A chaseable. Yeah, because he went to the back of graveyard 1st, and that allowed the mechanic to make enough distance to rotate accordingly.
And look at the decoding progress there. They all decoded fairly well, and yeah, the only thing that GH really needs is a decent kider, and for everyone basically the one filling that position. Everyone was able to kite for 105 seconds, and yeah, the survivor were able to pop the cipher with 2 decoder right on time.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, they are gonna going up 3-1 here. You see overall 105 seconds. And 105 seconds usually isn't enough for a win, but with rotation, it is. And yeah, the rotation from GH was strong. The Seer and the Postman trade-off was interesting, and it actually ended up working out.
Because he missed a hit there, but yeah.
So
great job from the side of GH Survivor. Now it's up to Gotjay to allow the distance to happen, because they are now at a 3-1. If Gotjay managed to get at least a tie here, they will be getting a round win. And if Gotjay get more than a tie, the net point will be further.
Right. Yeah, so it's going to be... this is good for GH. This is what they need. Again, they're down. They're currently in 4th. They're down points. They need to start to work out of this. Yeah, this is the way that they're going to be able to do that, is having a strong matchup in these next 2 rounds here against Scars. So I think that for Scars here, again, Scars survivors are very strong. They're known to have a very strong survivor team. And Ever Sleeping a Town is a map that the Japanese teams are very proficient in. So I think that going into this survivor side here for SC, they're going to be okay going against a round 1 wax artist. But Gajay, this isn't going into a Southeast Asia matchup. You're going against some of the best teams in Japan. Of course, there are some very strong competition over in Southeast Asia, but now you're going against seasoned professional teams that they do this for a living. They play in their leagues. They have IJL. They play the Japanese championship tournaments, and they're well prepared for this sort of situation. So, of course, GH is feeling the pressure here. I think SC, they're going to need to step it up a little bit. They need to come back, but SC definitely still, I think, in an okay position for sure.
And GH is bound to, if Gotjay managed to get a tie, because we have deemed Gotjay to be the tie hunter. If he managed to get a tie, it will be the leading point for GH, which we are not expecting at all against Scar, a well-seasoned team in IJL. So kudos to GH for that. Kudos to GH for getting that 3-man escape. Really well coordination. In Ever Sleeping Town for GodJ, let's look at the ban picks. Either the Seer or the... Oh, actually, if he play the Wax Artist, then he doesn't need to ban the Seer. It's just the Priestess that he needs to go for, or the Forward.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to ban Priestess first. I would actually expect SC Survivors to actually take Forward this time. Because again, Forward's still, I mean, obviously you take 50 wax when you go for a stun, but Forward's still very strong against a wax artist if used properly. It's pretty, Forward has good harassment potential and good support. So I think that we'll probably see Seer, no, not Seer, but sorry, Priestess ban, Forward Seer probably locked in, probably maybe Mercenary is the next one. And then they can just kind of pick kiters from there, Entomologist, Acrobat, Patient. Maybe GodJ doesn't ban Mercenary, ban some other sort of kiter like an Acrobat or Patient. Maybe Entomologist as well, but yeah, I think that's probably what we're most likely going to see lined up here for SC.
Yeah, exactly. And for the side of Scar, they will have to go for usually the decoder lineup we usually see in the Japanese tournament to go for the tie. So I would be very interested to see if Scar went for another 2 decoder lineup, or will they go for a full-on support lineup? With the Wax Artist, you don't really see a lot of support from the Survivor side. They usually went for the Cypher Rush more, and that's what GH used to divert the attention of Mirai.
I think the biggest support we usually see is Entomologist against a Wax Artist, because it's not really phased by the Wax at all. And that's why we see the Entomologist get banned in the last round. So Cypher Rush, Entomologist, Priestess support is very big. So that's why we see those characters. Forward is less common, but Forward still, again, works really well. It's still a very strong character. So I still think there's a chance we see Forward come out. But I don't know. Here we go. We're going to see in a moment here GodJ on the Hunter side against the SC Survivors. Let's see what he's able to do here with the round 1 Wax Artist. Again, I think we'll probably see Priestess be the first Survivor banned here. SC's Priestess support has been very strong. That's actually something they're definitely known for with Tsunami. So I think we'll see Priestess go down first, and I still think Forward Seer would make the most sense. Would make the most sense for SC, but we'll have to see.
Priestess man, yeah. So for the Wax Artist, you usually see the Priestess man from the Hunter side. And yeah, the cars here, will they go for the tough guy lineup like the Forward and the Mercenary, or more of a kiting lineup like the Acrobat? Let's see. They might opt for actually the Coda lineup.
I don't know. I mean, I think we'll see. Maybe they go Entomologist early as well, because a lot of Wax Artists do. And yeah, okay, so nice. Entomologist here. So they're actually going to pass on the Forward as well. So a lot of, obviously these teams jumping on the Seer. Very strong character. The easiest form of support is to give that owl, and it's just very good. It allows for an extra hit. It's very game changing. So we're going to see the Entomologist come in here as well. And for the second ban for GodJ, he could go with kiters like Acrobat or Patient, or the Forward. Okay, yeah, that's also good.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine we'll probably see Mercenary here, and then for the last one, maybe a Postman ban, something like that, and then he'll, just go with something like Acrobat or Patient. Some combination of those 4 characters will be the last bans and picks here.
Yeah. Let's see. We still have the potential of picking the Postman from the Survivor side if they... Oh yeah, they will go for the Mercenary. So they are still short of 1 decoder in the lineup. GodJ had the potential to ban out that Postman. Or if he's more scared of the Acrobat, seems like Scar will go for a more usual lineup of no decoder, but most of them are very great kiter.
Yeah, very good support, very standard. And we should see... Yeah, I don't really know what GodJ wants to ban last here. I mean, probably... Okay, Patient. Yeah, Patient is the last one. And the last lock most likely will be Acrobat, but they also have ideas of playing Postman as well here for sure. That also allows for Cypher Rush. Postman, not a bad kiter as well. So the main form of support is going to be that Entomologist. How well Can they utilize those bees? Entomologist is not a great kiter itself against a wax artist because you can shoot the wax through the bees, and it's as long you have to break line of sight, you gotta get off your bees early, and you know that can be good. But wax artists can still hit the wax from long distances. We're gonna see acrobat here, but the bees to support somebody else's kite is the big game changer with an entomologist against a wax artist.
So yeah, the most optimal target for Gotcha here is that Seer of a side of Scars, because you, as you mentioned earlier, the wax can stop the owl, stop the Seer for a while and wait for that owl to disappear to go for the hit.
Oh, he's gonna play Bonbon, really? Wow. So I guess Gotcha really wants to try to get a tie here. Whoa. This is interesting. Gotcha's Bonbon. It hasn't been his most consistent hunter in the past. He's been way more consistent at securing draws with wax artists. He's actually, he's kind of struggled a bit with Bonbon before, so I'm actually surprised he's bringing this out. I guess he's invested a lot of time in over the last, since IVC in practicing this character and preparing it for this tournament. So this must be, this is definitely, I think, a surprise for SC. I don't think they really expected this because, I mean, we sure didn't as well.
I'm not expecting that at all. Yeah. At least, I see the reason of picking the Bonbon. The Bonbon can also counter the Seer, and one bomb hit and one normal hit will disperse the bees area. So it is also a counter to the entomologist.
Absolutely. Let's see where Gajay opts to go. I think he'll probably head towards Ento first. Obviously, Seer would be the best target, but it's a pretty good distance between the Seer and the Bonbon here. So I think he's probably going to rotate towards Entomologist, try to trap them inside of Graveyard. If you can eliminate that main support character early on, there's not really much that SC has to work with as the game progresses. So I think that's going to be the main idea here for Gajay, is to get rid of that Entomologist. It looks like single tide, with the Mercenary. That's the current meta. Single tide turner and 3 kiters. They all brought broken windows, so they were all in preparation of the wax artist here entity. But it looks like broken windows as well, also very effective against a Bonbon.
Yeah, Bonbon here is one of the geisha area. Oh, actually go for the Seer.
Yeah.
Immediately transition to the Seer, and the Seer will now drop the pallet to get that knee-jerk reflex early on. Able to transition away from this area. Doesn't have confined space, so Gotcha will have to take a long time to break out that pallet. Go for a 3-6 Bonbon. It's a tie. It's kind of like a tie build for Bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, there's the beast. Yeah, they're already ready, and this is what happens. Look at that trap there from the Entomologist. Wow, beautiful positioning there. And look, he's gonna make it all the way to corner house. 3 ciphers already. They're already underway here. Seer still has Owl. And that is a perfect setup here for SC. We see the Sort is into the corner house area, has a lot of kiting potential here. Gajay's going to go for that first bomb here. He's going to break the pallet, slow pallet breaking speed as well. Gives even more distance to the Seer, unable to get any sort of chip as well. And he's just back up to the 2-story area. And this is going to be a pretty easy loop. Okay, so he's going to try to loop this until he can get his broken windows and probably try to go over that back window. Going for that chip there, is able to get that. Not much the Seer can do to avoid that one there. Still has Owl, needs to make sure he uses this at some point. Can he avoids all the and beautiful Owl to absorb the basic, and just like that, Gajay is I mean the Bonbon is struggling a little bit here. So this is why we were surprised by this entity.
Yeah, I'm looking at the albedo there. Saw only got half of that bar filled up. And we'll get the normal hit onto the Seer. There is still the bling available for Gotcha, but dropping the control bomb down there.
Maybe he's just gonna go to the window. He can just go to the window. He has broken window speed boost, so he can transition away from this. So I don't get. I mean, he's gonna blink. Oh, he's gonna blink here.
He gotta blink.
I think Soar should have vaulted the window earlier. It's okay if Gajay drops down after him because he has a broken window speed boost. But that's 3 ciphers. That's 3 ciphers down. They have Entomologist Beast to support a Mercenary Rescue. They're on track to win this game.
Yeah, he should. The CS should have anticipated the blink happening, but it's on track to be a tie. I just said. And the middle cipher is now being decoded by Monet, with the other one being decoded by Shinami. Oh, free rescue! Able to get the free rescue. Gotcha wasn't paying attention there. And, unlucky for Gotcha. A little bit of a mistake from the side of the Hunter.
Yeah, you gotta go for that camp there. If you don't have that as available, then it's really difficult. Mercenary used an elbow pad there?
He did use
I saw him use the second one as he left.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I'm not really sure. I think what's going to happen here is he's trying to help potentially pop a Cypher so they can go for a double rescue, but they're not going to have time. They need the... Mercenary needs to go for another rescue. I would imagine Entomologist Bees are going to support this save here.
But the Entomologist is trying to kill the Cypher. So I don't believe the Entomologist will go for the spot at all.
But the Cypher,
it's just
might
going
be
to be
primed.
the yeah.
They're really close here.
They can pop a Cypher. So now, oh gotcha.
He's gotta go for it.
Mercenary. It's off camera. He's already heading towards the chair. Yeah.
Seer needs to be careful not to get bombed here. Oh, avoids the bomb! They bomb it, and he gets an owl! Wow, if he hits that bomb there, that's a game. That's game over. That might have been a tied situation. But he's able to kite this out here. He might still go down at this. This is a mind game. Gets the hit through the pallet, but this exit gate's almost open. If Gaje goes for the chair, they're gonna have enough time. They're gonna have enough time to get the gate open, and Mercenary can get out the dungeon. This should be a 3 survivor escape for SC, but Mercenary's pushing the gate.
Mercenary
can he make this?
he can make to the gate. I think he can make it to the gate. So, he actually got blocked out by the tram.
No,
he now has to go back to the dungeon.
Why did he
be able to do so?
I think he'll probably still make it, but I don't know why he didn't go for a dungeon right away.
It's such a risky play from a survivor side, but yeah, he's still able to get to the dungeon. That's why Bonbon isn't used much, because you have to take into account that first guy. That first guy is so long they was able to rush the Cypher, and yeah, you kind of have to force up. Because usually when we see Bonbon in the tournament, the Bonbon would usually go for a 6-12 or a 3-12 build. But here it's a 3-6 Bonbon, which is a tie build. And the problem with 3-6 is that the Seer can just keep vaulting and dropping the pallet. You have no way of
slow pallet
catching up to that.
Yeah, and again, it really, I feel like Wax Artist would have been fine. I don't understand why he doesn't play Wax Artist there.
He's trying to play risky there.
I don't even know if it was that he was trying to play risky. It's that he tried to play... It's almost like he tried to play too conservative to a point where it ended up not working. Like, it was like... Because you pick a tie... Okay, so in this situation, Gaje picks a tie hunter so he can get a tie for the round and win round number 1, right? But he's picking a tie hunter that he's not comfortable with. He hasn't been consistent with Bonbon. He's been very consistent with Wax Artist as of recently. And with his Bonbon, it hasn't been his best hunter. So why does he bring it out? He hasn't seen too much success with it. He's been more successful with a lot of his other hunters. So I don't really understand the Bonbon selection here. I mean, of course, the Scar Survivors played beautifully, right? Excellent setup with the broken windows, of course, working for both Wax Artist and also works for Bonbon, so that worked out really nicely. But yeah, I mean, I don't know it's just the Bonbon pick. It's not a hunter Gaje's too familiar with, right? And it really showed there, unfortunately, for GH.
Yeah, and Scar take full advantage of that. Was able to decode all Cypher. I think the game-changing moment is that the free rescue that Gaje allowed a survivor to have.
Right.
That just changed the game immediately. If he was able to cap out that time around, the Mercenary wouldn't be able to go in for the second rescue. He would have been at least getting a hit on a chip damage. So he's kind of forced the other survivor to go in for the rescue. But allowing the Mercenary to go in for a full health rescue, it just allowed the Mercenary to go for the second rescue, and you'll see the endgame situation there. It could have been worse. It could have been worse for the...
Could have been worse, but yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's tough. I mean, at least he gets 1 kill at least, so at least we're tied here, and that's okay. I think for GH, they actually get a tie on their opponent's map selection. So we talk about how that's really strong for the team that was able to tie there, and they were able to do that. So it's still not too bad for them here, but it's just like it seemed like they were able to secure that round, but yeah, fell a little bit short there. And excellent job from the SC survivors. I mean, the entomologist support was perfect. It is hard to support a Bonbon with entomologist because the bombs tear through the bees so quickly, and the fact that he was able to I think it was Tsunami avoided the bombs with the bees and push the Bonbon into the corner of that wall, so he had to hit them and then walk all the way around. Seer made it all the way to corner house untouched, and the Seer dodged every single bomb as well and forced a basic owl hit, and it was just from there it's just a 3-cypher easy 3-cypher. Yeah, that's how it goes.
And you see Gaje, he was pointing the camera down at the ground at that time, because at the early game, at the early game when you don't have any, when you don't have your first presence, there's a trait on the trump card line that allows you to get 1.5% of speed boost when you are not looking at the survivor. So that's why Gotcha was doing that. But by doing that, you can't
see the bees.
Yeah, you can't see the bees. The bee was able to pinpoint the location and prevent Gotcha from ever approaching the seer, and the seer was easily able to get to the corner house.
Right. Yeah. So, excellent side. You really see how Entomologist, it's such a game-changing character. It really buys enough distance for the kites. I think also because it was very close. It came down to Mercenary making that rescue with the last Cypher almost primed, right? I think if the Seer vaults that window, we talked about where he got blinked at the window. If he vaults that earlier, gets the broken window speed boost. Because again, it's okay if Gajay drops down. That's okay. Seer should know that the Seer should have known that he had blink based off of the fact that he had slow pallet breaking speed. If he has slow pallet breaking speed, there's a likely chance he's bringing a trump card build with blink. So I think that Seer probably should have acknowledged that he probably had blink, vaulted that window earlier. If he's able to get that vault off, he gets the speed boost. Gajay's forced to drop down the hole, which gives the Seer enough distance. He's still going to go down shortly because he's kind of going into a corner, but it's going to buy an extra 10-15 seconds, and that would have been it. That would have made it so the survivors could have actually popped probably another Cypher Machine and double rescued at the end, or had the Cypher Machine prime, so Mercenary didn't have to go for a risky save. But yeah, overall it still was just SC. They didn't really do much. The Seer he just kept running. He just kept running. He used broken window. He used broken window speed boost. He kept running circles around corner house, and the bees created enough distance. He was able to dodge one important set of bombs and absorb the owl hit. That was the big game changer. That was really the only big play he needed to do, and he pulled it off. And Mercenary made a nice rescue, and that's how you beat a Bonbon.
And yeah, Gotcha with the Bonbon, he doesn't seem to be keen on camping the chair at all. Like all of the two rescue potential for the survivor side, he let the survivors do such an easy rescue. For the first one, the Mercenary can just pop in, pop out, and no health loss. The second one, he keeps spinning the camera at the wrong direction, so the Mercenary keep running toward the gate, and then try from that gate to the wall of the chair. So it's off camera for Gotcha. Gotcha wasn't able to camp out both of the time that the Seer was on the chair, and it kills the game for Bonbon.
Yeah, definitely. As long as the big part about Bonbon is even if you do get 3 Cypher kited, you still can position yourself where you can still tie the match if you're able to stuff that rescue. And Mercenary just he got a free rescue because Gajay just didn't see me. Elbow padded right past him, never saw the rescue happen, and Mercenary got away uninjured. And the fact that he was uninjured means he could go for a second rescue even when Cyphers aren't primed. So that's just that's a big game changer there. And I almost feel like it would have been better for Gajay to try to play something like Bloody Queen. Like I know obviously it's not great in Ever Sleeping Town, but it's like they're probably not bringing Flywheel because they're expecting Wax Artist. So you could probably get away with playing Bloody Queen and get a tie there, but yeah, just didn't go for it and went for the Bonbon, which broken windows works against Bonbon too. So
not gonna lie, if they were expecting a Wax Artist to be inbound, Gotcha could totally go for the Breaking Wheel. Not gonna lie, the Breaking Wheel could have been a better choice than the Bonbon because you can traverse around the area, and the Beast basically does nothing to the Breaking Wheel.
Yeah.
The lineup is pretty much a lineup that can counter a Wax Artist. Gotcha cool for the Bonbon. And yeah, they did so well against a Bonbon.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how this ultimately plays out. We will expect that Celia will be coming in here for the second 2 rounds here for Scars. So we will see that shortly. I expect from Celia, we would usually see Dream Witch Band from Celia. Then he usually opts for round 2 Geisha or Clerk. So we'll probably see that come out, which again is another one of those questions. We've seen this from some of the Japanese teams where they like to start with like a single round hunter, and then they switch to the round 2 and 3 hunter, which typically kind of struggles sometimes. So for like the round 1 hunter, so for example, we saw Yesterday we saw Vampy struggle with the Dream Witch. We saw the Bonbon. He was able to secure a tie today, which is perfectly fine. But then the Wax Artist as well from Miraike, which also just doesn't really... It struggled again today as well. And we're going to see Celia come out. He's got good tie hunters. He has Dream Witch, but he's not going to be able to play it because it's round 2. So his Dream Witch is going to get banned, and we're going to see him have to play a tie hunter like Geisha. So interesting decisions from these teams.
I think they just want to, bring out the one-off character to be utilized in the matchup. It's a hit or miss, as you said. The Wax Artist wasn't able to do very well, and in this second round, we're gonna have the survival side of Scar going up against the Hunter GH first, and looks like it's going to be Lakeside.
Yeah, absolutely. GH, this is a map that GH likes. GH is the 3 favorite maps for GH are Moonlit, Lakeside, and Chinatown. Those have been their 3 favorite maps. They love the big open maps, which is kind of interesting considering that Wax Artist probably won't be an option for Gaje anymore. I expect them to probably ban it. So then what does Gaje actually play? He's known for the round 1 Wax, and he's known for bringing out Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver on Lakeside, typically it's not as strong, although there is... I do know a Soul Weaver player who actually really loves this map, so and they are a very credible one. So maybe this could be something that Gaje likes to potentially go with here. But yeah, we'll have to see what he actually opts to ban. It looks like Seer and Forward. So that could be anything. I still think we'll see Wax Artist get banned, most likely, and maybe Gaje's trying to play Soul Weaver.
Soul Weaver. In this map, I could actually see a Breaking Wheel or a Sculptor from Gaje.
Breaking Wheel
is it's still tough. He actually allowed a Survivor to pick on that Priestess, and the ban onto the Wax Artist. He had the chance to use the Wax Artist in round 1, and he didn't. So now he doesn't have any chance to use the Wax Artist ever again.
Yeah, and Wax Artist is such good on these big open maps. So even something like Ever Living Town, it's not too bad. If you catch them in the alleyways, you can get that those wax on them. But yeah, he's not going to be able to. So they pick an open map when they're knowing he's not going to be able to play wax, which is interesting. It could be that Gaje. I think actually GH wanted to pick Chinatown so Gaje could play Soul Weaver, but it's actually a smart decision from SC to ban the Chinatown so he doesn't get to play Soul Weaver. So I'm assuming Lakeside is probably the next best map he likes for Soul Weaver, and that's probably what he's going to play. But yeah, it's not Chinatown. Chinatown's great for Soul Weaver. Lakeside, it's not as good.
It's a big map.
But Patient.
There's
so
not much.
Wait. But Patient ban means maybe no Soul Weaver then, right? Interesting. Postman.
It is still very conventional ban coming from Gaje.
Yeah.
So I was sorry. They still need a decoder, and the dancer from the Style of Scars. That's interesting. Dancer. If he picks a Sculptor here, the dancer could be negated, or he could go for the Soul Weaver. It's going to be tough for Gaje.
Maybe, yeah. Because Soul Weaver is okay chasing Big Boat because it's very narrow, very easy to catch up. But Dancer is interesting. He's gonna go Soul Weaver, so I guess Soul Weaver is okay against Dancer because of how fast you can still kind of outspeed the Dancer, but you got to be careful. The slow boxes can be a challenge. I would expect them to actually go all flywheel this time around.
Actually, picking the dancer is kind of like a counter to the breaking wheel, because when you put on a fast music box, you are able to traverse around the area easier to dodge all the spikes. So I think they were expecting a breaking wheel. And look at this one.
Maybe it's possible, but I still think, I don't know, I feel like Lakeside wheel is not as strong because you have the Shacker. You cannot even chase Shack at all as a breaking wheel. You cannot chase. And again, no no entomologist, I think, would have actually been pretty strong here against the Soul Weaver. But it looks like getting into the match here, we are going to see him immediately rotate towards that female dancer, which is spawning at the mini boat area. And she's already got boxes to put down here. It looks like a slow box, I think. Yeah, right away, the slow box. Look at how she positions herself, Entity. She's putting herself in an area where there's not a lot of great places to put webs, forcing Gaji to break this box, and she's going to make a ton of distance. And something else to consider, when the dancer drops down from a high building, she gets a 40% speed boost. So right now, she's basically getting a broken window speed boost there. And now he's forced to change targets to a new target, which is the Priestess. So I think this is actually a better target considering the area. This is a pretty good area for Soul Weaver to chase. And he might actually be able to get a free hit here. Oh no, a short portal. And he's going to play right around. He's going for the flywheel. Goes for the flywheel. He still gets the hit onto the Priestess. That recovery from the Soul Weaver is so fast when using those webs.
Yeah, unfortunately for the survivor side. If that portal was better, Shinami would have been able to negate the situation. But now Priestess is transitioning to the small boat area. Seems like the female dancer will place the music box to help with the kiting of the Priestess. Another one. Well. 2 boxes, one fast and one slow.
Gaji loses Priestess, I think. So he's going to have to chase Dancer. He may go for a first blink hit here. You cannot outspeed that. He does get the hit onto the Dancer, but you can't really outspeed a Dancer in that area, I don't think. She's going to go ahead and leave. So
and Gaji already lost the blink.
Yeah, he loses the blink. So he loses the blink, and he also loses all of his webs. So he's going to drop down. Dancer still gets a speed boost because of the 40% drop down, and she's right back to the boxes. She's going to pick up these webs as she goes through as well, which means Gaji cannot utilize them. He's going to be really slowed down here. And SC, 2 ciphers almost done, but they still haven't really done too much of a third one. So look at how slow he is. He can't even hit the web shot.
Unlucky for the dancer. The dancer will be able to traverse around the area.
But she vaults into him. Why? He still gets the vault off. And he does get the first web shot. She still has flywheel though. And now Gaji, he's gonna try to trap the dancer in here. And Dancer's gonna just stay here. He's gonna go for the web shot right at this pallet here. She needs to be careful. She needs to dodge the web shot. She flywheels the web shot and gets the vault off. And he doesn't get the swing. And he's stuck in the slow box as well. Dancer's gonna get a pallet boost with the speed boost of the music box. She's gonna get back up to the upstairs 2-story here. She's gonna vault it again for another 40% drop down boost. And this is probably game over. I mean, Gaji, he's just getting kited. There's nothing you can do here.
And yeah, the distant bot was so huge. Gaji will have to at least get a little bit closer to the dancer in able to bring her down. Will he be able to vault? Oh yeah, the web shot will be on point. But look at the cipher. It could be. It could be prime right after the first rescue.
I think it's gonna be. I think they have enough progress here. I mean, 2 ciphers about to go down here, and they have 1 more already with 40% progress. We're gonna see Mercenary probably come in for the first rescue here, and it looks like no. Oh yeah, Mercenary is coming in for the first save behind the mini boat area. You got to make sure you get a Tide Toner safe here, so there's no chance of a farm. And Gaji still doesn't have any double web shot set up yet, so he's gonna go for that first web shot, able to avoid that. Gets a beautiful rescue there. Body blocks the hit as well, and look, we're gonna have the dancers right back to where we started.
Yeah,
and
just
you can't catch her.
Going down,
you can't catch her here.
Speed boost, and the music box are still here. You basically can't get a hold of this dancer. Unless you are able to get a web shot, then you are able to at least negate the distance, negate the sweep off. But looks like he won't be able to do that. Gaji now. Wasn't able to get the pallet. The hit through the pallet.
Yeah, Mercenary's actually gonna drop an item here. Actually, that's the Acrobat. Acrobat gets the pallet stuff, but Mercenary is juggling a football and a this is there's nothing Gaji can do here. And look at that. I think the dancer hasn't picked up an item yet, but the Mercenary was juggling 2 elbow pads and a football. So if the Mercenary is ever able to deliver that to the female dancer. Double web shot! Is it primed? And they pop the Cypher Machine. Is she able to get the item there? Did Mercenary drop it near here? I don't know.
He is able to. It's a small boat, and she is able to get the football. I think she could immediately dash
she
to
can the dungeon, no blink.
Gaji have to teleport to the gate here to prevent the gate opening from happening, but Gaji is still so on point. He is still so obsessed with this dancer.
The portal. She can football to the portal. She goes to gate. That's so risky. He has teleport. I think that's a misstep from the dancer there. Unless she needs the flywheel and hits the portal. There's the flywheel. She gets the portal. She makes it through the portal. Is the gate open? Gaja has no teleport available. I think they can get 4 survivors, so they have to go for the heal onto the dancer. Gaja only has 40 webs. I don't think he's gonna be able to get there in time. And I think SC's looking at a 4 survivor escape.
Yeah, they go for the double heal, and yeah, the gate is already open. It's going to be a 4-man escape. Oh my god. My god, on track to get a 3-man escape, and they were able to do even beyond that, wasting the teleport onto the gate. And you see the acrobat. If the acrobat didn't throw that firebomb at the gate, Gaja would have been able to get the web shot onto the dancer and prevent her from getting to the global portal. So yeah, the teamwork from the survivor team are so well coordinated, and yeah, the dancer wastes so many time. Even if it's a spider, because Gaja wasn't keen on breaking the music box.
Yeah, he just never took down the boxes, and she just stayed there forever. I mean, the timing was really important. Is if you're able to, because every time her drop down boost came back, she went straight back to the mini boat window, and he kept utilizing that. You don't have to have broken windows if you have a drop down. As soon as you drop down, you get a 40% speed boost. The dancer's able to use that, and she just keeps going around there. And there's not much Gaja can do, because there's not a lot of great places to put webs near the windows, all the windowed area. So the dancer would just she would go back over there, and then she'd go to the area with the webs with the 2 pallets. But the boxes are set up there, and Gaja never broke them, so she just kept looping around there forever, and then just going back to the window, and it was just kind of an infinite loop. And then Mercenary took that hit, and then the Cypher Machine was primed. Dancer still had another chair too. She wasn't even dead on chair, I don't think, at that point. So that was just incredible kiting. Beautiful job from the dancer there.
Yeah, and that's why the dancer, you have to break the music box. You're just allowing the dancer to go for the same route over and over again. And not to mention, you chair the dancer right where the dancer will loop you. It's a small boat and the 2 pallet area. She's just gonna loop around there, and Soulweaver can't do anything about it. 4-man escape from a side of Scar. Yeah, dancer Kai for 185 seconds. That's 3 minutes for you guys.
Yeah. So I think that if Gaja breaks the slow box, I don't think he needs to break the fast box. If he leaves the fast box, it's fine. He can still outspeed the dancer with the webs. But the fact that he left the slow box, that was the killer there. That was the game changer. If he killed the slow box, then dancer really, the one fast box isn't going to do much. If you saw the slow box, it reached out so far that every time Gaja walked by that area under the window, it slowed him down. So he could, if he breaks the slow box, he's fine. The fast box it's not helping the dancer kite long enough with the webs. It's fine, but he just leaves it there, and he keeps. I guess he thought he could keep using his webs to catch up. And normally in that position you can. And one of the reasons why Soulweaver's not bad on that map is that's a pretty good kiting area over near the 2 pallets. But against a Soulweaver can usually outspeed you and get a hit on you and mind game you near those pallets. But with a dancer, with a slow box and a fast box, you're not gonna be able to do that. And Gaja just.
Gaja was too confident in his web shot, and when dancer go for the flywheel to negate the web shot effect, it's just game over. He cannot do anything about it. And not to mention, he wasted a blink to get a hit onto the dancer. He wasted a blink to get that, and so he basically had nothing to go up against a dancer in that situation from the point he did the blink.
Yeah, so it's tough for GH here. You know, how do you come back on this? You picked this map because it was the map that your hunter probably wanted to play on, right? And the problem with picking Lakeside is this is fine for Celia. Celia loves Lakeside Geisha. We've seen Scars pick Lakeside Village in the past for Celia's Geisha. So not only did you pick a map that was supposed to be good for your hunter and unfortunately struggled, now you pick a map that's good for your opponent's hunter as well. And Celia, we'll probably see a Dream Witch win, and I imagine Celia will probably just go with a Blink Geisha. Maybe if GH wants to play really aggressive here, they'll ban something like Geisha and try to take the Dream Witch, but I don't know, it's tough.
It's still tough because the hunter only needs to get 1-man elimination to get the win.
Right.
That's
Um,
that's it.
G-
That's just it.
GH needs to. They need to minimize the damage because we're going to a fourth round no matter what. Because the first round was tied. So the goal for GH here is they need to minimize the damage as much as possible. So when we do get into the final round, they're still able to come back. Because, for example, if GH gets 4 eliminated here, it turns into a 10-0, right? And then GH will have to 10-0 the last round just to tie. So what has to happen here is GH, if they can get a 3 survivor escape, they put the score at 6-3 for this round. Wait, is that right? 6-3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. 6-3, yeah. So they put the score at 6-3 for this round. In the last round, they can there's different combinations they can go for. They can go for a 4 survivor escape with Gajay getting 1 kill, or they can go for a Gajay 4 kill and 1 survivor escape to tie things up, or they can go for a win with a 3 survivor escape and a 3 survivor kill from Gajay, or they can just go for a 7-2. There's so many different options. If they get a 3 survivor escape, it opens up so many windows for them still to come back. However, if they get a tie or less, they're down 5 or more points, and that's a really huge deficit for going into the end of the third round.
Yeah, and Gotcha has been picking up a more consistent hunter as of late, so you'll see how the Soul Weaver isn't a great character to play in Lakeside. Yeah, so that ban onto the Chinatown, as you said, was great from the side of Scar, and the spider was being so bad in the small world area. Now for Celia, yeah. If they ban Dream Witch, Geisha is easy.
I'll just wait
to get it on track to get at least a two-man elimination.
Yeah.
But as of late, I have seen Celia play more of a clerk. So
yeah, but I feel like he does play
risky.
cleric. He can play Bloody Queen too. So he can also play Bonbon. So I feel like probably won't say Bonbon. I feel like in a situation where Celia needs just like a kill, probably safer to play something like Blink Geisha or Bloody Queen. I mean Clerk's still okay, but yeah, I mean Clerk's still okay, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. It depends if they really want to. They may just want to play. Celia may just want to play Clerk, just to tack on as many points as possible to make it harder for GH to come back in the last round.
It's such a risky play though with the Clerk.
It is.
If Celia,
as long as you get a kill, it's still okay. You know? It's not like it's a situation where you have to get a tie to win the round. You can just get any kill at all, so you can kind of play anything, and you'll probably be fine. But well,
yeah,
we'll see.
Let's see if GH managed to correct the mistake of them being over supportive of their lineup. And yeah, Scars here. Scars Hunter Celia will go up against the survivor side of GH in Lakeside Village in the second half. So tough to go around a 5-0. Like so tough to negate that from going worse.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what Celia opts to go for, and also what does the GH survivors actually ban? I don't think. I mean, maybe they're gonna ban Dream Witch just so they can try to get a hunter that they can go for a win against, so they don't get too far behind. It looks like we're gonna see Priestess Seer from Celia here, which again, that could be anything. This could be Dream Witch. This could be Geisha. This could be many things. We'll see what the survivors for GH opt to lock in. Probably gonna see Ford and something else here. They are gonna ban Dream Witch, so they're really not, I guess they're just trying to minimize the damage here. Yeah, really not trying to go for much of a 4 escape. We're probably gonna see Forward and I don't know what they really Mercenary Prospector.
Prospector might be Zhao Khan.
Yeah, Prospector's okay because it has endgame kiting potential. Any character with endgame kiting potential is good. With recharging abilities, have the potential to kite to dungeon because they can recharge their abilities and use them to kite late game. So I think that's why we're seeing the Prospector here.
Yeah, and the ban onto the forward. So just banning the harasser from the side of GH. The CA is now gone. Oh, Postman from the side of GH. So they went for a quite unusual lineup of Decoder, a Kiter, harasser, and rescuer.
Yeah, all characters here have endgame kiting potential. The Postman is interesting, considering that with Postman. Of course, Postman has a recharging ability with the Postman dog, but he doesn't he's not a great kiter overall in comparison to something like Prospector or Acrobat. Acrobat, of course, can recharge the firebomb when kiting for 60 seconds. You can also save your summoning bombs for an endgame kite. And overall, this team comp is pretty good for going against Geisha. Acrobat and Prospector are both fine kiters for Geisha. So I think the only issue here is the Postman. If chased first or chased endgame, will have a difficult time kiting to a dungeon.
And yeah, Clerk coming from Silas, so Sila will try to get as much point as possible, as it seems like. And out all the hunter that we have mentioned, I think Clerk is the only one that can negate the Cypher Rush.
Yeah. We've also seen Clerk yesterday against GH. GH they kind of struggled against Clerk yesterday, so I think that maybe Celia acknowledges this and is thinking he can maybe try to take advantage of the situation. We'll see how well GH is prepared for a Clerk in this day. Of course, yesterday against XC's Clerk, it was not an ideal match for sure for them. So again, this time around could be different. We'll have to see different map, different situation, different hunter, and different team comp. So Prospector is actually pretty good against Clerk. It's a good supporter when someone's kiting. You can. The big thing about Clerk is trying to buy Survivor's distance, and Prospector can definitely help with that. And he can also help Survivor struggle free against Clerk. He's also not a bad kiter against Clerk himself. It looks like we're going to see not the line spawn. We actually see Captain Coon taking Shaq instead of the finish to the line there. And I'd imagine he'll probably go towards Shaq, try to chase Captain Coon. He could technically go to Big Boat and go for Postman, but I feel like the only problem I actually kind of like this spawn from Captain Coon because it's very easy to rotate straight to Mini Boat and buy a lot of distance with that rotation. So.
Yeah, just block off the shack area for the hunter, so the hunter will have to pick the grab shack area. And it's going to be interesting to see which character will Celia go for at the early game. So now we're gonna head on to the picks of the Persona build. Flywheel from the Prospector. Postman will have the usual broken window and borrow time, with 2 Titaner from the survival side, with that Acrobat and Mercenary.
Absolutely. Here we go. We are going to see the Crab Shack spawn from the Clerk, and he's going to go Big Boat. Yeah, so he's going to go for the Postman right away here. Postman immediately taking that Big Boat area, so this is not a great area to chase in if you are a Clerk, but we'll have to see. Another thing to keep in mind is Little Boy is an excellent kiting player. He's one of the best kiting players in Southeast Asia. He has to be careful not to get mind gamed here. Celia trying to mind game. Does it pretty good. He closes so much distance there. Little Boy did not see where he came from. He's going to be able to get this ball right here, get the speed boost, and try to transition around this area. But Celia will have a window block recording because of this. He needs to go for the dog as he walks through this door. Actually, he did get that there. And he's going to be able to buy some more distance. But Clerk is so fast. He's able to catch up so easily.
Yeah, Little Boy knows that Celia has a window block, so he won't be looping around the big boat area anymore. Because in the big boat, there's no pallet, there's only windows. And you are bound to get hit when you stay around that area for too long. Nice mind game from a Little Boy.
He gets the pickup there. Yeah, he doesn't have Flywheel though, because he did have the broken windows. He's going to go ahead and try to get back to Big Boat here if possible. But again, they didn't pick Mercenary, so... sorry, they didn't pick Forward, so there's no option to support this first kite here. Little Boy does get that window blocked as well. And he's going to have to mind game at a really bad pallet. He goes for the blink. I feel like Celia could have maybe saved the blink there. It's not a really good pallet there, but Postman actually did fine. He gets we are going to see a pause here. Postman actually gets the blink out, and he actually kites till 2 Cypher Machines are primed and other ones at 50. So considering that it is a Postman, a decoding character, that is a pretty strong start for GH.
Exactly. And yeah, you saw how fast the Postman was being down there. I think 2 Cypher was bound to be finished, but 1 Cypher is already at half. And with the Clerk, you basically can't prevent that Cypher from being popped at any time. So the survival side kind of have to go in for the rescue immediately, or they have to... they can't sacrifice, because the Cypher is going to be blocked all the time. And that's the Clerk gameplay. You just have to keep on rescuing and keep on distracting the hunter from the blocking Cypher potential. And as you said, that blink wasn't very necessary, but he wants to down the Postman quick.
Yeah, so this is I think GH is they're still on track to tie this round. So they're minimizing the damage, which is fine. But a 7-2 is hard to come back from. A 6-3 is way easier to come back from. There's many different opportunities to come back. There's many different situations and survivor escapes that GH can come back with a 6-3. With a 7-2, it's a lot more challenging. So the goal for GH here, they need to at least try to get a 3 survivor escape and position themselves to come back in the last round. I mean, the first kite, again, it was good for Little Boy, but against a Clerk, it's not enough for a win. Like it's probably a drawn kite for the most part, and from here on, it's gonna be tough for the GH survivors.
Yeah, and with a lineup like this, when you get the decoder of the lineup, the decoding progress will be slowed down quite a bit, especially with the Clerk. The only one that can decode fast enough is a Prospector. And now, as you see, before the pause happened, the Mercenary was block off the Cypher.
Yeah, so, yeah, the Cypher Rush, it's going to be slowed down a little bit here. I'm trying to think about how GH can work this into a win. They can go for Prospector support. I guess I feel like Prospector could have gone early. Like if Postman dies in that corner and Prospector is there to support, you can help the Prospector struggle free. The Postman struggle free from that position. You die in the corner of Big Boat. So Prospector maybe could have gone early, but it's something they can also go for later. If Prospector takes it with Little Boy takes a hit with High Turner, runs to the corner, Prospector can support a struggle free or a stun. So maybe that's something that they're going to look for as well. So they're not out of it again. They're on track for a draw, but with Prospector still in the mix, it's still a possibility to supply that. And Lakeside is one of those maps where if you die in the corner of Big Boat, Prospector can help you struggle free. Or, I mean, there's other areas too. You can die in the corner of, if you go behind Big Boat closer to the gate over near the water area, the Prospector can actually throw magnets from on top of the boat and you can help you struggle free from there as well. So there's a few different interactions that they can go with, but I think it's still possible for GH to turn this around.
Yeah, and with a harasser like the Prospector, they have full chance of a lot of potential support from the survivor side. But let's see. The Postman was down in the boat. There's a chance of the Postman being chair on top of the boat, which is a very hard to rescue chair, and it kind of give the Clerk a bird's eye view of the entire map to see which cipher is being decoded to block the cipher off.
It is, but it's also a Clerk, so it's not like there's a lot of camping potential. So Mercenary should still be able to make the rescue, but yeah, I mean, it is a difficult chair to save from for a Mercenary. For a character like Forward, it might not necessarily be as hard to get football past the Hunter, but Mercenary cannot elbow pad up the ramp, so that's kind of the big downside there. And if you try to go on the inside, the Clerk can drop down on the stairs. So yeah, that chair is definitely challenging. We'll see. We'll see how they're able to play it out from here, but. Again, I would expect the Prospector to come in. GH hasn't really they haven't really supported at all in these games. It's just been like kiting and decoding, and they haven't gone for any support strategies at all. So this is very interesting that this is the way GH is playing this, considering that they love to go for heavy support strategies, and they've just not been doing that at all. The first round it actually worked, just focusing on decoding and Cypher Rush with a double decoder team comp. But now this time around, they only have one decoder, and with a Postman, he was chased first. And now we have to see the Prospector come in at some point here, or this is not going to be a 3 survivor escape for GH.
It's the survivor spot. Because I believe they go for the minimize the damage strategy, so they will try to at least get the 3-man escape. But again, Celia's Clerk is going to be rather tough. I think the best they can do as of now, as the situation looks like, it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm trying to think about how this last round will play out as well. So GH is gonna have no. GH will have faction, so SC will have map selection. So if GH is able to tie here, assuming that's how this is gonna play out, it's gonna be 7-2 in the last round. They're going to ban probably Wax Artist and Sawyer from Gaje. They're going to take away his 2 main hunters. Maybe he'll try to play, but then they're just going to pick. They're probably just going to pick a map that's not great for Gaje's hunters, like Arms Factory. He's not going to be able to play anything like Breaking Wheel. They're going to ban Soul Weaver and Wax Artist, or maybe they don't even ban Soul Weaver because it's Arms and they just play Dancer again. Dancer on Arms is really good. There's so many strategies that they can go with here. The only problem with going Arms is I guess that's tough for Celia, but you can also play BQ on Arms, so it opens up a few things. So I don't know, but we'll still have to see. And again, Celia just taking advantage. Looks like GH is unfortunately still not too prepared for Clerk. Better than yesterday. The first kite here from the Postman was strong, but they're gonna need to try to turn things around here and step it up.
I think any other survivor that kite against a Clerk other than Little Boy is going to be tough, because seems like in the lineup of GH, Little Boy is the only one that knows how to deal well with the Clerk. So they actually picked the lineup quite well, because Little Boy is the one with the Postman, which is a rather juicy target for the hunter to go for.
Right.
And let's see. It's funny how with the GH map selection they were able to. Scars were able to with Scars map selection, GH were able to get a tie, and now with GH map selection, they aren't holding themselves so well though.
Yeah, definitely. So it's really tough for them. So we'll have to see. I mean, it really goes to show, again, we talked about going into this matchup that SC definitely has the advantage being a team out of Japan against the Southeast Asia region, a competitive region versus a non-professional region. Yeah, it was less not a professional region. So it's really it's, you know, GH they don't play as much as they don't get to play as much as SC in as many tournaments. So I'm sure definitely feeling the pressure here. Even for Gaje himself, you know, 2 rounds in a row, just 8-1 for both sides for him, which is, it's not really what we expect from Gaje. We usually see him come out very strong, consistently get ties with his tie hunters, and he played 2 of his tie hunters in the last 2 rounds, and a 3-1 and a 5-0. So it really needs to hope to turn things around here, and hopefully we should be back in a moment here, just figuring out all technical difficulties, making sure everything's okay. It looks like back to the match here.
Yeah, and
he's not gonna share big load.
Sharing the chair outside, so it's going to be a very easy chair to negate the Cypher, but this allows the survivor to go for a rescue early on. We'll use the recording to pop the pallet right here, and you know, this pallet is quite powerful for the survivor.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can just break a pallet for free, that's kind of... And here we do see the Prospector coming in now. I'm surprised we're seeing him now. I think we're probably going to see him try to get the Hunter onto Big Boat. He needs the body block. That does body block the hit. And Prospector can try to go for the stun. And he gets the stun. Yeah. That is a huge stun that allows the Postman to get onto Big Boat here. And now Prospector, he can do 2 things here. He can support this kite, or he can wait for Postman to go down. And as long as Postman dies towards the corner of Big Boat, he can help him struggle free.
Yeah, and there's window vaulting recording from the Little Boy. He will be using that to prevent Little Boy from transitioning. Oh, 4-1! Actually, tried to block the draw, but was able to do so.
Yeah, he did miss that there. He's going to use that vision onto the Mercenary to slow down the decoding progress here. He's going to go ahead and vault this window here. Does not have a window vault recording. Broken windows being very crucial here. Trying to buy him some more time here. Clerk's going to go ahead and vault this. Did he get a... I don't know if he got a recording there. Let's see. He does get the dog onto him, slowing him down even more. So, yeah, an excellent rebound kite from GH Survivors here. Celia needs to try to... Oh, he faults a little bit early here. Does not have any broken windows here. He's going to use that onto the Mercenary, and yeah, that one Prospector support was a big game changer. Now it's just a mind game around this pal. He's not going to be able to hit this. Yeah, that charge attack's not going to be able to hit there. Prospector coming in for even more support, and can he get this stun onto the Clerk? He does, but it's a short one. And now he's changing targets to the Prospector. Oh, but Prospector just goes down. no flywheel being utilized at all, and he had a magnet. He could have flywheeled and magnet maybe to kite that out, but I mean, he does get the target changed to him, which is nice.
Celia could have shared the prospector near the cipher in which Missouri was decoding there, but yeah, it still choose to pick the chair at the boat. So now Celia will have to prevent the cipher rush from happening. Get a decoding paper, get a recording paper onto leaderboard to prevent to block up the cipher and force the rescue to happen.
He misses the magnet. He misses the magnet onto the clerk there, and he cannot use flywheel because there's nowhere to go. He flywheels and he still gets hit anyway. So yeah, Prospector gonna be on chair for the second time. This trade-off, it looked like it was gonna be good for GH, but actually maybe it still is. Mercenary can pop this cipher machine. They can double decode this last cipher machine, and Mercenary can come for the save. So there's still a chance GH survivors can 3 escape from this position.
Celia will have to block off the cipher at the coast there. He's actually leaving the Prospector alone and go for the cipher, go for the last cipher.
Yeah, but you know, it's because the Postman's been on chair, so he can safely chase Postman. Misses the dog there. Celia goes for the blink. He's gonna get the blink, and Entity's gonna be able to chair on the last cipher machine. So I don't know how safe it was for Postman to stay near that cipher. So I mean, obviously you want 2 survivors on it to try to pop it, but because Clark can block one of them. But maybe a misstep from GH ultimately here. As soon as Celia, Postman should have left a lot earlier. He left too late there. He's gonna be able to pick up a pallet break recording there as well. And just like this match has turned in from a win for GH to probably another draw.
Able to block off the final cipher. They don't have another cipher to decode. That's the last cipher that they have, is the one at the coast. And it seems like 3 people gonna go in for the rescue. Hit onto the mercenary. Will be able to stun from Protector and recording onto that acrobat.
They're going really hard. First stun. That's not a good one. That's not going to buy any time. Gets the hit onto the mercenary. Well, they're going so hard to this last cipher machine, and Kevin Cooney, he's not going to be able to decode it. Prospector's going to magnet again. He's going to... Yeah, Kevin, he can't pop it. He can constantly just block him off. Another stun. Again, Desperate Fight activates, so it's not a very long one. So I feel like... I don't know. I feel like the Prospector is just kind of... a couple of missteps here, and not missteps, but using magnets in areas that don't really work for him. He's gonna get this vault off here. Goes for the swing. Oh, he misses. That's a huge miss there. He's gonna be able to get. No, he doesn't have his dog back yet. But now it's just a matter of time for this last cipher.
They possibly will be able to pop the cipher, and that was I was wondering. Celia could have totally get a hit onto the acrobat right there, and will be able to hit onto the postman.
95. Will he be able to pick up? No, he didn't see the pickup. Why did he pick up? Why didn't he pick up? Why would he go in there? And Celia might have. And Celia, unfortunately, a huge misstep is going to cost him the match here. I don't understand.
Now blocking up little boy route will be able to get a doggo onto Celia. Charges I didn't connect, and yeah. Now it's so tough for Celia now to get at least a tie because of that quite a risky play there, because he was trying to block off the cipher. You know, what the magnet?
What is the Prospector doing? He's not going to be able to help him here. He's just dead. They're really trying to go for this 4 escape, I guess. I mean, 3 escape is still okay to position themselves.
Postman is down on chair.
Postman's down on chair, so Prospector has to get dungeon now. But is the other gate open?
Zhao Khan gate is not open, I believe.
Yeah, so 1 gate is open, but Prospector, he has teleport. He can cut off the Prospector. He does still have flywheel. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know. I think GH got too greedy here. This may or may not work out in their favor. He still has teleport. They need to play this perfectly. Celia needs to play this perfectly as well.
Exactly. And we'll teleport back to the gate. The gate is already open.
Oh, he gets able to get the hit onto... Beautiful Sun has flywheel. Yeah, he's gonna be able to make it out here. But
I think the better play would have been, going for the cornfield gate there, because the cornfield gate, he did see Zhao Khan at that area. So yeah, 3-man escape, going a little bit too greedy there with the cloak pick, but still able to get one elimination that Scars need.
So 3 survivor escapes. So GH does do well. The survivors play well in that round. getting a 3 survivor escape against Celia's Clark. I mean, considering the position, it looked like a drawn position, but they were able to turn things around a little bit. Iffy at that end game. That was not as clean as they wanted it to be, but they still managed to get 3 out the gate there. Prospector, I guess they were trying to go for a 4 escape, but I think the best bet is Prospector leaves and hope Postman can kite to dungeon. I don't think Prospector can really support him to gate there. So, they tried their best with what they could do, but yeah, just a big turnaround here in favor. Or not a big turnaround, but a small comeback here from GH. It still gives them a chance in the last round. It is 6-3 for this round. And it really goes to show that 4 escape from the survivors of SC, very, very important here.
They seems to be holding a lot better with the clerk coming from Celia. So yeah, the key to kiting the clerk from the side of GH seems to be letting Little Boy doing the first guy, and that's it. All the other players, they seems to not hold up that well against the clerk, but they were still able to provide the necessary support to allow Little Boy to transition. And look at the match stat here. 247 seconds of kiting from the Postman. That's crazy.
Excellent job. Yeah, and we did talk about how if there's any player on this GH team that is proficient in clerk kiting, is Little Boy. We saw a very strong overall, and we did see, obviously, some of the GH survivors yesterday struggle a little bit in kiting XC's clerk. But Little Boy against Celia today, very effective, and you saw it come into play here for sure.
Yeah. Look at the decoding progress. Celia actually have the trump card, so I believe in that situation where they were gathering around the shore, the shore cipher, the last cipher, Celia could totally go for the abnormal and just hit on that cipher, and they wouldn't have any chance of going back. Because, you see, Protector is dead on chair, Postman is dead on chair, and he could tunnel either of them and not allow the cipher to be popped, because the cipher can still be locked away by the clerk.
Yeah, absolutely. You just see that GH, they definitely prepared for this from yesterday's match, and today there's a lot of improvements in this clerk matchup for them. So, that's always that's nice to see. We do see SC, of course, still in the lead here, 10-7. So now GH needs to get 3 points or more. Of course, there's different combinations of this. A 3 survivor escape for GH with a 300 kill will still be enough for them to win on points. Or to tie things up, they'll need some sort of 4 elimination and 1 extra point from the other side. So, a lot of math we got to do here. But basically, I think that Gajay, the big factor here is, can Gajay really turn things around? Because when we talk about his Wax Artist and Soul Weaver is his best hunters, and he probably won't be able to play either of them here. They'll probably be banned. It's just it's really tough. Gajay needs to try to get
at least a tie. But if he get a tie, it would be hard for the survivor side to get a.
The thing is, Gajay needs to get a 3 elimination for GH survivors to get a 3 escape. That's kind of the goal. If he gets anything less, then GH survivors are gonna have to 4 escape. So,
Wow.
A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure for side of GH. We did mention how GH survivor, they did hold up a lot better against Scar than in yesterday where they go up against MRC. So that's nice to see. Still, GH, they will have to do a lot, especially Gotcha. Unless GH want to try out Nerokun, because they did mention Nerokun is their secret weapon. But
Seichu.
Seichu, sorry. Right, but I haven't seen Seichu showing in the tournament at all during IVC, let alone IVS.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess if there's any time, it would be now. I mean, with the way the Gajay's just unfortunately been struggling and doesn't really have a lot of third round hunters, I think it would make the most sense for maybe Seichu to come out here and see what he can do against this SC team. Because so far Gajay's not having the best performance, and it happens. Everybody has difficult days. SC survivors have played very well today, but I think now, if there was any time to bring out Seichu, it would be now. This is the best opportunity to bring out the secret weapon and try to see if they can clutch up this last round.
Yeah. With the last round. Now, let's think about the map. If you are Scar, which map would you choose? Or if you are GH, which map would you choose then?
Well, Scars has map picks, so I think that I don't know, something you want to pick something that's going to be good for Celia. So something that's going to be good for Geisha. So we're going to see Dream Witch ban for sure. Probably Clerk ban as well. So I mean, maybe they don't ban Clerk, maybe they ban Geisha. I don't know.
Yeah.
They want to pick a map that's good for both Clerk and Geisha. That way, if GH bans, if they ban Clerk and Dream Witch, you can play Geisha. If they ban Geisha and Dream Witch, you can play Clerk. So it just opens up a lot of options there. Moonlight would be very good for Geisha, but it's not very good for Clerk. So maybe that's not their best option.
And when you pick a Moonlit, you kind of play into GH hand. So I think Scar will try to stray away from Moonlit. Arms Factory could be the potential mapping pick here.
The problem with Arms Factory, like obviously Arms Factory is good against Gaje's hunters, but Arms Factory is not very good for Geisha, and then it's also not like it's okay for Clerk, I guess. But the problem is there's a lot of tight kite. Like you can kite around the 3-pal area and mind game that against the Clerk very well. You can transition a lot using the windows with broken window speed boost. So Celia's hunters maybe aren't as good in Arms, but I mean, it depends. If he wants to play something like Bloody Queen or Bonbon, then Arms would be good if that's what he's considering here. So Church is also an option, I think.
Yeah, Church. Hospital is quite risky because you are allowing the survivor to do well, and you saw Gotje even with maps that is balanced to both the survivor and the hunter. Gotje wasn't able to do well, and if you pick a map like Hospital, it's just going to negate the possibility of Gotje even getting a draw. Because that is such a survivor sided map.
Yeah, hugely survivor sided. So I think that there's a chance that maybe they go Sacred and they hope they can get a 4 escape and then Gaja can get 1 kill. I mean, that's an idea that they could go for, but because I mean, again, you're still down 3 points. You got to turn this around somehow. So I
still can.
Well, no. I mean, Scars gets to pick maps, so they're not gonna pick Sacred. Never mind. So I think that's probably not a bad option. Maybe they'll go with like a more open map like Chinatown. Also, both those maps are not, both those hunters, Clark and Geisha, not bad on Chinatown. Very open, good for Geisha dashes, and not a lot of great kiting areas for going against a Clerk. So there's a lot of palettes that you really just want to always use against, a lot of God palettes that you always want to use against a Clerk, but you can't, and they're hard to mind game at. So
I still can't get over it because they have the best chance of getting the lead onto Scar with the second half of round 1, and Gotje decided to not pick the Wax Artist, and that's kind of like the worst mistake that he can make, because now you saw GH is at a disadvantage, and I'm looking at the chat here. They are saying that Scars really like Leo's memory.
They like Leo's memory for round 1 Wax Artist. It's less likely that we'll see it here, especially in a position where they have the lead. Leo's memory is a risky map that you usually bring out when you want to try to surprise a team and take a quick lead on them in the early rounds because they're unprepared for it. It's unlikely we'll see Leo's in a situation where they're currently holding the lead because they want to be more conservative. They could technically pick it because they know GH did ban it, so they could pick it assuming that that GH might not like to play on Leo's, but in reality, it's not likely that they'll pick Leo's in a situation late round like this when they have the lead.
Yeah, and not to mention Leo's memory. I believe the survivor side of GH can do well in that map also. So just put the risk onto the hunter side of both. Let's see. Retcher still seems like a favorable picks on the survivor side, because you see how the survivor of Scar was able to use Dancer to the fullest extent, but we're gonna have Celia actually doing the hunting first against the survivor side of GH. In this first half, third round, it's going to be Chinatown.
Yeah, it is gonna be Chinatown. So SC did pick Chinatown. This does make sense with Celia's hunters. It works for both Clerk and Geisha. If those are the hunters he wants to try to pull out here. I think it's probably gonna be weak for Gaje because they're gonna ban Sawyer for sure because it's Chinatown. They're gonna ban Wax Artist. So then what does Gaje really play? Like Bloody Queen? Like I don't really know what else he had. Like Bonbon? Like Bonbon's not great on Chinatown either. Gaje doesn't really have round 3 options, and that's why we would have liked to see Seichu come in here, and maybe that's still a possibility. But yeah, it looks like GH did opt to pick Survivor first here. We should see Celia probably ban Seer Ford Priestess. That's obviously pretty standard here. And then we'll see what GH opts to go with.
Yeah, and with this round, if Celia manages to get a 4K, they will be having the point against GH because that's the needed total point deficits that they need. They need to get a tie, and Celia with a 5-man, with a 5-point, GH cannot go more than that. With a 5-5, and Skies will still win, but it's the group stage, so we will still have the second round. Oh, banning the Prospector coming from Celia here.
Instead of Ford, yeah, that's smart as well. That's good. Yeah, I mean, GH hasn't really played forward, so I guess Celia is just kind of like, it's not really worth going for the ban here. And Prospector is a good support character, is it a good endgame kiter? So if GH was to go for a 4 escape, a Prospector would be definitely a strong character for that. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes. I think for GH, we'll see we'll see.
Will they ban Clerk? Oh no, they are not banning Clerk. Quite risky play.
They're scared of the Geisha. You can just ban Clerk and counter comp Geisha. Just play forward, Enchantress, Acrobat. There's plenty of counters to Geisha.
They seems to be confident against the Clerk this time round. It seems to be the Priestess, the Seer, and the Prospector is now banned. So GH can totally pick the forward to go for the harassment on the Clerk. Yeah. Oh, but no, not picking. Oh, all right. Picking the Toy Merchant in Chinatown. So it's actually quite nice. We usually see Toy Merchant in either Sacred Heart Hospital or Chinatown. So they might have a thing or two here.
Yeah, I mean, Toy Merchant is very effective on this map, especially in kiting. Toy Merchant is an excellent kiter. You can loop that hotel area with the glider for so long. It's kind of ridiculous. But I think that, okay, Postman as well. They really keep going back to that Postman. For the last ban here for Celia, probably Acrobat, since GH has constantly gone to that Acrobat character.
Mechanic.
Interesting. Celia has done this. He has banned Mechanic a few times, but I don't think GH was gonna play Mechanic here.
Now it's letting me question if Celia will play the Clerk. He still can play. He actually still can play Breaking Wheel. Quite risky.
Yeah. Toy Merchant
another
forward
one.
both counter.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen, and especially because he could play Bonbon. He could play Bonbon with this ban. If he's just trying to get a tie, but then why pick Chinatown for Bonbon? It's interesting. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see. Mechanic ban. I mean, Mechanic also is fine against Clerk because and we're going to see the Acrobat. Any extra decoder against the Clerk is really important because we talk about getting through those ciphers quickly against the Clerk is really kind of a game-changing strategy. So yeah, we'll see. I think Celia probably will play Clerk here. There's a chance he does go Bonbon as well. But again, he just needs to get. I mean, he kind of just needs to get like a tie. The thing is, if Survivors get a 3 escape here, he's gonna play Clerk. If Survivors get a 3 escape, then SC Survivors would need to get 4 eliminated by Gaje. No. Sorry, correct me. I'm wrong on that. If he gets a 3 escape, then Gaje would need a 3 elimination. So it's still tough. So Celia's just trying to get a tie here. Is kind of the bare minimum for him. Yeah.
So yeah, GH Survivor had to do a lot in this matchup. If they want to get a chance of getting that point in the leaderboard. With Scars, Celia again with the Clerk. They seems to deal very well with the Clerk in the previous match. Let's see how they're gonna go up against this time around. And it's Chinatown, so it's going to be a little bit different from Lakeside because the map isn't as big and you can close out the distance quite easily. Oh, nice spawn from the survivor side.
Yeah, we do see the forward spawning middle. This is very strong. If he's able to kite towards any survivor kites through middle, forward can support quite easily. And it's also something that the clerk's not really going to opt to chase in. It looks like they're actually gonna... Postman's kind of taking a weird spawn location here. Typically, you want to try to spawn more towards the hotel area. It's easier for him to kite in, and so we'll have to see. It looks like I believe Captain Coon took hotel as well, so we actually don't see the merchant going there if I saw that correctly, but we'll have to see.
The toy merchant picked the hotel, picked the corner house, the Taylor's house
the corner
position.
Building. Which is still okay, because you can still glide off of the building. And as long as there's a two-story area, then it's perfectly acceptable. One tide turner here, flywheel forward and tide turner acro, which means that they're not going to have a lot of, they're not going to have any options to go for tide turner rescues endgame and try to get an extra escape. So interesting decision there.
Yeah, and Celia will spawn at the Lantern Gate area, and he might have get a whip of that postman right there. Yeah, and Dao Khan will be transitioning into the hotel area, as you said. It's still quite weird that we are not seeing the postman spawning at the hotel, and it's the acrobat in that area. So I'm not sure about the spawn point.
Should be a free hit. He's kind of running into a bad area. Oh, gets the dog there. That was really big. That's going to keep him alive here. But now we're going to see right here this this pallet. This is not a very strong pallet for going against a clerk because he can just. Oh, did he get the recording on that?
He did, but
he did, but he kind of messed it up a little bit. Yeah, it's going to give Shao Kahn some distance. He does have the pallet to work with as well, and he's going to go ahead and rotate into two-story here. He does have the pallet. Why is the pallet thrown down? He can just pick it up again, and he gets the hit there. Why did Captain Coon throw that pallet? He just gave a free hit to his survivor because of that. I mean,
I think because the postman has knee-jerk reflex, so he tried to...
But he used it on the pallet before that. He used it on the pallet before that. He used it on this one that he just vaulted right here. And he also, he had the pickup recording, so it didn't matter. He would have just picked up the pallet anyway. So Captain Coon, if he leaves the pallet up, then it actually gives the postman a chance to mind game there. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, he still gets the dog. Beautiful dog from Zhao Khan here.
Yeah, nice job from the survivor side. Oh, they were still able to decode one cipher, almost finished there. Excitement is a trait that Celia actually picked. And, go for the excitement, and we'll get the hit onto 481. With that, the distance created by Zhao Khan was actually quite a lot.
Yeah. GH is playing this pretty well here. Already one cipher machine down. And you can really see. Oh, there's the catapult setup as well, and that's gonna get him all the way in through the window there. So beautiful catapult placement there. And the postman, just constantly making distance. This is how you deal with the clerk. You just consistently make distance. He's gonna get a broken window speed boost, transition even farther here, and he also gets a a window vault recording in the process. GH is playing this pretty well.
Yeah, exactly.
Another
dog bite onto Celia. Postman is such a pesky character because you just can't get away from that dog bite. It just slows you down so much. And running into
he misses. What is happening? He should be able to, he gets stuck there. Yeah, he's
the lamppost. The lamppost is it's the hitbox that they can't.
Did you see the Ford? Oh, he doesn't see the Ford, but it's not an instant stun. Ford's gonna try to body block the hit. No, he doesn't even need to. He gets to the pallet. He's gonna break it. He's gonna get a pallet break recording in the process. Ford's gonna stun again, but this one's not gonna buy as much distance because there's desperate fight and it was a short stun.
Actually on track to get at least a tie here.
They can actually. But there's another catapult. He gets the dog. That's gonna be enough for. But he doesn't take the catapult. He doesn't take the catapult. I guess he thought. There's another one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And this seems like a deja vu to Cougar's Clerk because they place.
And he misses the drop there. He misses the drop. But he has another pickup. He gets the vault there. Does he have a speed boost? He does have a speed boost to transition away. Ford's going to try to body block now. Celia probably will just take the free hit. Oh, he blocks the window. Gets the hit onto the postman. But I mean, this was great support from GH. I think they still have enough Cypher progress to potentially win, but it is a Clerk here, so it's going to be difficult. We'll have to see.
Yeah, little boy will be block up the Cypher over there, and seems like yeah, Clerk will try to camp out the Cypher over here. Capcom will be the one doing the rescuing, and
yeah, normal.
Yeah,
abnormal switch. He's gonna go for the slow bomb. This will actually give him enough distance. Gets the dog as well, so double slow here. This is gonna buy a lot of distance for the survivor. Capcom's just gonna body block as long as possible here. So we'll see how this works. He's gonna go for another bomb. Goes for the red one here, which means he cannot use any recordings for a few seconds. Little boy's he's gonna make a lot of distance with both these boosts here, and he's gonna make it back into hotel. So nice setup from GH.
Yeah, very nice setup from GH. Forward will still be locked out the Cypher there. They are on track to get a 4-man prime. A 4-man prime endgame. So a great job for the survivor side. They were able to support each other well. I believe they were over supporting, but it's the Clerk, so the Clerk has bad chase, and yeah. That's just the game.
And gets the pallet stun as well onto the Clerk. This is gonna buy more distance. Celia's struggling. I mean, this is not going well for him. You saw the Geisha ban. I feel like maybe he should have played Geisha last round as well, just to get that in, because he's very strong, very proficient with Geisha. As for the Clerk, it doesn't seem like he's it's similar to Gaji playing Bonbon. It looks like Celia is just not a proficient with the Clerk here, and this is kind of costing him a little bit here. He's gonna go ahead and go for the ball here. Goes for the swing. Is not able to get that as well. And yeah, the last two Cypher machines almost primed, and forward still has a full chair time.
Now, what was he expecting there?
I think he was expecting.
There was no blade.
Okay, I think he was expecting him to pick up the pallet. He was trying to throw it down right away so he could get a pallet stun, and because it's the same, but it's the vault button. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Yep.
Or he forgot that there was no blade on him.
Oh yeah, there's an abnormal paper, so he can abnormal the other Cypher also.
Yeah. So nice setup there from Celia. But it doesn't matter. I mean, that Cypher's 90% of the way down. He's gonna pick this up. He's gonna down forward. They can just force seal. He has to vision on the Cypher. He's gonna block it off. He gets the hit there onto the acrobat, but the Cypher machine, it's not primed yet because they did he block it off? He gets the pulse stun. Can they pop? Or is it still blocked?
It's still blocked. It's at 97%.
Yeah. We'll get back 2% as well. So second share for forward, so it's still okay for GH, and we're gonna see I think another catapult setup. Looks like.
They kind of had to lock off the Cypher right here. And yeah, another catapult setup. Use the pocket watch from the toy merchant to the forward, and I believe they will be able to pop the Cypher. They were leaving a little bit of progress on the Cypher, so as to not allow Celia to pop the Cypher. But they actually went for the pop immediately.
Yep. And we're gonna see just making some distance here. Forward has a pocket watch, potentially can kite to dungeon here in the end game. He's gonna use that vision on. He's gonna prevent him from opening that gate. There is a catapult, but it's gonna put him right into the Clerk. He's gonna go down. He took that catapult way too early. Yeah, unfortunately missing the flywheel as well. He just took the catapult too early. He needed to wait for the Clerk to get closer to him. Again, no blink. He should be able to secure the gates.
This on track.
Wait, Little Boy's gate's not open.
Yeah, Little Boy.
No.
Oh, it's actually the other gate. Yeah, Little Boy gate's already open.
Off here. Can he actually make this? Yo, this
is Celia really
80, 90? Oh, if Celia gets a tie here, it's probably over. He's gonna pick up that pallet captain who can't make it. He needs to transition away. He's gonna walk away here. And
he's actually heading to the dungeon. Yeah,
he's heading to the dungeon. He has a pallet boost. Okay, he is gonna be able to make it to the dungeon here, and that is going to be a 3 survivor escape for GH. Excellent job from them. But the question is it actually gonna be enough here?
Yeah. Because now it's the time of Gotcha. Gotcha has to get at least, I believe, a 3-man. A 3-man in order for GH to get the win there. If Gotcha only get a 2-man, then it's not enough. The point deficit is 5-3, and Scar is still up by 1 point. So Gotcha will have to bring out his best game at the end game right here.
Right, absolutely. And now, yeah, Gotcha needs to turn things around. He has to get a 3 elimination. If he gets a 3 survivor elimination, then that will be I think that's enough for a win, right? 4 points. So yeah, that'll be a win for GH if he's able to get a 3 survivor elimination. SC survivors need to tie. They just need to tie, and they will be moving on. So it's gonna be tough because again, Gaji doesn't have win hunters. He has tie hunters. So what is he even gonna play here that can get 3 kills?
Oh yeah. Wax artist will be banned, and before we get into that, we're gonna head into the match start. Again, the postman is the one kite out the longest in the entire lineup. 226 seconds of kiting. GH is holding very well against the clerk from Celia.
Right. So yeah, let's what is I don't know, what does Gache play? I'm trying to figure it out. Like they're gonna ban Soul Eater and Wax Artist, I assume. So that leaves
Bon again. That's just
Bon on this map. There's no chance at a 3 kill. Like I mean, I guess you can play Sculptor. Sculptor is also not great on this map, but it does have win potential. He could technically play Breaking Wheel, but we saw how that went last time. So I don't know what Gaje plays here. I really don't. I'm struggling to find. I mean, it's got to be like Sculptor, Wheel, maybe. I mean, maybe you could play Bloody Queen. You play Bloody Queen, try to get a 3 kill, but that's tough because Bloody Queen's not a win
it's
hunter,
so tough.
It's just he has to 3 kill. A tie will.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much sum up the winning potential. The winning potential.
Tie will, it has to be a 3 kill or more. A 3 kill wins it for GH. Anything less wins it for Scars. So
yeah, and the only field hunter that can go for the 3k or the 4k is the Sculptor and the Breaking Wheel, which we have not seen Gache play for quite a while. So I'm not sure if Gache will go for those again. But Violetta ban, Wax Artist ban, and then the only hunter that I can think of him playing is either Sculptor or Bon.
Yeah, or Breaking Wheel, but
Breaking Wheel.
After what we saw at yesterday's match, he tried to play Breaking Wheel for a win, and it didn't work at all. So, Breaking Wheel just doesn't have. It just doesn't have. It's not what it used to be. It doesn't have that win potential anymore. Just a 1 point deficit. I mean, it's GH is making this close. I mean, SC is a very strong team out of Japan. So the fact that GH is within a point here is quite impressive, especially considering what happened in the last round. They're really making it interesting here. That 4 survivor escape for SC was so huge. Let's see. This is gonna be. Or do they sub in Seichu? I mean, do they summon the secret weapon? This would be the time for the secret weapon.
Yeah, there would be the time.
If there was any time, this would be it. But
and
we'll see.
Scar would be confused of the hunter that Seichu made because they have no idea, because they didn't. The entire IVC, they didn't sub in Seichu. So the characters that Seichu can play, like the only one that I know he can play is Bon and Breaking Wheel. So I don't know any other character from him. That could potentially be the case.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like it would make sense for them to sub in Seichu because it opens opportunities for more win hunters. I mean, if they're gonna ban, what are they gonna ban from Seichu? They're gonna ban. He doesn't play Wax Artist, so what are you gonna ban? Like Sculptor, and I mean, you can play Geisha. Geisha has win potential. Have we even seen Gache play Geisha at all? I don't think so, right? So he has to play a hunter that can 3 kill. I mean, maybe at some
can
point.
Play Clerk, but
his clerk he played it one time. Yeah, it's not very well seasoned. So it seems unlikely that he'll even go with that. And they've been afraid to go to Seichu. I feel like now would be the time. We've seen Seichu in the past be a strong player. Didn't see any play over in IVC. Here in IVS, I don't know. I think this would be the opportunity for him, but it's up to what GH is considering for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's the moment that GH want to bring out their secret weapon. It's exactly the time that they need to do that.
And there it is. Yeah, we called it. We're going to see Seichu. He's going to sub in here for the last round. This is the opportunity. This is the opening for them. I think because again, Gacha, he doesn't have win hunters. He has tie hunters. Seichu has the arsenal to turn things around. So making his debut here in IVS, first professional tournament for him, first official tournament. So this is a lot of pressure for sure.
I mean, yeah, Seichu was actually playing for another team in the previous COA qualifier. So yeah, Seichu first time playing for GH in a professional tournament like IVS. So Seer, Priestess, and a forward band. So the Holy Trinity. We will have that band from the Survivor side with the 2 Hunter band, I believe. If they are able to study Seichu, I believe it will be Breaking Wheel and Bon band. But they seems to have a hard time of figuring out what Seichu will play.
Yeah, it looks like a Dream Witch. Interesting. I guess they're just removing any hunters that have win potential. But Seichu doesn't really play Dream Witch. I mean, unless it's something that they just didn't want to have to deal with at all. So Breaking Wheel also is interesting, considering Breaking Wheel doesn't have a lot of win potential. I guess you kind of have to look back to what Seichu's played in the past. He's never really played Dream Witch. He has played a lot of Wheel, but I think they're just going to play like a anti sort of Geisha and Sculptor and just kind of go from there. Looks like Dancer and Dancer again. Dancer is a very good character for kiting against a Geisha. It's actually good against Clerk as well. And the Entomologist support, very important as well. Is a good strong kiter for Geisha too. So yeah, they're just picking characters that Seichu's gonna have a hard time to deal with, for sure.
Yeah, and now banning the Patient from the side of Seichu. Is he planning to go for the Bonbon? I know the Seichu can play the Bonbon, but yeah, a Bonbon play in a round like this will going to be very tough because the point that Seichu needs to go for is a 3-man elimination.
Right.
And Scar seems to be not allowing that to happen with the picks onto the Dancer and the Entomologist for the support.
Right. Yeah, so Patient ban means probably not playing Geisha, although Patient is very strong on this map in general. We're going to see Mercenary, Embalmer ban, so he's trying to eliminate all tie opportunities for them here. They could actually just play Mechanic technically, but I don't think they'll do that. We haven't really seen that be too common. They might just pick is Acrobat, still on the table, so probably just Acrobat as the last character. And what does Seichu play? I imagine it's probably Geisha or Sculptor. That seems like his only real opportunities here.
Yeah, Sculptor also. Yeah, Seichu can play Sculptor, and I think the ban to the Embalmer just to prevent if he tried to go for prevent the tie, and if he went for the Bonbon, banning the Embalmer makes total sense. But we'll see. The only character that can be the potential, that has the potential to be a winning strategy is the Sculptor from Seichu, unless he has any other character that I don't know of.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's learned something new that we don't expect, but this comp is hard for Geisha. It's pretty hard for Sculptor. As you mentioned, Bonbon's available, but Bonbon is not only is Bonbon not going to Chinatown, he doesn't have win potential. So, I don't know. I really don't know what we can expect here. I mean, I guess it's got to be Sculptor, right? Like,
it's got to be Sculptor. I don't
see.
Oh,
Seichu plays Clerk. Okay, so this is new. We haven't seen this at all from him. But this comp is still hard for Clerk. I mean, Endo is a hard chase. Acrobat's a hard chase, and Dancer can tight kite a Clerk around pallets with the slow boxes so well. So, yeah, I mean, this comp is good for Clerk too. I mean, they picked a comp that's good for all three possibilities. Seichu, we haven't seen play Clerk at all, so this is going to be interesting for sure to see what he can do here. But this team comp this is hard for a Clerk for sure.
And yeah, they are very confident about not banning the Sculptor. They are just banning the usual suspect that we see in previous meta. Clerk in this lineup will be very tough because Seichu will have to go for a 3-man. And yeah, look at the spawn here. Saw will pick that restaurant area, Monet, at the Lantern Gate. Pione at the middle, and Shinami will be the one at the hotel. So they all picked a very good spawn for themselves. Yeah. The only first target that I can think of is the Dancer, which is still gonna be tough for Seichu to go for, because Thor is picking an area that is full of pallet for him to be utilized.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Another interesting interaction again that we saw in the last round is that Dancer, when she drops down from two-story building, she gets speed boost as well. So Dancer, yeah, in theory is not too bad here on this map. So here we go, Seichu's competitive debut here against a Japanese IJL team. Scars needs to get a 3 survivor elimination to move GH to a 1-1 record. Let's see what we can do here. He's going to go straight to hotel. That is Tsunami, the location of the entomologist, already transitioning early. Look at this excellent rotation from Tsunami, making a lot of distance here, predicting the clerk to go here. And this is already going to be a hard chase for him just because of how much distance he can make just from the broken windows and from the bees.
Yeah, and Seichu will have to traverse around a lot of area. Still wasn't able to get any hit onto the survivor side. Yeah, great rotation for the entomologist. As we already said, you can't outrun us entomologists on the B.
It's really tough to catch up here. And oh, he loses sight of him. That's going to get even more distance. And he's completely lost him. There's no trail of entomologist. So he just... Oh, but Tsunami looks like he goes back into him. But yeah, I mean, this is just... He just does this forever. He's going to vault this. He gets another speed boost. Now he's into hotel with his bees. And there's really no catching this. Tsunami should have a 3-cypher kite with no problem from here.
Yeah, and there's... Not to mention there's a pallet up here. Blink will be available for Seichu, but he can't go for the Blink because the beast is there.
Yep.
It will prevent you from getting the hit. Again, the entomologist is such a hard character to go for. It makes me back the question, why would you pick the entomologist to be the first target?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an interesting choice that he dropped that pallet there. I think he was trying to get him to waste that pallet break recording. He's gonna go involve. This does not have a broken speed boost. Yes, he's gonna go for the Blake out the window here. Gets for the swing. Obviously not gonna vault that, so he does get that speed boost back into 2-story here. He's gonna have his bees online in about 5 seconds. And we already see 2 Cypher machines down, 66% on another. This is looking really good for Scars. I don't really know how Seichu can turn this around. Does close a little bit of distance, or does go for the drop. It gets the drop hit onto the entomologist. So if there's any chance for him to turn this around, it is right here. And one of those Cypher machines, I believe that's the mercenary, is getting slowed down a little bit here. So this is going to buy Seichu a little bit of time, but he can't draw. He has to kill 3 survivors here, or SC will be advancing to 1-0.
He misrecorded. He was recording himself when he was trying to record the survivor there. Now the mercenary cipher won't be blocked out, and Seichu will have a very hard time of blocking the cipher for the survivor team because he wastes that recording on herself. Pione will go in for the rescue, forcing the rescue to happen, and again looping around the 2-story.
Yeah. He's gonna body block the door. This is a really smart play. There's actually no way that Seichu can get around this. He can just stand in this area forever, and there's nothing you can do here. He has to just stand still and wait for the merc to go down. You can share mercenary, but entomologist is gone.
Yeah, disappear from the side of Seichu. There's a basement. It makes me wonder why Seichu didn't go for the basement. It would be way easier for him to camp out, to get a double down in the basement.
Yeah, it's just unlikely that they could technically not rescue and just go for it. Because I mean, he has to win. Yeah, like he can't even camp mercenary. He has to win here. He's going to change targets to the entomologist. Seichu, of course, doing what he can here, but it's just he doesn't have any useful recordings right now. He's going to get one onto the entomologist there, but it's just it's really just a matter of time before they finish these cipher machines. Entomologist still has another chair available.
Yeah, and there's still quite some bees for the survivor, and actually hits through the bee from Seichu. The cipher is about to be popped, and they could totally go for the second rescue right here. So I believe will be the one popping the last cipher at the middle.
It looks like we're going to see... Yeah, probably... well, I mean, they don't really need a double rescue clerk. I'd imagine they double decode the cipher. It looks like he's going to come in, charge attacks the mercenary, which is interesting. He's going to be able to get the rescue off. You have to be careful that he isn't able to block the Cypher. And you see the inexperience, unfortunately, with Seichu's Clark here. Wasn't able to block the last Cypher at all. And doesn't have as much Cypher control as you'd like to see here. We are playing for the end game here, but yeah, Seichu needs to get all 3 survivors down. And that's unfortunately going to be very difficult for him. He is going to go through that blink through that pallet on the Tsunami here. But again, he doesn't have any useful recordings.
He has no recording now. He's only available to block off that gate on the umbrella side. And yeah, no recording of the pallet.
Yeah,
absolutely none.
Still none. He didn't even pick one up there, so what recording does he even have?
With broken window and immediate refrag, I believe Tsunami can actually go for the gate.
Go for the go for the exit gate here. It's gonna be close. Goes for the charge attack. Oh, he's actually gonna get knocked down, so he's not able to make it. But we do see SC a 3 survivor escape, which is more than enough for them to take the win over GH, tying this last round. So GH, I mean, it did impressive. They tied 2 of the rounds here, but ultimately SC is winning round number 2, and they will be advancing to 1-0 here in this group stage.
Wow. They are well seasoned again against the Clerk, and you see how tough it is to play a Clerk against a well-coordinated team. Scars will be the winner of this matchup against the Japanese server and Southeast Asia. So kudos to Scar for getting the win. Not an easy win for them though, because GH did put up a great fight.
Yeah, definitely not an easy matchup at all, and they still were able to make things close there. So yeah, very exciting for GH. It looks like that they were able to have a close matchup there. So definitely looking nice for them there, and we'll see how they're able to do here. They did gain back some of the points for sure, so that was definitely important for them to try to move into this 3rd place spot. But yeah, SC advancing to 1-0 here, and looking at how this group stage is going to play out. MRC already 2-0, already off to a great start. Scars now 1-0 into 2nd, and FCN and GH still around that, fighting for that 3rd place spot. Yeah, just looking at the overall, I think the big game changer for this match was obviously the Lakeside game. I mean, we saw in round 1, 2, 3 survivor escapes, excellent starts for both teams from the survivor side, and then Gajay just really struggling to deal with that female dancer, never broke the slow box, and that really cost him. The dancer just kept returning. She used the same area over and over and over. She went to the window, she went back to the slow box, went back to the window, and just kept looping it over and over, and Gajay never was able to catch her. Just an infinite loop. Until you break the slow box, you can't do anything about it. Even with your webs, she kept taking down the webs every time she passed through, and yeah, Gajay just got infinite looped, and because there was an excellent, he dropped the football there to get the dancer to the gate, then she was able to take portal to the other side, and for survivor escape, that won that for easy SC definitely.
I mean, in this game, the same situation almost happened with the entomologist. She kept looping in the hotel area and then transition to the arc area, and then go back to the hotel area, which was so much time for the survivor. 157 seconds of kiting, and there's no chance of coming back from that because the survivor, they decode so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, again, you could tell Seichu definitely under a lot of stress there, having to play. This is the first time again playing in a professional tournament, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he has in the past, but it's been a while for sure. So yeah, definitely a lot of pressure there, and you could tell definitely newer to playing Clerk. There was a lot of points throughout the match where he just never had pallet break recordings, he never had window block recordings, he never even pressured ciphers. It was kind of just all straight chase, and he just kind of had trouble getting that Clerk match down, and SC was able to play it perfectly. So yeah, close match for sure, but SC advancing to 1-0 with a 14-11 victory over GH. A 1-0, 2 tied matches, and a 1-win match for SC.
Yeah, 14-11 is the total net point, and a 3-point deficit, so it's not that much. Yes, I to say that put up a very great fight against a well-seasoned team like Scar, but in the end, Scar is still the one triumph over, and we'll head on to the MVP. Let's see who will be. It's the dancer, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Sora there, the MVP. I mean, the first game, of course, was very against the Soul Weaver, was the game changer there for sure. We didn't really see it get utilized much in the second time, but it was just utilizing Dancer perfectly, infinite loop around small bow area. Overall, just average containment time, you saw 96 seconds. Excellent job from Soar. So.
And yeah, with the dancer, we don't usually see dancer in the tournament, but when we see them being utilized, it's going to be a good game. So yeah, with the dancer, Soar is able to get that MVP and bring the win to the side of Scars. Great job from both sides, and it's fun casting these matches with you.
Yeah, definitely. Again, yeah, looking at these group stage, excellent matches from today. Thank you, everyone, of course, for sticking with us through today. Very long day, very exciting matches, though. Hopefully, we won't have as many, of course, network issues and things tomorrow, but we will be back tomorrow and Sunday as well. So for our next matches, and yeah, just keeps continuing between these teams. Really excited to see some very close matches ahead of us. You know, ZETA versus Weibo. That'll be a very close one for sure. Both teams most likely will be at 2-0 facing each other there to see who's the first place in their division. We have FZN versus GH, another very close matchup. Really looking forward to that as well. Yeah, it's just it's going to be very exciting for sure. So thank you guys for watching. We are going to quickly look at our final results from today, and
yeah.
So we see our we see obviously for the first round, yeah, MRC going on top, 14-4 over FZN there. RD versus ZETA, close match, 19-6 in favor of ZETA, and another close one here, SC over GH with a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, the other region seems to hold on very well against a Japanese server, but you know, against Chinese team, it seems a little tough because they are more well seasoned. So it's quite interesting that we are starting to catch up to the international level of the tournament. And again, with the point here, Fusion is still at the third slot, and GH is still at the bottom with the net win point at -3 and -2. So yeah, that's quite interesting there.
Yeah, tomorrow we have some very exciting matchup. Nice versus RD. That's going to be definitely the battle of who can secure that last spot for the playoffs, I think, between those two teams. That'll be very, on paper, very close for exciting matchup. ZETA versus Weibo. Again, the one we just talked about. Very close. The top two teams in their division going at it. FZN versus SC, a Japan team going against an NAEU team, so definitely the Japan team will have the advantage. However, you know, we talked about how FZN and GH are very evenly matched, so you know, FZN going into this matchup against SC with how close GH made it today, that could also be a very exciting one as well. So definitely looking forward to seeing those. That will be our matches for Saturday, and then our final matches on Sunday will determine each of the three teams from each division that will make it into the playoffs. Those will be the top 6 completing for the first place IVS spot.
Yeah, exactly. And we have seen a lot of matches from today that we have, like all the region battling out each other. And let's just say that I appreciate the tournament because we now know the position of each region, and also the meta that each region go for. Like in Japan, they seems to go for a newer type of lineup with the professor that we saw. That's quite interesting, and that might be the highlight for me to see the professor in the tournament.
Yeah, they love to bring out again newer characters that we don't really expect. Weeping Clown, Professor, even characters like Prospector and Enchantress. It was kind of Japan that brought those characters into the meta. Enchantress was brought into the meta fairly recently. Prospector even more recently. And yeah, it was because of Japan that they're able to show all these characters. Even Cowboy as well. Japan loves to play these strategies where you can help survivors struggle free, take body blocks, things like that, and push for long games. And we see GH using the Prospector today, another strategy probably picked up from Japan. So yeah, that's going to wrap it up for today, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Everyone who kept positivity in the chat. We appreciate you guys for that. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow, same time, for our next 3 matches of IVS 2022. We'll see you all then.
Yeah.
4つはできないけど。ナイスキルド、完璧。真ん中のしか分かんないよね。ちょっと危ない。ちょっと危なかった。焦れやるね。いや、きつー。焦れか。
ナイス救助完璧。
บนเรือโอเคออกได้ครับออกได้การโดนวิ่งออกได้
โอเคเขาสองพันลงอ๋อล้มโอเค
กำลังไปเดี๋ยวระวัง
เข้าสิบเข้าเว้ยเข้า
คุยอะไร
ใช้
ラストソーセージときたいの。
これ流れやすい。いいよいいよいいよ。下に回転数。無理だー。せっかくやって